in Nanping, his spiritual power was severely damaged, and he just woke up for questioning. Hui Yushin suddenly got up and who could be so talented to shoot into thin air? The rest all perished. After inspection, they were all killed by reflected laser-based. Though she wanted to shoot him down, she had to keep the aircraft from crashing. Suddenly, a thick black fog filled the southern sky, slowing the aircraft as if it were stuck in glue. A faint, eerie howl echoed through the air, causing her teammates to lose consciousness again, their faces turning pale as their life force drained away. 5 minutes later, Hui Yushin glanced at him and walked away. Meng Guanghui awkwardly scratched his head and ordered, "Send this person to the—" He walked freely through the air, breaking through the dissipating black mist. "Commander, I failed my mission. I did not intercept our target." The entire 12th Group of Division 3, Mulan, Kong Shanqing, Nanping's memories were coming back in full force. He recalled the thick black mist that reflected all attacks. That person's chest. Earlier, the two adjutants stiffened slightly, cold sweat running down their backs. They knew what this person's death meant. Every attempt to penetrate the fog was reflected back, even destroying one of their helicopters. The fog, impenetrable and unyielding, blocked all signals, leaving those inside trapped. As Xia Chujian struggled with her empty sniper rifle, unable to fend off the incoming tentacles, 3 men in black uniforms appeared within her scope, seemingly walking through the air. The leader, tall and imposing, drew a silver bow, firing a golden arrow that pierced the fog and the rectangular moon gate above. The tentacles disintegrated, and a terrible roar echoed across the sky, filled with ancient rage and unimaginable pain. When did this happen? Hui Yushin paused. Is there a video of the operation? Yes, we just questioned him. But he said it was only after witnessing a residual creature being brilliant beams of light cut through the thick darkness. But when they hit the tentacles, they simply reflected back, like a mirror striking the ground troops who fired them. In seconds, hundreds lay dead, bodies riddled with holes, leaving Nanping barely conscious as the only survivor. He unleashed a mental attack with all his strength, determined to kill everyone in the opposing aircraft. Inside the aircraft, Xia Chujin's teammates began to bleed from their orifices, their conditions rapidly deteriorating. This failed operation is I want to be with my team, Kong Shanqing, devoid of any emotion, coldly said, "I am not here to listen to your confession." She snapped back to her senses, hurriedly operated the controls manually, and pulled up sharply to avoid falling further. Fortunately, his dark complexion made his blushing less noticeable. Kong Shanqing handed the bag of sniper Shek casings to Nanping and calmly asked him, "You said you were saved by a sniper?" Nanping froze for a moment before nodding hurriedly yes. "As I regained control, I heard my captain briefly regain consciousness, warning me of a powerful mental force user before passing out again. In that moment of chaos, I managed to stabilize the aircraft, but soon a missile lock warning flashed on the screen. The investigation department should send people to clean up the scene and not miss a single clue. Also, check if the special operator." The black mist gradually rolled. Not far away, the man holding a silver longbow took a step back. The 2 men behind him hurriedly. Xia Chujian quickly manually accelerated her aircraft. Meanwhile, high above, a supersonic armed helicopter sped toward the city. As they approached, the crew saw a thick black fog forming a triangular barrier, cutting off the entire area from their radar. A middle-aged woman, who seemed to be, although she initially considered eliminating the night hunters, she decided against making enemies with them, opting instead to hire a powerful mental force user to discreetly eliminate them, leaving no trace back to her. Even from a distance, Xia Chujian could see the gaping hole in his chest through her scope. Although the tentacle had turned, Nanping wasn't so sure. He remembered a person in a white protective suit approached carefully and said, "Commander, the instruments detected ultra." That was close. Luckily, those weren't real. Hui Yushin didn't even look at him and turned around to leave. Kong Shanqing was left at the door to explain to the person in the white protective suit. They weren't, but the instruments detected the same frequency. It was already 1 a.m., and the street. Hui Yushin nodded slightly and looked away, no longer interested. but Kong Shanxing remained standing before him. I squeezed the trigger, and my bullet found. Hui Yushin slowly straightened up. The lieutenant was puzzled by the situation. While Yi Nanping was deep in thought, he received an urgent command from his superior. Seeing this, Hui Yushin entered the medical room and saw Yi Nanping. Yi Nanping and his team didn't have long to wonder, as a gray figure leaped out from the rectangular moon gate, followed by a multitude of splitting tentacles chasing him like a rain of spears. He's here! Another tentacle shot towards Xia Chujian's aircraft, piercing through its top. With no time to waste, she fired her sniper rifle at the tentacle, which began to disintegrate before her eyes, along with the black fog. Prepare to support, Yi Nanping commanded over the team channel. The tentacles, dense and terrifying, pursued the gray figure relentlessly. Yi Nanping gave the order. Aim. Fire. His team members, despite the thick resistance, raised their portable laser cannons, aiming at the incoming tentacles and pulling the triggers. Before, she thought the roars of the tentacle monsters in the six-story building were the most unpleasant, but compared to this roar, those were like a younger sibling, a distant descendant of ancient times. Yi Nanping struck the switch of the medical pod with his fist. In the end, Yi Nanping suggested that maybe members of the Night Hunter Association, a group known for the aircraft which had brought him there, took. After a brutal fight, the tentacle. Meanwhile, I was at the Night Hunter Association's base, waiting for my teammates to finish exchanging their B-grade merits for equipment and training time. As we left, I noticed something was wrong. The aircraft we were in wasn't heading toward my home in the Northern District, but instead veered south into the most dangerous part of the city. One of the soldiers pointed out that the bullets used were high-quality Xia Chujian was confident that her aircraft was in stealth mode and that he shouldn't be able to see it. But then she remembered the hole in the residents within a 10-mile radius seemed to have passed through the gates of heck, waking up drenched in sweat from the pain. Xia Chujian was completely unaware of this. She only felt that the roar coming from behind the rectangular moon gate was unbearably unpleasant. Inside the villa, the noblewoman. In that moment, the entire blackened area heard the roar, causing many to writhe in agony, some even dying from the mental pressure. But then, a clear, powerful voice rang out, countering the roar and bringing a strange calm to the chaos. Relieved but wary, Xia Chujian realized that this battle was far from over. She remained alert, her rifle aimed at the hole in the aircraft's top, while a strange rectangular moon in the sky released more tentacles, chasing a gray figure that had leaped out. The gray figure continued to fall slowly, hindered by the thick black fog, with the tentacles closing in. Yi Nanping, desperate, summoned all his remaining mental power, forming a black gold dagger at his brow and launching it toward the thickest, fastest tentacle. With a sharp turn, the aircraft shifted direction by 180 degrees, now flying south instead of north. The incoming missile was now clearly visible. Without hesitation, she pressed a button to lock onto the missile and launched a counter-missile. But Xia Chujian, unaffected by the mental attack, entered a state of complete focus. She activated the weapon control system and launched a barrage of 6 missiles toward the enemy's sleek shuttle-like aircraft. The sight made me sick. I hate tentacles. They were stunned. The noblewoman then asked if the girl's family had been dealt with. The housekeeper confirmed that they had been detained after the girl was kidnapped and were now all to be executed, along with their extended relatives, as a punishment for their betrayal. After a thorough investigation, it was confirmed that all the traffickers were dead, each killed by a single bullet. The team couldn't find any trace of the Reeds left alive, which was unusual because these creatures were known for their resilience. 5 minutes later, the doctor bowed respectfully. She pulled the corners of her mouth and silently activated the sound blocking system on her helmet. Her world immediately became quiet. But then, a clear sound, like a phoenix's cry and a dragon's roar, came through, so powerful that even her helmet's sound blocking system couldn't stop it. The dagger pierced the tentacle, but was quickly reflected back toward him. Xia Chujian, who had been silently watching, couldn't hold back any longer. She fired her sniper rifle, the bullet cutting through the thick fog and shattering the reflected dagger, saving Yi Nanping. She only has some minor external injury. The leader, Captain Yi Shiji. I crouched on the rooftop of a 12. The military. A small mushroom cloud of fire lit up the night sky as the two missiles collided and exploded. Xia Chujin smiled, knowing that once a missile locked onto you, the only escape was to destroy it. The C-rank peak mental force user, furious that his missile had been countered in such an unexpected way, screamed in disbelief. The colonel wanted to know how the creatures were. Realizing the danger, Xia Chujin quickly assembled her sniper rifle and opened a small gap in the aircraft hatch. She aimed at the descending enemy, who was also struggling to move through the thick fog. He was no stranger to the name Kong Shanxing. It belonged to one of the most trusted adjutants. We were being targeted. With just 10 seconds until impact, I knew I had to act fast to save myself and my unconscious teammates from certain death. Xia Chujin's eyes narrowed as she bit her lip, quickly turning the handle. As she prepared to shoot, a giant tentacle appeared from above, much larger than the one she had seen before. The tentacle pierced through the enemy's parachute, impaling him and turning him into a cloud of blood mist. These men were our targets, human traffickers who had taken these kids and planned to smuggle them out of the city by morning. The noble woman, still composed, gave the girl's care to the housekeeper, ensuring her protection. The housekeeper, overwhelmed with joy, promised to safeguard the girl with her life. The noblewoman also expressed concern about who had killed the traffickers before they arrived, suspecting it might have been members of the Night Hunter Association. The gun fired rapidly, but just as we thought the mission was over, I stayed in my. Xia Chujin was secretly astonished. Outside, in the night sky, my teammates, who had been knocked, the colonel speculated that a powerful mental force, possibly when I tried to alert my team, I realized they were all unconscious, likely under some sort of mental attack. Quickly, I took over the controls, disabling the autopilot just in time to stop the aircraft from plummeting. It was I wasn't sure why I hadn't been affected, but I wasn't about to dwell on it. As we prepared to leave, the captain noticed how much ammunition I'd used nearly all. Suddenly, a brilliant light cut through the darkness, targeting the tentacles. Xia Chujin was in awe, recognizing the power of the laser weapons being used, a rare sight she had only seen in videos. Her fear faded, replaced by admiration for whoever was wielding such advanced weaponry. I could see the city through. The missiles attacked from all directions, leaving no escape. With a deafening explosion, all 6 missiles hit the target, reducing the shuttle to fragments falling from the sky like a meteor shower. However, the enemy wasn't completely defeated. Xia Chujin spotted the mental force user parachuting to safety. She emerged moments later. You took down that. At that time, it was indeed a sniper bullet that knocked away the reflected black gold dagger. Otherwise, that dagger would have pierced my forehead. He nervously touched the spot between his eyebrows. How do you know it was a sniper bullet? Did you have measuring equipment at the time? Nanping shook his head. I didn't have measuring equipment, but I happened to awaken my spiritual power at the critical moment, achieving materialization of my spiritual energy. Hui Yushin, who was standing in the shadow behind the medical pod, remained unseen by Nanping. He made no movement, stepping further back to hide himself. Kong Shanxing, understanding our team members' spiritual power was completely ineffective, so I ordered them to use orbital weapons. But the result was tragic. After they fired the miniature laser rocket launchers, they were killed by the reflected lasers. That's when I realized that orbital weapons were also ineffective. In desperation, I managed to awaken my spiritual power, materializing it as a black gold dagger. I intended to use this dagger to save the target, but it turned out the same. The black mist still reflected my spiritual power, sending the black gold dagger straight back at my forehead. Then I clearly saw a bronze-colored sniper bullet come and knock away my materialized black gold dagger. Kong Shanxing found it all hard to believe, frowning as he said, Nanping, do you need... Now tell me, how did a conventional sniper bullet displace your spiritual power? Nanping was stunned. He was just stating the facts, not considering whether those facts were reasonable. Moreover, it suddenly dawned on him that if the black mist could reflect all physical attacks, How did the person who fired the sniper bullet manage to shoot without being reflected by the mist? Even among those with peak B-level spiritual power, those who had awakened were vastly superior to those who hadn't. Scientifically speaking, his vision and hearing, Nanping, sensing Kong Shanxing's disbelief, quickly added, "It's true." Also, earlier today, I handled a case where someone killed a residual creature with a conventional weapon. At the scene, they found 100,000 Shek casings, all from Zhong's military manufacturing's 085 and 093 fully automatic machine guns and submachine guns. To investigate this case, I pulled up the entire catalog of bullets produced by Zhong's military manufacturing this year from the Lightbrain database just half an hour ago, and I happened to see the 150 model sniper bullet. That's why I ordered my team to use orbital weapons. I figured if conventional weapons could do it, orbital weapons would be even better. But I was wrong. I was so wrong. Nanping covered his face as tears streamed down. He hadn't realized that his momentary decision had led to the tragic deaths of his entire team. Kong Shanxing pressed on. Someone really killed a residual creature with a conventional weapon? Could it be that what you encountered in the last case was really a physical relic? Not an illusion? That illusion? Well, those tentacles you saw in the black fog just now were not real relics, but illusions created by some powerful beings using energy. Nanping's face turned pale. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His eyes lit up. Yes, they just disappeared out of thin air. I didn't understand what happened at the time, but now that you say those are not real relics but illusions, it makes sense. Only when the illusion is exposed can it disappear out of thin air. Huiyushin became even more confused. He had directly competed with a distant, but he sensed no ill will, so he didn't bother to pry into the matter. It seems that the material existence should be the small combat aircraft that was not destroyed by the illusion tentacles. Nanping saw Kong Shanxing frowning, thinking that he didn't believe him, and said nervously, since Huiyushin said that the tentacles in Kong Shanxing hurriedly comforted Nanping. Take good care of your injuries and we'll talk after you recover. Then left in a hurry. Huiyushin returned to his single office in the Batfighter and immediately opened the internal account of the Special Security Bureau to check the action video that Nanping mentioned. Meng Guangwei and do they dare to tamper with the video? Meng Guangwei and Kong Shanxing were both shocked. Since Huiyushin took office, no one in the Special Security Bureau dared to do such a thing. Huiyushin's face was calm, but his eyes were dangerous, as if he was on the verge of rage, but he was extremely restrained, like a volcano in the deep sea that had not erupted. His hands were placed on the desk in front of him, tapping lightly from time to time. Kong Shanxing is the more careful of the two adjutants. He leaned over and carefully read the action log, then recalled the video he had just watched, and suddenly said, "There seems to be something wrong with the video. We have to ask Nanping again. What's the problem? Why didn't I see it?" Meng Guangwei bent down, stared at the action log, squinted his eyes, and read it again and again, saying, "The log says that according to the intelligence we got, it was the cult organization judge who captured the hostages and held a human sacrifice ceremony once every 3 years. When they arrived, they found 23 abducted boys and girls, but they were all dead. The video showed exactly the same content. According to our information, this judge organizes a human sacrifice every 3 years, which requires 24 boys and girls. So there should be 24 hostages, but there are only 23 people in Nanping's video and action log. Obviously, one person is missing. Could it be that the judge organization kidnapped someone from somewhere else? It's a pity that those 23 people are all dead. Otherwise, we could just ask them, and we would know how many people there are." Meng Guangwei muttered, still feeling that Huiyushin and Kong Shanxing were a little paranoid. Kong Shanxing frowned and said, "Xiao Meng, your reason does not conform to the common sense of the judge organization. We should go to Nanping to investigate and ask him carefully about all the details of his last operation." Regardless, he knew someone was missing. Who was this missing person? Where did he go? Why is there one missing? Huiyushin will never miss any details. She didn't want to have anything to do with these people. She piloted the team's small combat aircraft, flew north, and finally arrived at the Dark Knight Hunters branch in Mulan City. At this time, Yi Shiji, Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Ping Xiong also woke up one after another. What happened? I remember it seemed like the aircraft took the wrong path. No, it seems someone is attacking us. They chatted with each other, and then turned their eyes to Xia Chujian. Chujian, what's going on? How come you are okay? Xia Chujian thought about it, and decided not to say anything for the time being. He just looked at the hole on the top of the aircraft cabin with a guilty conscience and said, "After you, Captain Yi, fainted just now, the autopilot system of this aircraft was remotely controlled. I had no choice but to cancel the remote control system and operate it manually. Someone did sneak attack us. They launched an attack and destroyed our aircraft." She pointed to the hole on top of the craft. Yi Shiji took a look and felt that the holes did not look like those made by conventional thermal weapons. But it's hard to say. What if the other party has some new weapons? He said calmly, "It doesn't matter. The association can fix it anyway. We can rest for a while this time. People need to rest and machines also need to rest." Li Fu was rubbing his temple. "I think my mental strength is about to degenerate to that of an ordinary person." Song Mingqian slumped in the back seat with a look of nothing is more. The other party must have known that I was an ordinary person, so they didn't launch a mental attack on me. Later, I deployed micro-missiles in time and caught the other party off guard. Yi Shiji's face immediately turned green. "Micro-missiles? Xia Chujian, you won't stop until you have used up all my ammunition and supplies, right?" Xia Chujian thought about it and turned on the camera system on the aircraft. "You may not believe it, but it was really the other party who started it first. I was just fighting back in self-defense." After the other 4 people on the aircraft saw the thrilling scene, they were so stunned that they were speechless for a moment. They knew that Xia Chujian was very talented in hot weapons, but they didn't expect her to be this good. Chujian went to the battle. As expected, not a blade of grass grew. "It's awesome to see you for the first time. It's awesome to see you for the first time. I love you." Xia Chujian was also watching the surveillance footage. She unexpectedly discovered that the scenes that followed in the thick black fog were not recorded at all. The whole scene came to an abrupt end when she blew up the shuttle-shaped aircraft. Song Mingqian was in a daze. That the aircraft locked by the thermonuclear site can still escape with such a cool operation. "Chu Jin, you can go to the association headquarters to be an instructor." Ping Xiong looked at Xia Chujian with admiration, leaned on the back of her chair, and said with a smile, "Chu Jin, I'm so glad to be in the same team with you. If I were your enemy, I would have nightmares even when I sleep." Li Fu was so excited that he didn't even care about his headache. He kept saying, "Captain, Captain, look, how fierce the fight back was." He definitely won't give the other party a chance to survive. Although firing 6 micro-missiles at once is a bit extravagant, there are 5 of us on board. On average, each person can save a life with just over 1 missile. It's worth it. It's worth it." Yi Shiji pursed his lips, and after a while, he nodded stiffly. "Well, since the other party was the first to attack, your counterattack is reasonable. But, he really wanted to say, it's impossible to launch 6 micro-missiles at once. If this continues, the nobles will have no surplus food. In their Night Hunter Association, they can only get equipment for free when they accept new tasks, and they have to buy it with their own money the rest of the time. The family fortune that they had saved with great difficulty was squandered by Xia Chujian in one day." Yi Shiji was in tears. But after careful analysis, Xia Chujian's method is the most effective, as it can ensure that the opponent has absolutely no chance of counterattacking. For example, if the opponent also used 6 missiles to lock their aircraft at the beginning, then no matter what Xia Chujian did, he would not be able to counterattack. This is called taking the other party's path and leaving him with no way to go. Yi Shiji felt bad that he had run out of ammunition and food, but he still said, "Forget it this time. Also, this matter is rather strange, so don't mention it to others for now." "You didn't even report it to your superiors?" Li Fu asked in confusion. "We were ambushed. Aren't your superiors going to seek justice for us?" Yi Shiji said coldly, "Our aircraft's autopilot system has been hacked." Xia Chujian immediately responded, "Captain Yi thinks there might be a traitor inside the association?" While Yi Shiji secretly praised the girl for her cleverness, he said with a straight face, "The association's aircraft are all managed by the information systems of each branch. especially the autopilot system. Without the underlying password, it is impossible to hack into the autopilot system of our aircraft. Now even Ping Qiong, who was the most reluctant to think, understood. She said with a pale face, "We were ambushed this time. At least there were people from the branch involved. There are people within the association who want them dead." There was an unusual silence in the aircraft for a moment. Yi Shiji did not dare to use the autopilot function again and asked Xia Chujian to continue manual driving. He said calmly, "Anyway, that person has been killed by us, and even the opponent's aircraft has become a meteor shower. As long as we don't upload this video, we can pretend that nothing happened. If the other party wants to cause trouble, it's a good opportunity for us to wait and see who is behind it." Xia Chujian nodded. "Captain, if anything happens in the future, it is safest to keep this surveillance video with her." Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Ping Qiong all raised their hands in agreement. "The first site is our lucky star. It's most suitable to be placed." Ping Qiong also frowned, as if she was sorting out a list of people she had offended. Only Xia Chujian felt that he was the unlucky one who was affected. It was most likely that Captain Yi Shiji had offended someone and someone wanted him dead, and they were just collateral damage. She glanced at Yi Shiji calmly and wanted to stay away from him. Yi Shiji noticed her little movement, crossed his arms and snorted, but didn't say anything. Because even he himself felt that the attack was directed at him, and his teammates were just innocent because he, Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Ping Qiong all lived in the West District of Mulan City. Only Xia Chujian lived in the North District. When Xia Chu saw home, it was already past 3 in the morning. She stood in the open space in front of her house, waved to them, and watched them leave. Xia Chujian's home is in District 177, Mulan City North, a very ordinary community where all the working class people live. This community, the East District, is full of these skyscrapers, with walls constructed of special silver-black building materials. They are tall and straight, reaching into the sky, and offer unparalleled sea views. They are managed by dedicated personnel, and both the landscape and security are guaranteed. However, the community he lives in is full of old-fashioned buildings built with obsolete scrap steel and concrete. The buildings in the community are no more than 10 stories high and are so densely packed together that even a hand cannot be inserted between the buildings. There is no landscaping and no security. The wall is like a barrier separating a whole world. The house that Xia Chujian's family rented is at number 101, Building E, District 177, Mulan City North. Yes, it's on the first floor, and it's a small single room at the very back. A small single room with only one room. The only advantage of this single room is that it has 2 doors, one in the corridor and one on the outside wall. So she could go home directly without going into the corridor. Because of this door on the outer wall, she built a simple kitchen at the door. One side is against the building as an inner wall, and the other 3 sides are built with cheap waste building boards to form a square shed. The roof of the shed is also made of waste building materials. I don't know what material it is made of. When it rains, the roof makes a constant clanging sound, which sounds like noise, and is often complained by neighbors. There was only a shabby long table in the shed, on which was a second-hand induction cooker, which was their main cooking tool. Xia Chujian entered the small room from this simple kitchen. The temperature in the single room was the same as outside, as cold as an ice cellar. The intensive fighting over the past few hours had exhausted her. She was so sleepy that she didn't even boil water for a bath. She just lay down on the bed wrapped in a thick duvet and fell asleep. I opened my eyes and woke up. It was only 7 in the morning. At this time, normally, she should get up and go to school. She is 17 years old, and this is her last year of high school. She will take the college entrance examination next summer. But she didn't want to study at all. She was busy working to make money. How could she have time to study? Her grades were not good either. She just barely passed all the subjects. How is it possible to get into university? And even if she was admitted, she couldn't afford the expensive university tuition. As for the 500,000 Beichin coins that were just transferred to my personal account today, they are not used to improve my life or go to school, but to save my life. Xia Chujian lay on the bed for a while and decided not to go to school today. She used her smart bracelet to send a message to her teacher, saying that she was sick and asked for a day off. Then he went to the simple kitchen outside to boil water, took a quick shower, and changed into clean clothes. While boiling water for a bath, she plugged in the rice cooker and used the little rice left in the rice bucket at home and the black truffle and wild rhino ribs given by her neighbor Aunt Shun to cook a pot of fragrant pork ribs porridge. The black truffle wild rhinoceros comes from the mysterious forest of exotic beasts, a place that even Xia Chujian and his team of low-level hunters dare not go to. I don't know how Aunt Shun can go there to pick up bargains once a month. Xia Chujian was washing up while looking out the window, his thoughts running wildly like wild horses on the prairie. Thinking about the two battles in the early morning, the experience of escaping death still made her very alert. She has been a member of the Night Hunters for 3 years, and this time is the most dangerous. Fortunately, her shooting skills are accurate. Xia Chujian decided to spend more time practicing shooting. Fortunately, she has a little talent for firearms. Otherwise, she would not be able to survive in the Night Hunters. She used an old towel that had turned white from washing to wipe the water droplets off her face. Her face felt tight and a little chapped, but she had no money to buy any skincare products, even the cheapest chemical products. After changing clothes, it was already dawn outside. The temperature was not as cold as at night, but there was no sun, and it was foggy, so visibility was not very high. The pork ribs porridge is cooked. It is fragrant and makes people's mouths water. Xia Chujian didn't drink any of it. She only drank a tube of low-grade nutrient solution that tasted like plastic. Then she put all the pork rib porridge in an insulated lunchbox and took it to the hospital. When I went out, I met my neighbor Aunt Shun, who had just returned from outside carrying a big bag. She looked Xia Chujian up and down and asked with a smile, "Chujian, are you going to the hospital to see your aunt again?" Aunt Shun knew that Xia Chujian and her aunt Xia Yuanfang depended on each other for survival and had lived in this building for many years. Xia Chujian also quickly glanced at Aunt Shun. It can be seen that Aunt Shun has already cleaned up, but there are still some wounds on the back of her hand that have not healed yet, and there is a wound on the side of her face that has just stopped bleeding, which cuts almost the entire left face from top to bottom. Did she go to the beast forest again? Or was she beaten by her husband? Xia Chujian sighed inwardly and said politely, "Good morning, Aunt Shun." Aunt Shun weighed the big bag on her back and smiled. "You are up early too, much earlier than my daughter." Xia Chujian smiled, not wanting to talk about herself, and changed the subject. "Aunt Shun, did you go hunting in the exotic beast forest again?" Xia Chujian has been a member of the Night Hunter team for 3 years, but has never taken on a mission in the monster forest because it is too dangerous. Their team is so well equipped, yet they dare not accept the mission to the monster forest. But Aunt Shun, a seemingly ordinary housewife neighbor, goes to the monster forest once a month. "Every time I come back, I never come back empty-handed." She knew that Aunt Shun was using this method to supplement the family income and to save tuition for her daughter's college education. Because Aunt Shun's husband always beats and scolds her, saying that she is a good-for-nothing who only eats and does no work. Aunt Shun winked at Xia Chujian, put down the big bag on her back, and whispered, "Yes, I went out hunting again. Don't tell me winter is coming soon, and the animals in the exotic beast forest are putting on their last batch of autumn fat. They are so fat." As she spoke, she looked around and made sure that there was no one around before she took things out of her big bag. "I just saw it. This is red pine forest ginseng. It is very nourishing. Your aunt is in such a weak state. She will definitely need it. This is wild honey from old banyan trees. The old banyan trees in the monster forest are probably spirits. The wild bees that can build honeycombs on them must also be spirits. Eat this. I heard it's especially good for girls. And this, wild rhinoceros ribs that were raised on wild black truffles. I remember you really liked them, so I left one for you." The black truffle wild rhinoceros we hunted this time was particularly large, so we cut it up outside the city and sold the meat to restaurants in the city. As Aunt Shun spoke, she took out a lot of things and gave them to Xia Chujian. Xia Chujian was very embarrassed and waved her hands to refuse. "Aunt Shun, it's not easy for you to go to the forest of exotic beasts. You really don't have to give it to me. My aunt has been in the hospital for 3 years, and you have taken care of me like my own aunt. I can't eat you for free anymore." Aunt Shun frowned and pretended to be angry. "Chujian, are you looking down on your Aunt Shun? Although I don't have a regular job, I go to the exotic beast forest every month to pick up bargains, and the money I earn is higher than your Uncle Chin's salary. Besides, these things don't cost money. They were all picked up in the exotic beast forest. You don't want them. Do you despise me for picking up trash? Xia Chujian felt warm in her heart. Aunt Chen, there are many dangers in the monster forest. How can it be considered picking up trash? If I were to object, it would be really ungrateful. Seeing that she couldn't refuse, she had to accept it. Besides, the ginseng grown under the red pine forest is indeed a good thing for nourishing the body. It would be extremely expensive to buy it in a pharmacy outside, and you may not even get the real thing. Xia Chujian really wanted to get some good ginseng for her aunt. Besides, she is not short of money now, so she doesn't need to eat other people's food for free. If Aunt Chen didn't have a smart bracelet, Xia Chujian would be able to transfer the money to her right now. She made up her mind to get cash for Aunt Chen after returning from the hospital. That's right. We are neighbors, and you are my daughter's classmate. When your aunt was not sick, she took good care of my daughter and even gave her extra lessons. It is reasonable for me to take care of you. Aunt Chen smiled heartily, nodded at her, and tied up the bundle again. Xia Chujian also wanted to take the things back home. As she was packing, she asked curiously, Aunt Chen, is the exotic beast forest really that great? It seemed that there were many rare animals and plants that she had never heard of. Aunt Chen paused, looked away, and said unnaturally, the exotic beast forest is too dangerous. I suffered a great loss the first time I went there. Later, I only wandered around the exotic beast forest near Mulan City, and only then dared to pick up things that others didn't want. Seeing that Xia Chujian was clearly eager to try, Aunt Chen tried to dissuade her earnestly. Chujian, I'm not trying to scare you, but do you know why the forest of exotic beasts is called this? That because there are strange beasts inside? Yes, that is not an ordinary wild beast. Have you ever seen a 10-meter tall tiger? Have you ever seen a python that is coiled up like a mountain? There are also flying squirrels that can breathe fire and golden pheasants that can release poison. As for those grasses, thorns, and big trees, they can take your life if you are not careful. Aunt Chen whispered to Xia Chujian about the dangers of the forest of strange beasts. Also, the most dangerous place in the monster forest is in the far north. The core area of the far north is called the Forbidden Zone of Life. I have never heard of anyone who went to the far north and came back alive. Think about it carefully. Aunt Chen finally packed up the big bag and raised her hand to ruffle Xia Chujian's hair. As a young girl, you should study hard, get into a good university, and then find a stable job. Otherwise, you will end up like Aunt Chen, who can only make a living by hanging your head on the edge of the monster forest when you are old. This is what it means to not work hard when you are young, and to pick up trash when you are old. Xia Chujian blinked and said, Aunt Chen, college tuition is so high now. You know my family situation. If I want to go to college, I have to save up for tuition. Actually, your aunt's disease is terminal and cannot be cured at all. Why spend so much money? You have to think about yourself too. Aunt Chen looked at Xia Chujian sympathetically and advised in a low voice. Xia Chujian pursed her lips, smoothed her hair with her hands, and said seriously, it's not a waste of money. It can save lives no matter how much it costs, it's worth it. But you have sold your house and are renting one now. If your aunt knew. Aunt Chen sighed. Also, you will take the college entrance examination next year. I heard that you often don't go to school these days. Are you going to the hospital to take care of your aunt? What about your studies? Do you still want to go to college? Aunt Chen's daughter was a classmate of Xia Chujian, and they went to the same high school. She probably heard about her story from her daughter. Xia Chujian knew that Aunt Chen meant well, but their situations were different, so she couldn't generalize. She smiled slightly and said, I see. I'll think about it. You're busy. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Her aunt, Xia Yuanfang, has been hospitalized in the Imperial Official Hospital number 892 in Mulan City for 3 years. Xia Chujian carried a thermos lunchbox and took the inner-city suspended train to her aunt's ward. She lived in a single room, not the most expensive and luxurious VIP room, but there was someone to take care of her 24 hours a day. The annual cost is more than 10,000 yuan. 3 years ago, Xia Chujian decided to sell the cheap house in her family, which gave her some money so that her aunt could receive the best care she could. Standing at the door of the ward, Xia Chujin was about to knock when the door opened. My aunt's attending physician, Shin Junyi, was about to come out. Xia Chujin smiled and greeted, "Dr. Shin, are you here for rounds?" Shin Junyi is an elegant middle-aged man with a fair complexion, a pair of deep, bright, and lively eyes, and deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He was wearing a white coat, his brows were always slightly furrowed, and he always looked like he was worried about something. Seeing Xia Chujin, he nodded and greeted. "Chujin is here. Your aunt is still the same as before. She hasn't woken up yet." Xia Chujin glanced into the ward and said seriously, "I have something to tell you. By the way, I brought you some fresh pork rib porridge. My aunt taught me how to make it. It's your favorite flavor. It's just in time for you to have breakfast." Shin Junyi did not refuse. He took the thermal lunchbox from her hand, nodded, and stepped aside to let her in. Xia Chujin walked in quietly and came to Xia Yuanfang's bed. Because of years of illness, her complexion was haggard and pale without a trace of blood. His hair was also dry and yellow, and a lot of it fell on the pillow. She was so skinny that her bones were visible, and she had lost all of her former elegance and bookish look. Xia Chujin carefully tucked the quilt for Xia Yuanfang and walked out quietly. The 24-hour care nurse was already waiting at the ward door. Xia Chujin nodded politely to her, and then left with Shin Junyi. Shin Junyi took her to his office to talk. Opening the insulated lunchbox, Shin Junyi scooped out the porridge, put it in 2 bowls, and gave a bowl to Xia Chujin. "Come, let's eat together." Xia Chujin had indeed not eaten real food for a long time, except for those extremely unpalatable low-level nutrient solutions. She licked her lips, unable to resist the aroma of normal food, silently took the bowl and slowly ate. Shin Junyi talked to her while eating porridge. "When I first met you, I still said the same thing I said 3 years ago. Your aunt's illness is actually a genetic disease. In our Bachin Empire, this is a terminal illness and cannot be cured. You don't need to waste any more money." He looked at Xia Chujin calmly, with a barely perceptible hint of pain in his eyes. He was an acquaintance of Xia Chujin's aunt Xia Yuanfang, and he was very sad to see her like this. Xia Chujin didn't say anything. She sat in a different position uneasily and asked in a low voice, "Is there really no other way? Just tell me what medicine you need, who you need to find, or whether you want to send the patient to the Imperial Hospital headquarters on Bachin Star. I'm willing to do anything. Don't worry about the money. Bachin Star is the capital of the Bachin Empire." She had just exchanged a huge sum of money, and even if she took it to a high-consumption place like Bachin Star, she could do a lot of things. Shin Junyi glanced at Xia Chujin with some surprise. He was well aware of the financial situation of the aunt and nephew. Ever since Xia Yuanfang suddenly fainted 3 years ago, he has never woken up again. As a result, she lost her job and her health insurance. All the medical expenses were paid with Xia Chujin's own cash. He also knew that in order to allow Xia Yuanfang to receive the best treatment, 3 years ago, Xia Chujin, who was only 14 years old, resolutely sold her and his niece's only asset, the cheap house, for 30,000 yuan. Xia Yuanfang has been in a coma. Xia Chujin was still a minor. So when the house was sold, it was Shin Junyi, the attending physician, who wrote a certificate to prove that the owner, Xia Yuanfang, was no longer capable of acting. Only in this way could a lawyer be used to make Xia Chujin, the only relative, who was also a minor, eligible to sell the house. But that money was only enough for... In the early years, all those cancers have been conquered by them. So why are genetic diseases terminal illnesses? In the Bachin Empire, the Imperial Hospital is an official hospital for civilians. In addition, there are some very expensive private hospitals. Most of the common people in the Bachin Empire do not have the money to go to private hospitals. Shin Junyi sighed, opened his computer to check, and said, "It has nothing to do with which hospital. Tell me, how can this be treated? There are so many genetic evolvers. Why is genetic research strictly prohibited?" Xia Chujin widened his eyes, very confused. Shin Junyi smiled faintly. "First time seeing you. Do you often skip school?" Xia Chujin. So the Bachin Empire has enacted laws to strictly prohibit genetic research since its founding. If violated, severe punishment will be imposed. Those genetic evolutionists all achieved positive gene mutations naturally, not interfered with by chemical drugs. This is what we learned in class. Xia Chujin's mouth twitched, and she asked unwillingly, but my aunt was fine before, but suddenly fainted and never woke up again. Is it really a genetic problem? Well, I don't know the reason for the fainting yet, but your aunt's health has actually been problematic for a long time. She has been enduring it all these years and has not received any treatment. The fainting 3 years ago was just a trigger, not the direct cause. It's like a pole that looks good on the outside, but is riddled with holes on the inside. Once the wind blows, it will fall to the ground and not get up. Xia Chujian took a deep breath, his face full of disappointment and sadness. She murmured, Really, is there no other way? She had just exchanged the money, and she thought her aunt was saved. How could this happen? How could this happen? Xia Chujian, who had been confident in saving her aunt for 3 years and had never shed a tear, gradually had red eyes. The red birth Shinjuni couldn't bear to watch any longer. So he withdrew his gaze and searched the hospital's internal medical network for a while, and suddenly exclaimed, Tantai Sinian? Is he from the royal family? Shinjuni nodded. He is considered a royal family, but it is already a very remote branch. He himself is not even a noble, but just a citizen. Xia Chujian looked at him with confusion on her face. She only knew that Tantai was the royal family surname, and she didn't quite understand the relationship between the royal family, nobles, and citizens. Shinjuni smiled and patiently explained. The royal family surname is Tantai, but not all people with the surname Tantai are royal family. The royal family members who have not ascended to the throne will be demoted to nobles after the new emperor ascends the throne. After 3 generations of nobility, they become citizens. In our Bachan Empire, only the 4 great nobles are hereditary. Other nobles cannot be passed down for more than 3 generations. Even the royal family is no exception. Oh! Xia Chujian rolled his eyes in dismay. But no matter how much they are demoted, they are still citizens. They will never be demoted to civilians, right? Shinjuni smiled, of course. In the Bachan Empire, the highest class is the royal family, followed by the nobles, and then the citizens. Then there are the common people, untouchables, and captives. No matter how poor these royal family members are, they have the same ancestor as the emperor. How could they be reduced to commoners? However, letting them be reduced to ordinary citizens in the end is better than having them be royal family or nobles for generations, right? Xia Chujian didn't understand politics and didn't pay attention to it. She nodded as if she understood. Shinjuni did not say more about this and continued. This Professor Tantai Sinian is the chief scientist of Lee's Pharmaceuticals. Only someone of his status can do some research that touches on genes. When Xia Chujian heard the word Lee's Pharmaceuticals, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But she nodded and said, Can I go to his lecture? You also said it's a lecture for the medical system, so can outsiders go? No problem. It's a remote meeting at 1 p.m. Come to my office. I have a permission for you to sit in. Xia Chujian agreed. It was still some time before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so she went back to her aunt's ward first and, together with the nurse, gave the still unconscious Xia Yuanfang a bath and then a massage. After finishing the whole process, it was already noon. Her stomach started to growl again, but she resisted the urge to eat because she had to be frugal even with the low-grade nutrient solution that cost only a dime a tube. I went to my aunt's ward to drink some water, tidied up a bit, and came to Shinjuni's office around 12:50. The meeting started on time at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the conference room with holographic 3-dimensional projection, Tantai Sinian sat alone on the podium. He is a well-maintained man. Although he is in his 60s, he looks like he is only in his 40s. As a scientist of the Bachan Empire, this age is the best time for him to produce results at his prime. He played 3-dimensional holographic projection data and picture video presentations on the podium, which were particularly mysterious and profound. Tantai Sinian smiled like a scholar and began his speech. We recognize that human genes are the most perfect and stable. They cannot be interfered with or disturbed. Millions of years ago, humans did not know how to cherish their own genes and attempted to act as the hands of creation, performing various gene editing and gene mixing, which ultimately brought disaster to the human race and led to the emergence of humanoids. A million years later, there will still be hundreds of millions of humans in our Bachan Empire, still in the stage of chaotic alternation between human and beast forms, with extremely unstable genes. This is a lesson for us. As he spoke, several holographic animated images that looked very real appeared in front of everyone. There are creatures with human upper bodies and horse lower bodies, and there are also creatures with pig heads but human bodies below the neck. There are also animated images that switch between animals and humans. These are what Tantai Sinian called human-like beings. Xia Chujian was not unfamiliar with these humanoids, because the southern area of Mulan City was specially for the untouchables among the humanoids to live in. She only glanced at the holographic images, then looked away and continued to listen to the lecture attentively. Tantai Sinian continued to talk. Therefore, after the chaotic era ended, the first emperor of the empire issued an order to ban the research on human genes. This was also to ensure the stability of human genes and to comply with scientific ethics so that human genes would no longer be contaminated by alien genes. However, human genes are not static. They are constantly evolving. When they mutate naturally, we have our own genetic evolvers. 3 years ago, a rare creature appeared in Mulan City, known as the relic species. This creature can actually quickly contaminate human genes. Its appearance shows that we must speed up the natural evolution of human genes. Otherwise, we will be conquered by other species and become human like pariahs or captives. After years of research, I found that some natural drugs can promote the natural evolution of genes without interfering with natural genes. This result has been published in the Imperial Journal of Natural Sciences in September this year. Xia Chujian seemed to understand what Tantai Sinian said, but not quite. But Shin Junyi nodded repeatedly, looking like he had benefited a lot. When Tantai Sinian finished his speech and began to answer questions, Shin Junyi finally seized the opportunity to ask a question. Academician Tantai, is it possible for a patient with a genetic disease to become a genetic evolver? When she becomes a genetic evolver, will her genetic disease be cured? Tantai Sinian looked in the direction of Shun Junyi with great interest. Because it was a remote online conference under Shun Junyi's operation, he could only see Shin Junyi alone and did not know that Shin Junyi had brought someone to attend the lecture. In his eyes, he was talking to Shin Junyi alone. Tantai Sinian smiled at Shin Junyi and said approvingly, "This is a very good question. To be honest, I am currently conducting research in this area. In theory, a patient with a genetic disease may also have a gene mutation. Of course, the probability can be so low that it can be ignored. But the theory is valid. When a normal person experiences a genetic mutation, it will only be a positive mutation, which will make the person a genetically evolved person. And if a person who already has a problem with the gene develops a mutation, there will be two situations. One is a positive mutation, which means that his genes have broken through the shackles of nature and reached a new level. He will become a representative of the new human race, just like those genetic evolutionists. His genetic disease will naturally be cured. But it is also possible that it is a reverse mutation, which will cause his genes to deteriorate further. Not to mention curing the disease, the entire gene chain will soon collapse and his life will soon come to an end. According to our observations, patients with genetic diseases have never had any gene mutations, not even reverse mutations. Their genes are very stable. A burst of laughter came from the remote conference system. Xia Chujian's fist hardened. Other people's pain is just a joke in the eyes of some people. It is true that when my relatives are sad, others are already singing. The joys and sorrows of mankind have never been the same. Tantai Sinian didn't laugh. He said very carefully, "So the situation you mentioned, although it is theoretically valid, has never happened in reality." But Tantai Sinian suddenly made a big turn. Xia Chujian, whose heart had fallen to the bottom, inexplicably felt a new hope. Tantai Sinian continued, "I discovered that there is a plant called Kong Sang that can promote natural positive mutations of genes. Unfortunately, Kong Sang is too rare. In the past million years, there has only been one recorded case of its discovery in our country's history. It is also because it is too rare. Under the imperial law, Kong Sang is not considered a chemical drug. The positive gene mutation achieved with Kongsang does not violate the imperial law. Xia Chujian's eyes lit up. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the three-dimensional holographic projection of Tantai Sinian, and almost couldn't help but speak. Only when Shun Junyi kicked her under the table did she suppress her ecstasy. If the method Tantai Sinian said was feasible, then she just needed to find a way to make her aunt a genetic evolver. It was highly unlikely that her aunt would achieve natural genetic mutations on her own, so she would go find the rare plant Kongsang that academician Tantai Sinian mentioned. At this time, Tantai Sinian was still talking about his discovery with great interest. Moreover, the only place in history where Kongsang was found was in the exotic beast forest north of our Mulan city. Xia Chujian's eyes became brighter. In the beast forest? It's not far. She's going to decide. After the online remote meeting ended, Xia Chujian was eager to try. Shun Junyi sighed and said, "Don't even think about it. The probability of finding Kongsang is as low as the probability of your aunt suddenly mutating herself and becoming a high-level genetically evolved strongman, which can be ignored. How do you know if you don't try?" Xia Chujian was unwilling to give up. Seeing Xia Chujian's determined and confident face, Shun Junyi had no choice but to say, "I can search for academician Tantai's papers. That's probably the only place with detailed information about Kongsang." Xia Chujian urged Shun Junyi. However, 3 years ago, when she was only 14 years old, in order to earn money to support herself and to pay for her aunt's medical treatment, she secretly joined the Night Hunters Association as a hunter and has gone through many life-threatening missions. It can be seen that she is very courageous. It's just that their team has never taken on the mission to the monster forest. Because it is too dangerous there, the team needs to have at least a C level or above strong psychic to dare to give it a try. The highest mental power level in their team is only D level. But since the Night Hunters Association does have a mission targeting the exotic beast forest, there is still hope. What's more, her neighbor Aunt Shun is a frequent visitor to the forest of exotic beasts, so she wasn't acting blindly. Of course, she would not tell Shun Junyi these trivial matters, but just urged him to check it quickly. Shun Junyi downloaded the paper published by Tantai Sinian, and then used special software to search it, quickly found the paper content related to Kongsang, and packaged it and sent it to Xia Chujian's smart bracelet account. According to the research of academician Tantai, this plant called Kongsang is a companion plant of a rare plant called blood kylan. Among 1,000,000 blood unicorns, you might find one companion Kong mulberry tree. The blood unicorn plant itself is very rare. In the entire Bachan Star region, only the exotic beast forest on our Gudyuan star can produce blood unicorns. Because the blood unicorn has very high growth requirements, all artificial breeding has failed. We can only rely on the wild production in the exotic beast forest. The yield is very low, only about 10 plants a year, and it is very difficult to find. Moreover, they grow in different places every time, and there are often ferocious beasts guarding the blood unicorns. It is very dangerous to pick blood unicorns. See? You can't even find the blood Qilin, and you still want to find Kongsang? Can you calculate the probability? Xia Chujian lowered his eyes and did mental calculations. For every 1,000,000 blood unicorns, there is only one Kongsang tree. The exotic beast forest only produces 10 blood unicorns a year, so it is possible to find a Kongsang tree only once every 100,000 years. This probability can indeed be ignored. But then again, human civilization in the Bachan Star region also has a history of millions of years. In these million years, Kongsang has only been discovered once. So from a purely probabilistic point of view, there may be 9 more Kongsang trees waiting for them to find. From this perspective, the probability is greatly increased. When Xia Chujian thought of this, an idea suddenly came to her mind. She remembered that the Night Hunters Association had just issued a mission, which was to go to the exotic beast forest to find a rare plant called the blood Qilin. Xia Chujian's fingers trembled slightly with excitement. She suppressed her ecstasy and asked, "Dr. Shun, does academician Tantai's paper mention what the blood unicorn plant is used for? If the Kongsang, the companion plant of the blood unicorn, can promote genetic evolution, then what about the blood unicorn?" Shin Junyi searched again and looked at the results of the paper search on the computer and said, "The main function of the blood unicorn is to detoxify and make poisons." Xia Chujian. How can these two completely opposite functions be concentrated in the same plant? Shin Junyi explained. After the blood unicorn wind is processed, it can become a highly toxic poison. Currently, there is no antidote to this poison. But if you take the blood unicorn freshly picked, it can neutralize many toxins that chemical drugs cannot. Xia Chujin blinked and asked a using one's own spear to attack one shield question. Then if we use fresh blood unicorn, can we detoxify the blood unicorn poison prepared by foam? Shin Junyi laughed at her question. This is a very good question. Don't ask it again next time. Xia Chujian. Don't you understand? Think about it, this precious blood unicorn is so rare. Who would have the time to use fresh blood unicorn to detoxify the dried blood unicorn? Even if it is theoretically valid, do you have so many blood unicorns for you to experiment with? Without a sufficient double-blind experiment, how can you prove that it can detoxify? Don't say such unfeasible things in the future. Xia Chujian frowned. According to what you said, there are not so many fresh blood unicorns for experiments, and there is no sufficient double-blind experiment. Then how do you know that fresh blood unicorns can detoxify the poison that chemical drugs cannot? Skin Junyi. This is really using one's own spear to attack one's own shield. He laughed and shook his head, saying, "That's a good question. Actually, I don't know. I read that in academic journals. Papers published by members of the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences should be credible. So we can't rule out this possibility, right?" Xia Chujian still didn't understand, but didn't continue to ask questions. She just tilted her head, pretending to be obedient. Shin Junyi smiled without comment. After leaving Shin Junyi's office, Xia Chujian returned to her aunt's ward. The nursing staff is checking the instrument data in the ward. Seeing her come in, the caregiver nodded to her as a greeting. Xia Chujian did not disturb the other person's work, but just checked Xia Yuanfang's condition again, and then secretly gave the caregiver 100 yuan. The salary of nursing staff in the Imperial Official Hospital is very low, only 200 Beichin coins a month. Of course, the consumption level in Mulan City is also very low, and 200 yuan is enough to support a family of 4 or 5 people. If you just want to be rich, 200 yuan is not enough. The 100 yuan she gave was equivalent to half a month's salary for a caregiver, which was definitely a considerable expense. The caregiver was usually very dedicated to Xia Yuanfang, and Xia Chujian would secretly give her some tips from time to time, so the caregiver took care of Xia Yuanfang even more meticulously and conscientiously. "Thank you, Nurse Liu." Xia Chujian thanked her politely. "I'll trouble you more in the future." Nurse Liu held the tip and said with a smile, "Chujian, it's not easy for you to live alone. By the way, the weather has been bad recently. I heard that the temperature will drop across the country. You should store more food at home." Xia Chujian nodded, asked some more questions about her aunt's situation, and then left alone. After leaving, she did not go home directly, but went to the Dark Knight Hunters branch in Mulan City, the place where she had just received the results in the middle of the night. When she came here in the middle of the night, there were very few people here. But now it's afternoon, and there are obviously more people. Xia Chujian didn't know many people and had no intention of chatting with anyone. She was still wearing the team's combat uniform, a mask and goggles, and walked straight to the mission release counter. The first task updated in the early morning has still not been claimed by anyone. It remains alone on the virtual screen, still scrolling continuously. Xia Chujian walked over and stared at the words "forest of strange beasts" for a while. Her thoughts were churning and her heart was beating fast as she kept pondering this task in her mind. Even my neighbor Aunt Chen goes to the forest of exotic beasts once a month, so it should be okay for her, right? Although Aunt Chen said that she was just wandering around the edge of the exotic forest, who knows? Aunt Chen always brought back so many good things. Was she really just wandering around the edge? Xia Chujian is not an ordinary high school student. She is a hunter with 3 years of combat experience. In fact, she is a bounty hunter, but an organized bounty hunter. She had long felt that Aunt Chen's words were exaggerated, but Aunt Chen had always taken care of her and had never hurt her. So why should she get to the bottom of it? That's just because you have nothing better to do. Xia Chu saw that she didn't have enough to eat every day, so she didn't care about this matter. And doesn't she have the same thing herself? Who did she tell about joining the Night Hunters? Also, why did she sell the house? Wasn't it to cover up the fact that she was secretly making money as a bounty hunter? Otherwise, everyone would be suspicious of her source of income. And how could she support her aunt's hospital expenses? She didn't even dare to ask Aunt Shen more about the forest of exotic beasts, for fear of arousing other people's interest in her. Xia Chujian pondered for a while, finally made up his mind, and pressed the confirm button fiercely. She used their team's account to claim the mission, because according to the rules of the Night Hunters, the missions issued by the association can only be claimed by the team as a unit, and individuals cannot claim the missions. However, how the team completes the task after receiving it is the team's own business, and the superiors have no say in it. As soon as the task was accepted, the electronic simulation sound of a supercomputer was heard in the hall. The Gung-level Blood Qilin mission is to be taken by Team 321, Group 9, Area 3, Guyuan Branch. It will be valid until March of next year. No points will be deducted if the mission fails. The hall fell silent for a moment. All hunters know how difficult the Blood Qilin mission is. First of all, the approximate location of the Blood Qilin is in the extreme north of the core area of the exotic beast forest. Secondly, there is a life forbidden zone in the far north of the monster forest. Anyone who has entered the life forbidden zone has never returned, and neither the living nor the dead has been found. Finally, the level of this mission is too low, so low that the risk and reward are completely disproportionate. This mission should definitely be of grade A, but the association only gave it a grade G rating. The difficulty of the task was seriously disproportionate to the reward, so of course no one accepted it. Everyone thought the same as Yi Shiji did before. Anyone who takes this kind of task would be an idiot. So, when the members of Team 321 suddenly found out from the notification sound of their smart bracelets that their team had received the Gung-level mission to go to the exotic beast forest to search for the rare plant Blood Qilin, they were all stunned. Li Fu immediately called Yi Shiji's holographic video phone and shouted, "Captain, are you crazy? Whoever accepts that bad mission is an idiot. I declare in advance that I will never participate. If you want to go, go by yourself. Don't drag our entire team down with you." Ping Xiong also joined the call angrily, saying repeatedly, "Captain, I am the same as Li Fu. I will never go. Have you ever considered our team? With such a high difficulty and such a low reward, are our lives so worthless?" Song Mingqian was the third one to join. He shook his long bangs and said in a deep and resolute tone, "You all call me the one who gives away lives. That's because as long as I can make money, I'm willing to give my life. But I will never go on a mission that will cost me my life, but won't make money. Captain, if you really insist on doing it, I can apply for transfer." Yi Shiji was also confused at this time. After being scolded by the three team members, he said coldly, "I told you long ago, whoever takes this kind of bad mission is an idiot. Do you think I'm that kind of idiot?" Li Fu almost blurted out the three words "you are." Fortunately, he pulled back from the brink under Yi Shiji's angry glare and muttered that who knows? People can make mistakes and horses can stumble. You can never be sure. Li Fu, say it again. If it weren't for the three-dimensional holographic video call, Yi Shiji could really kick the brown bear like Li Fu to the exotic beast forest in the north. Just when they were about to fight, Xia Chujian joined the video call. In fact, Xia Chujian knew it as soon as Li Fu made a video call to Yi Shiji. Because Li Fu was using the team channel and not the privacy mode, when one person made a call, the whole team could see it. She originally didn't want to get involved and planned to wait until everyone calmed down for a while before sending a group message to explain. But I didn't expect everyone to react so violently, and even scold the captain to pieces. She felt sorry for everyone and couldn't let Captain Yi Shiji take the blame. Therefore, she joined the call before Yi Shiji was about to challenge Li Fu. "Everyone, stop arguing. Don't blame the captain. I answered the call." She didn't dare look into their eyes. She lowered her head and said quickly, "I will go alone. You don't have to go. I'm serious. If we succeed, I will share the reward with you. If we fail, the association will not have any punishment. You don't have to bear any risks." After saying that, he decisively logged off. Over the past 3 years, her teammates have always taken good care of her. She didn't want to involve everyone in this thankless task. Moreover, according to the rules of the Night Hunters Association, even if a mission is accepted in the name of a team, it is not necessary for the entire team to carry it out together. It is allowed to go alone, but the mission must be accepted in teams. It is up to the team to decide how to act after accepting the mission. But she really wanted to go to the Forest of Strange Beasts to find Kong Sang. I took on this blood-chilling mission just to have a better chance of finding Kong Sang. By accepting tasks issued by this association, you can receive equipment that matches the task for free without having to purchase it yourself. In a place like the Monster Forest, without equipment, even a high-level genetic evolver would die if he went in. Xia Chujin still has to save her aunt's life, so she can't lose her own life first. So she borrowed the name of the team. Xia Chujin lowered his head and looked at the task introduction on the smart bracelet. There is a picture of a blood unicorn on it. The blood qilin is a rare plant. The only place it grows is on the edge of the extreme north of the exotic beast forest. The temperature needs to be low to a certain level all year round, but not so low that no life can grow. Its appearance is more like a succulent plant, with green color and peculiar shape, just like the legendary qilin beast. When you cut its fleshy stem, the juice that flows out is red just like blood. Therefore, it was named Blood Unicorn. Its maturity period is from November to March of the following year. However, the even rarer plant, Kong Sang, was not mentioned at all in the missions of the Night Hunters Association. Xia Chujin had only seen the picture in the paper of Academician Tan Tai that Shinjunyi downloaded for her in the afternoon. It was a herb that looked so fragile that it seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. The plant was slender, and its leaves were like orchids, but half as short as those of orchids. The petals are misty, moon-white with a hint of light pink, and look very unreal, like a few strokes casually drawn in a black and white ink painting, but they are full of vitality. The color of the leaves is a hazy, misty green. This plant, growing around the turquoise blood unicorn, is like a drop of light blue water in the dark blue sea. It's really not easy to find it. Moreover, Xia Chujin didn't know whether the remaining 9 Kong Sang trees were still alive. After all, it looks so weak, and it might have been harmed by wild beasts long ago. The reason why the Strange Beast Forest is called the Strange Beast Forest is that it also produces a variety of exotic animals. But for her, this is hope. This is the dream. She must go to the Forest of Strange Beasts, even if she will gain nothing and return empty-handed. But if she doesn't try, she will die with regret. Because Shinjunyi has officially informed her that her aunt's illness cannot be cured by any conventional medical method. Kong Sang is the last hope and the last resort. Aunt is Xia Chujin's only relative. She and her aunt have depended on each other since she was young, and it was her aunt who raised her. For her, curing her aunt's illness is her biggest goal and her only goal. After reading the mission introduction, Xia Chujin followed the robot to get the equipment for this mission. When she saw the list of equipment related to this mission, Xia Chujin let out a sigh of relief. Although the level of this mission is only G, the association seems to have some idea of it, because the equipment list that matches the mission is very high-end. First of all, this mission can obtain a small combat aircraft that can be used on land, sea, and air. It is equipped with a very advanced solid-state optical radar. This is 3 models more advanced than the small combat aircraft equipped by their team. As the name suggests, this 3-in-1 combat aircraft can be used as an off-road vehicle when not flying, or as a small ship when traveling in the water. It is powered by controlled nuclear fusion technology. Then when choosing defensive and offensive weapons, Xia Chujin did not choose any supernatural weapons. Instead, he chose all thermal weapons that ordinary people could operate and the latest model of full-body bulletproof vests. She herself has a Judgment 7 sniper rifle and a Contender 700 semi-automatic submachine gun, which were issued to her by the team and are of very low level. Also, the fully automatic Starling smart machine gun was bound to the small combat aircraft and was not issued to her. So she picked out a new batch of equipment. The fully automatic Starling 1200 smart machine gun has a caliber of 5 mm, an effective range of 80 meters, and a maximum firing rate of up to 1,200 rounds per second. I want it. The Destroyer 800 fully automatic submachine gun was an order of magnitude more powerful than her own Striker 700 semi-automatic submachine gun, so she asked for 3. The Shaji 085 assault rifle has a caliber of 10.11 millimeters, an effective range of 150 meters, a foldable buttstock, and a retractable barrel. It is definitely the first choice for close-range firefights. You should stock up on at least 3. Doomsday 200 shoulder-fired smart grenade launcher, rocket launcher, and flamethrower 3-piece set, all stored. Mechanical exoskeleton made of rare metals, ruby grade 800 shotgun, 3 sets of each. The 110mm pistol, also known as the hand cannon, kills people when the gun goes off, just like the end of a song. This is a must-have. Seeing that the latest Judge No. 7 sniper rifle was also on the equipment list, she immediately picked out 3 more as backup equipment. After all, she had used the Judge 7 sniper rifle for almost a month, so it was time to wear out, right? In addition, Xia Chujian thought about going to the forest, so he picked up 3 Qishao tactical daggers. Once the energy core was turned on, a bloodthirsty red light appeared on both sides of the forked blades. The structure was extremely simple, and the lethality was extremely cruel. In addition, there are 200,000 light machine gun bullets, 100,000 semi-automatic submachine gun bullets, 5,125 sniper rifle bullets suitable for the Judge No. 7 sniper, as well as 10,000 rifle bullets, 500 rockets, 500 howitzers, sufficient flame gel, and 100 micro-missiles. It was enough to equip a small arsenal and sustain a city's garrison for a quarter. In the cold winter, only sufficient munitions can truly bring warmth and warm people's hearts. Xia Chujian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The new combat aircraft that Xia Chujian had received was 3 models more advanced than the one their team had, and was twice as large. But despite being twice as large, even with the most careful storage, most of the space in the aircraft is still used to store these bullet reserves. If the capacity of the aircraft had not reached its limit, Xia Chujian could have received twice as many guns and ammunition. With a gun in hand, you won't be afraid. This is the only solution. In this era where normal humans can become genetically evolved and humans can transform into beasts with special powers at any time, Xia Chujian, an ordinary person whose genes cannot evolve, can only rely on thermal weapons to increase his sense of security. She picked so many ammunition and equipment, thinking that she could keep some for herself after completing the mission. In addition, she also selected a lot of personal utensils. For example, 3 sets of the highest level and latest model full-body bulletproof vests, plus a cold-proof coat with a self-heating system and a cold-proof coat made of exotic animal fur. Helmets that can automatically connect to the STAR network, various perspective thermal imaging glasses, masks with self-heating devices, gloves, and long military boots inlaid with exotic animal fur. The association's mission gave the approximate coordinates of the Bloodchelan, which might not be accurate. They were set based on the locations where the Bloodchelan was found in previous years. Just on the southern edge of the extreme north of the monster forest, it is very, very cold. It is said that the highest temperature in a year is minus 30 degrees Celsius, but as for the lowest temperature, there is no telling. It's almost winter now. Xia Chujian felt chilled all over just thinking about how cold it would be there. The warm clothes in Mulan City are useless in the forest of strange beasts. This kind of special equipment is necessary. Xia Chujian then rented 2 small controlled nuclear fusion generators from the association. One for daily use and one for backup. This small controlled nuclear fusion generator can be used for 100 years unless it malfunctions. Unfortunately, after completing the mission, she had to return the 2 generators. This kind of stuff can't be bought outside even if you have money. Even within their Night Hunters Association, not everyone can rent it. Rental eligibility is determined entirely based on the specific task. Xia Chujian was worried, because Xia Chujian had never seen a G-level mission. He could rent a small controlled nuclear fusion generator. It was said that even a A-level mission might not have this opportunity. She felt a little uncomfortable, but didn't think much about it. because there is no point in thinking about it. She had selfish motives in taking this task. So no matter what the association meant, she had to go to the exotic beast forest to find the blood Shielan. After registering and collecting all of this, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's completely dark outside. She received the nameplate of the small combat aircraft assigned to her for the mission, entered her account information, and completed the locking function. After walking out of the lobby of the association branch, Xia Chujian directly boarded the small combat aircraft, intending to test fly it first. When Xia Chujian began to circle in the sky on the top floor of the skyscraper, in the very luxurious and low-key villa in West District 001, a tall lady wearing a veil was furious. The mission failed? How could it fail? Didn't I tell you to find someone with strong mental power to crush and slaughter them directly? At this moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of the veiled lady, and a video began to play automatically. When she saw that a shuttle-shaped aircraft was surrounded and destroyed by 6 micro-missiles from all directions, the veiled lady suddenly became furious. She threw away the fine white bone china teacup with gold rims in her hand, her face livid. Is this the spiritual master you were looking for? I said I wanted to be able to crush him directly. What the heck is this? The housekeeper in front of her almost bowed her head to the ground and kept saying, "It's my fault. I was careless. I only thought that the highest mental power level of that team was only mid-level D level, and a C-level peak mental power expert would definitely be enough. Who knew it would be like this? The mission failed in the early morning, and you just got the exact news now. Are you as stupid as those humanoid captives?" The slightly plump lady was so angry that her chest heaved, and her tightly wrapped bra was about to explode. The housekeeper couldn't stand the strong pressure. She knelt on the ground with a plop and kowtowed for mercy. "Madam, please calm down. Madam, please calm down. I really didn't expect. I don't want you to think of it. I just want their lives." The veiled lady pointed a finger and said coldly, "You still have one chance. If you fail this time, you know the consequences." "Yes, ma'am. Don't worry." The housekeeper retreated tremblingly. An hour later, a plain-looking man of medium build in the West District of Mulan City received a huge sum of money as a deposit. He is one of the most famous wild bounty hunters in the entire Bachan Empire. His surname is Feng, and he is known as Zhang Liju. Everyone has forgotten his real name and just calls him Feng Qinzhan, because it is said that he has assassinated thousands of people without failing. For this mission, the other party required that all members of the team be killed at all costs, and that no clues be left behind. If the other party had not offered too much, he would not have wanted to take the task at all, because it's too low end. He is a genetic evolver, and his mental power has reached the peak of Class B. The team he wanted to assassinate had the captain with the highest mental power, who was only in the middle stage of D level, which was 2 full realms lower than him. Moreover, that team also has an ordinary person whose genes cannot evolve and who has no mental power. For him, destroying that team was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables, and he would definitely not leave any clues. Asking him to take action against such a person would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But the other party offered too much, and for the sake of money, he quickly signed the contract. Soon the other party sent him a message. Team 321 has received the mission to go to the exotic beast forest to search for the blood unicorn, and they will enter the exotic beast forest soon. Feng Qinzhan became even happier when he saw it. If we want to kill the 5 members of that team without leaving any trace, the most appropriate place is the beast forest to the north of Mulan City. There are countless bounty hunters who die quietly there every year. These so-called night hunters are actually bounty hunters, but they are organized bounty hunters. Unlike Feng Qinzhan, who is a wild, free bounty hunter who has not joined any organization. Thinking of this, he was no longer in a hurry and replied, "Received. You can go to the forest of exotic beasts, but you need to pay extra." The other party immediately transferred another 1 million Bachan coins to him. It was agreed before that the price was 5 million Bachan coins, and I gave a deposit of 1 million Bachan coins first. The requirement was that no trace should be left, and even if I was caught, I could not disclose any information about the employer. The remaining half of the payment will be paid after the task is completed. The remaining half of the balance will be paid after 3 years. The remaining half of the balance is to ensure that within 3 years, even if he is caught, he will not disclose any information about his employer. Now seeing that the other party had readily given him another $1 million, Feng Qianzhan was so happy that he immediately left his private residence and went to the black market in Mulan City to purchase equipment for the exotic beast forest. As a genetic evolver with peak B-level mental power, the coldness of the monster forest had no effect on him at all. What he needed was equipment to track and hide his tracks, so that he could use his mental power to crush the opponent when he was off guard and kill these 5 people at once. Because the buyer does not want to leave any clues of murder, he will use common weapons whose source cannot be traced. Of course, with his strong mental strength as a guarantee, he doesn't need any conventional weapons at all. But the place he was going to was the monster forest, where there were so many ferocious beasts and strange beasts. He also had to ensure his personal safety. Moreover, even if he was a top B-level psychic, it did not mean that he could use his psychic power wantonly. For genetic evolvers, mental strength, like physical strength, also requires rest and recovery. Therefore, a batch of common conventional weapons circulating on the black market must be prepared. After Xia Chujian got familiar with the new aircraft, he returned home. She didn't stay at home for long. She just put the 1,000 yuan in cash into the mailbox at the door of Aunt Chen's house as compensation for the things she had given her before. Then she found a box of cheap, low-grade nutrient solution that was about to expire that she had bought a while ago, and moved it into her newly acquired. This is her nutritional guarantee for entering the forest of strange beasts. She didn't know how long she would be inside, but she had to eat, right? Finally, she did not forget to send another note asking for leave to her class teacher, saying that her aunt was very ill and she needed a month to take care of her personally. The head teacher had given up on her and only responded with one word. Yeah. Xia Chujian stared at the word for a while before jumping into the aircraft with an expressionless face. Xia Chujian put on the full-body bulletproof vest she received from the association and still wore her exotic animal skin that was prepared for her by her aunt before she fell ill, and she didn't know where her aunt got it from. This coat fits perfectly, and the fur inside is fiery red, which makes it especially warm. On his feet were the pair of exotic animal hide combat boots he received from the association today. The self-heating microbial defense mask and bulletproof helmet on my face protected me tightly. I looked at the time on my smart bracelet, and it was only 6 o'clock in the evening. She set the coordinates of the entrance to the exotic beast forest in the north and started the automatic driving mode. The aircraft activated stealth mode, rose silently into the sky, and flew towards the exotic beast forest in the north. There is a very tall wall on the north side of Mulan City. Outside the wall is the forest of exotic beasts. The forest of strange beasts faces the sea to the east, the lake to the west, and the vast far north to the north, the forbidden zone of life on Guiyuan Star. The only way to get in by land is to the south, which borders Mulan City. Therefore, to enter the monster forest, under normal circumstances, one must pass through the wall of Mulan City. Anyone who enters the monster forest from here must register at the checkpoint. It is also a management method. Of course, there are also people who do not register and just fly over the wall. This is also possible, but it is considered smuggling and it is not easy to get back. In addition to private aircraft of all sizes, there are also some off-road vehicles suitable for the wild. As Xia Chujin came out of the aircraft, she saw 4 people carrying combat bags walking towards her. Captain? Xia Chujin saw Captain Yi Shiji walking in the front at first sight. Yi Shiji was followed by Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Ping Xiao. Chujin, you're being too formal. How can you just leave without saying a word? You really don't consider us as your teammates. Li Fu was the first to step forward and slapped Xia Chujian's shoulder hard, almost knocking her into the ground. Song Mingqian and Ping Xiong walked over from the left and right, surrounded Xia Chujian, and said, Chujian, do you think we are that kind of people? We only know how to take advantage. We jump in when there is benefit and run away when there is danger. Yi Shiji also said with a sullen face, Xia Chujian, do you think you are great? Do you think we are all villains? Xia Chujian. Yi Shiji coughed and said, this time, I won't hold you accountable for using the team account to accept missions without permission. But this is just the first time, and it won't happen again. Xia Chujian looked at their faces one by one, feeling warm inside, but she didn't know how to show it. She just slapped the control panel of the aircraft and said loudly, "I'm sorry, Captain. I'll dare to do it next time. You are a rebel." Yi Shiji was so angry that he laughed. He slapped her and got on the aircraft. Xia Chujian easily dodged Yi Shiji's slap, stepped on the accelerator, and the aircraft turned into an off-road vehicle and drove towards the checkpoint. Only then did Li Fu and his companions discover the difference of this aircraft. Ah, it can be used on land, sea, and air. I've never seen such a thing before. You actually got the latest model of aircraft from our association. Li Fu screamed in surprise, wishing he could push Xia Chujian away and fly it himself. Yi Shiji glanced at the equipment in the aircraft and was also surprised. Small controlled nuclear fusion generators? There are 2 more? I wonder if it will be the same as the mission we carried out in the early morning, which looks like a T-level mission on the surface, but actually corresponds to a B-level merit. Yi Shiji nodded. It's very possible. It seems that we have found a treasure. Hey, Captain, whoever picks up the ball is an idiot. But the space on an aircraft is so small, and if there are too many people, anything hidden will be exposed. The 4 of them looked at each other, saw through the situation but didn't say anything, and quietly threw away the box of cheap, low-grade nutrient solution that was about to expire. After the aircraft took off again and entered stealth mode, there are 2 boxes that are redundant, so you can get them at a bargain price. Chujian. Xia Chujian's heart skipped a beat. Advanced nutrient solution is something that cannot be bought even with money, because in addition to providing rich nutrition, its most important function is to restore mental strength. Neither low-level nutrient solution nor medium-level nutrient solution has this function. Therefore, in the official and private organizations of the Empire, there are quotas for high-level nutrient solutions, which are only allocated to genetically evolved people. Xia Chujian is an ordinary person whose genes cannot evolve and who has no mental strength, and will never get a quota of advanced nutrient solution in this life. She never talked about her family affairs in front of her teammates, and she didn't want them to take care of her out of sympathy. But they seemed to know it. Xia Chujian couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. She should have felt embarrassed and awkward, but these teammates were different. During these 3 years, they went through life and death together and always had their backs to each other. In the face of such a life and death friendship, her family's secrets, which she couldn't hide even if she wanted to, didn't seem to be that big of a deal. Xia Chujian looked away and said calmly, "Thank you, everyone. My aunt has been in the hospital for 3 years. I want to save money for her surgery." Yi Shiji and the others actually didn't know what was going on in Xia Chujian's family. She didn't tell them, and they never asked. I only knew that she seemed to be very short of money, and now I suddenly realized it. Ping Qiong said hurriedly, "Just let me know if you need help. No wonder you are so frugal. I thought you were saving money to buy a house." Yi Shiji also wanted to say a few words to comfort Xia Chujian, but when the words came to his lips, they became economy. I don't know how extravagant she was when she fired. She used up 100,000 rounds of bullets at a time. Xia Chujian. In the dark night, the wall shone brightly, like a long crystal dragon, separating the monster forest and Mulan City. Li Fu, who was sitting in the back row, opened his combat backpack, took out a helmet, and handed it to Xia Chujian, who was flying the aircraft in the front row, and said, "Chujian, we got you a special power helmet that can resist mental attacks below level A. You should wear this too. In case you are also attacked by mental power, you can resist it." Xia Chujian wanted to say no, but what if? The first 2 times could be said to be luck. The other party did not take her, an ordinary person with no mental power, seriously. The 3rd time was not so lucky. Xia Chujian nodded, freed one hand to reach behind his back to take the helmet, and took a look. Is this a superpowered helmet? It's no different from the regular helmet I got. Of course there is a difference. The difference lies in the internal partition of the helmet. The internal partition of a regular helmet can only block sound, but cannot block mental attacks. The internal partition of this special helmet is made of special materials and can withstand mental attacks below level A. Li Fu happily put on the special power helmet and pulled down the mirror on the top of the aircraft cabin to look around. Can anyone below level A be isolated? Xia Chujian was very surprised. What level is the most powerful psychic in our entire Mulan city? I heard that it is only at the peak of level B. Doesn't that mean we can walk around Mulan city like a madman? Yi Shiji sneered. A peak B level spiritual power expert would not use spiritual power as the only means of attack. Moreover, this kind of helmet cannot block the spiritual power attack of the relic, even if it is C level. I've already tested it last time. Li Fu rolled his eyes and said angrily, Captain Yi, please stop talking about things that are not relevant. There are not so many relic species. We are lucky to have encountered one. The next time, I'm afraid it will be many years later. Xia Chujin thought this wasn't just once, they had clearly met twice. She pulled the corners of her mouth and said repeatedly, Pooh, pooh, pooh. You have a bad mouth. Li Fu, please stop talking nonsense. As she spoke, she set the aircraft to automatic flight mode and began to change her helmet. Since both helmets are identical in terms of conventional equipment, it would be nice to have an extra layer of protection to block out mental forces. After putting on the helmet, Xia Chujian checked the various equipment on the aircraft again and contacted the information console of the Dark Knight Hunters Association. The other party confirmed her aircraft model and mission objectives and said everything was normal. Xia Chujian did not dare to be careless and specially checked the approximate coordinates of the mission location and the distance from Mulan City. Danoe? The location where this blood unicorn appeared is 100,000 kilometers away from Mulan City. Xia Chujian's eyes suddenly widened when he looked at the data that appeared in the aircraft's location management system. Yi Shiji crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep, saying, Chujian, do you have any misunderstanding about the size of the exotic beast forest? Xia Chujian. She stammered. I know the blood Qilin is in the far north of the exotic beast forest, but isn't it too far-fetched to be 100,000 kilometers away from Mulan City? From this perspective, Anshin can only circle around the edge of the forest of strange beasts at that distance. She pondered in her mind. Is this far? Yi Shiji rolled his eyes at her. The area of the exotic beast forest accounts for 1/10 of the entire Gudyuan star. Think about it yourself. What else? Do you think the association has nothing better to do than to equip this mission with a small-scale aircraft with controllable nuclear fusion power? And our team has the lowest mental strength and combat power. Why do we ever accept any missions in the monster forest? Am I not working hard enough? Or am I just a coward? Use your brain to think about it. Ping Xiong was unhappy when she heard this and shouted, Captain Yi, don't boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige. Our mental strength may be at the bottom, but why is our combat power at the bottom? That's right, we met for the first time. 1 is against 3. Those with strong mental strength will be beaten. Song Mingqian followed suit and tossed his long bangs in a self-conscious manner. Li Fu laughed and said, send the video of the first sight of that shuttle-killing aircraft with 6 micro-missiles. Who dares to say that our combat power is the worst? Ye Shiji. Okay, this one does make sense. But he didn't want this group of people to be blindly optimistic. He sneered and poured cold water on me. A blind cat can catch a dead mouse. 100,000 rounds of bullets, 6 micro-missiles, even if equipped with a quadriplegia patient, can kill a bunch of relic species. Can it really be considered strong in combat? It's just a love of extravagance. Xia Chujian. She was certain that Yi Shiji would talk about the matter of the 100,000 bullets for the rest of his life. Xia Chujian felt guilty after being told that. He kept silent and didn't dare to make a sound as he sat in the pilot's seat, concentrating on watching the speed of the aircraft. At the same time, he turned on the virtual surveillance videos of the upper, lower, left, right, front, and back to avoid being hit by the same saturation attack. 6 virtual screens were suspended in front of her, displaying images converted by the solid-state optical radar equipped on the aircraft. The mechanical intelligence on the aircraft also provided auxiliary monitoring. After all, she only has 2 eyes and can't take care of 6 screens at the same time. As the aircraft entered a stable state, Yi Shiji called up a new virtual screen and connected to the Star Network database of the Dark Knight Hunters Association system. The first thing that appeared on the virtual screen was a planet with alternating colors of ink black and bright blue, floating in the boundless universe. Yi Shiji pointed at the planet and said, "This is the planet we are on, Good Yuan Star." As his fingers slid, different images began to appear on the virtual screen. Good Yuan Star is the most remote planet in the star field where the Bachan Empire is located. It only has the most backward agricultural, forestry, fishery, and animal husbandry resources. Look here, 30% of the area is covered with seawater, and 30% is covered with fresh water. Another 20% is fertile plains and arable land, and another 10% is grassland. And the remaining 10% is the exotic beast forest, including the far north land with the life forbidden zone, which also belongs to the exotic beast forest. The association gave us the coordinates of where the blood Qilin might appear. It's on the southern edge of the far north. On the entire Good Yuan Star, there are only 4 large cities with permanent residents, and Mulan City is just one of them. Although the entire planet has a population of tens of billions, compared with other planets in the Bachan Empire, this place has the smallest population and is the most underdeveloped. Yi Shiji continued to slide on the virtual screen, found the location of Mulan City on Good Yuan Star, and enlarged it for them to see. This is Mulan City, where our team is stationed. Then he slid his finger to enlarge the place representing the strange beast forest on the virtual screen, and continued. To the north of Mulan City is the strange beast forest. This is its 3-dimensional map. The strange beast forest spans the eastern and western hemispheres of our Good Yuan Star. It is connected to Mulan City in the south. Beyond that, all the way north, the entire northernmost part of Good Yuan Star belongs to the strange beast forest. The core area of the far north is also called the life forbidden zone. It is said that there is no life there. It's so vast. Everyone was immediately fascinated by the scene on the virtual display screen. Right beneath their feet, there were hundreds of thousands of kilometers of rolling mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was night, and there was little light, but the forest of strange beasts was not completely dark. From time to time, lights of various colors light up from the depths of the forest. They are not as bright as the neon lights in Mulan City, but they are also interesting in their own way. Deep red like blood, light green like a green apple, khaki like the vast desert, and even bright orange with dots, and eggplant purple that almost blends into the night. Xia Chujin simply increased the accuracy of the camera on the aircraft, making the situation on the ground clearer. Thousands of meters above the ground, you can still see various furry little animals running in the forest. But she didn't look for long before she realized that the scene on the ground was getting whiter and whiter. Soon, the earth became a vast expanse of white, and large flakes of snow floated in the sky. Xia Chujian looked at the display screen carefully and said, "Is it snowing?" Well, the further north you go, the colder the weather gets and the heavier the snow falls. It's already mid-November, and even Mulan City in the south is almost in winter, let alone the far north where the exotic beast forest is located. It can be seen that Yi Shiji knows the most about the exotic beast forest in the team, and now he takes this opportunity to popularize science to the people in the team. The forest of strange beasts was covered with snow, and nothing could be seen at this time. Xia Chujin was just about to stop paying attention to this virtual display screen when suddenly, a golden light spot came from far away and rapidly enlarged on the display screen. Is this something rushing up from below? Xia Chujin hurriedly manually operated the aircraft and suddenly pulled up rapidly. The spacecraft suddenly accelerated, rushing up 5,000 meters in 1 second. There was a phenomenon of weightlessness inside the spacecraft. If it accelerated further, it would reach the first cosmic speed. Fortunately, the other people in the aircraft were wearing seat belts. Otherwise, they would have been flown away one by one. "What's wrong, Chujin? Are you going to strangle me to death?" Li Fu let out a wail. He was the tallest and strongest man, so the seat in the aircraft was just right for him. The sudden acceleration caused him to be the first one to be unable to bear the tightness of the seatbelt. Xia Chujian ignored him. She stared at the virtual screen closely, and only then could she see clearly what the golden thing below was. It was a giant golden bird that was 4 or 5 meters long when its wings were spread. Its head is particularly large, 4 or 5 times the size of an ordinary falcon's head. The two wings are not only extremely long, but also extremely broad, and the feathers on them are golden and as dazzling as gold. Every flap of its wings seems to stir up the air in the sky and push away the cyclones. This strength, but it usually moves around in the extreme north of Guiyuan Star, near the forbidden zone of life. We are not even at the southern edge of the far north yet. We are still tens of thousands of miles away from the forbidden zone of life. How could it have traveled so far south? Although they were in the airspace north of Mulan City, their current location was indeed considered to be in the south relative to the planet's northernmost core. Why does it only move near the forbidden zone of life? Because it only likes to stay in cold places. The further south you go, the hotter it gets, which is not suitable for the Griffin Saker Falcon to survive. Everyone, this aircraft is worthy of being driven by controlled nuclear fusion. Wow, look at its speed. I feel it will only take a few minutes for it to transform into a starship and fly out of the gravitational range of Guiyuan Star. Song Mingxian is a technical person in the team and is said to be the only one who has been to college. Xia Chujian looked at the data on the dashboard and nodded, saying, "That's for sure. As long as we reach the second cosmic speed, we can fly out of Guiyuan Star." Everyone was attracted and gathered together involuntarily to study the performance data of this aircraft. Only Xia Chujian frowned and looked in the direction where the Griffin Saker Falcon disappeared, always feeling that something was wrong. Their aircraft is a small combat aircraft. Combat aircraft, like large aircraft, are equipped with ultrasonic devices that can repel birds over long distances. No matter how big the Griffin is, it is still a bird. Birds can't stand the sounds produced by ultrasonic devices that are specifically targeted at birds and will stay away from them. Why didn't this Griffin avoid it, but instead face the challenge head-on? Is there any bird that likes the overclocked noise emitted by the ultrasound machine? There are really all kinds of birds in the forest. Xia Chujian complained in his heart while controlling the aircraft, flying north at an altitude of 10,000 meters for an hour before slowly descending. Below is the southern edge of the far north, Xia Chujian said, and suddenly found that the instrument panel controlling the direction of the aircraft was in chaos. The pointer above was spinning 360 degrees in a circle as if it was drunk. "Captain Yi, what's going on?" Xia Chujian looked at Yi Shiji with some concern. Yi Shiji, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, took a glance and said calmly, "The closer we get to the far north, the stronger the magnetic field energy will be. All aircraft will be like this. Disable the automatic flight mode and take manual control." But the direction indicator doesn't work. How can I operate it manually? How to fly without a direction? Use your eyes and brain. Yi Shiji glanced at her with disdain. Aren't you very capable? You still want to go to the extreme north of the exotic beast forest alone? Xia Chujian. She held the joystick and said calmly, "Okay. I can't read the dashboard anyway, so just drive it." Yi Shiji's face suddenly darkened. "You really can't understand the dashboard? I haven't graduated from high school yet, and I'm a poor student. Do you think I can understand it?" Xia Chujian even spoke the Mulan City dialect to Yi Shiji. But joking aside, Xia Chujian still looked at the virtual display screen in front of him and slowly lowered the aircraft. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she could see the undulating mountains and snow-white branches on the ground with her own eyes. The place below is not far from the approximate coordinates of the blood Qilin given by the association. "Let's stop here." Xia Chujian enlarged a virtual display screen in front of him that showed the ground situation and showed everyone the situation on the ground. Below the aircraft, the first thing that catches the eye is a turquoise lake. The area of the lake is very large, and it is a huge piece of turquoise water, like a piece of transparent and clear jade, inlaid in the snow-covered ground. There are dense forests covered with snow beside the lake. A little bit of lush green can be seen in the bright white. Through the three-dimensional perspective system on the aircraft, you can see that there is a large open space under the tree, and there seems to be a building shaped like a small wooden house in the middle of the open space. In this remote place, there is a small wooden house that looks very old. Xia Chujian. She looked at Song Ming curiously. What is camping? You don't even know what camping is? It's just a family bringing a tent and food, going hiking, then finding a designated location to stay, having a barbecue, etc. Song Mingqian swallowed his saliva with a gulp. Xia Chujin shrugged. I don't understand. My family is poor, and we have never been so extravagant. How is it a luxury to set up a camp? Song Mingqian retorted, but was immediately restrained by Li Fu and Ping Xiong from the left and right. Li Fu blocked his mouth, and Ping Xiong twisted his thigh hard. In their team, Xia Chujin's family situation is the worst, and they now know the reason. Song Mingqian said this. Isn't this poking at Xia Chujin's scar? How can you talk like that? Song Mingqian finally came to his senses, hummed twice in embarrassment, and nodded desperately at Li Fu to show that he understood. Li Fu slowly loosened his hand. Song Mingqian said awkwardly, well, camping is just a waste of time. It has nothing to do with luxury. We just found a cave in the mountains and hunted some game to satisfy our cravings. Xia Chujin chuckled and called Song Mingqian by his nickname. All right, you're giving me money to live on. I'm just teasing you. I still know about camping. She remembered that when she was a child, her aunt, who depended on her for everything, would tell her some strange stories before going to bed every night. At that time, the aunt and niece were really poor, so poor that they could only have 2 meals a day, breakfast and lunch. I didn't eat anything for dinner, just drank some water and went to sleep. Young Xia Chujin remembers that her stomach growled and she couldn't sleep, so her aunt would tell her some strange stories. For example, there is a story called 3 Golden Needles, which tells the story of a spirited young man named Yanggua who made a random wish to a little girl named Guxiang and gave her 3 golden needles as a birthday present, which made the little girl completely infatuated with him. Xia Chujin didn't like listening to this kind of story. What she liked most was her aunt telling her stories about her childhood. For example, my aunt had a wealthy family when she was a child. She would go on vacation with her family and go camping together. She would bring a delicious food called sausage. She would also set up a stove and eat hot pot outside. To the young Xia Chujin, it was like listening to a mystery. The more he listened, the hungrier he became, and he began to long for that kind of life. When she grew up, she searched the Star Network for a long time, but she couldn't find what ham sausage was, let alone see what hot pot was. She asked her aunt, but she said she didn't remember. Now she can earn money to support herself and her aunt, and there is a huge sum of 500,000 Bachin coins in her account. There are no longer the days when we were children, with no food to eat, and the aunt and nephew could only huddle together for warmth in winter. But she would rather exchange all of this for a healthy aunt who could tell her stories tenderly. Even if I can only eat 2 meals a day from now on and can only shiver in a thin quilt in winter. Xia Chujin took a deep breath, suppressed the discomfort in her heart, turned her head and winked at Song Mingqian in the back seat, and said with a smile, I was just teasing you. If you take it seriously, you're giving away your life. Song Mingqian screamed in surprise. You little Chujin, you were trying to trick me. He gritted his teeth and looked like he was about to jump up and hit someone, which made everyone laugh. Li Fu laughed so hard that he almost broke free from his seatbelt. Ping Xiong even grabbed Song Mingqian to prevent him from really hitting Xia Chujin. Yi Shiji was standing beside him, folding his arms and closing his eyes, as if he heard nothing. However, the slightly raised corners of his mouth showed that he was not as detached as he appeared. Amidst the laughter and joy in the aircraft, Xia Chujin landed the aircraft steadily on the open space by the lake. There are dense evergreen trees on both sides. I don't know what kind of trees they are, but they remain green all year round, even in such cold weather. At this time, it is covered with snow, and the shape is strange and unique. Each piece looks like a bonsai carved from white jade and jade. The trees were so dense that there was only a thin layer of snow and a little sparse yellow dead grass on the open space under the trees. Everyone sat in the aircraft, turned on the aircraft's built-in lighting system, and at the same time turned on the automatic scanning system, scanning data within a radius of 10 miles, and then input it into the aircraft's built-in super optical computer system for modeling. Xia Chujin adjusted the automatic scanning system and said regretfully, What a pity. The magnetic field here is too strong, and we can't connect to the Star Network. As the name suggests, the star network is connected via satellites, so it is not only effective for the planet Guyuan, but can connect the entire star field where the Bachan Empire is located. Unless there is magnetic field interference, there is nothing we can do about it. Xiachu saw that their aircraft was of the combat series and had already taken this situation into consideration, so he loaded a supercomputer system into the aircraft as the local host. If you can't connect to the StarNet, you can use it directly as a host. Everyone, try to see if you can use your smart bracelet to connect to the aircraft's built-in super optical computer system to open a local LAN. Yi Shiji started to debug his smart bracelet first. He has a quantum optical computer, and so do others, except Xia Chujian. So in the team, everyone tacitly agrees not to mention the quantum optical computer, and all use smart bracelets to communicate with each other. Li Fu, Song Mingqian, Ping Xiong, and Xia Chujian all started debugging their smart bracelets. It turned out that connecting to a local computer inside the aircraft was not very stable. Don't waste your energy. It looks like a dead end. Song Mingqian said with a sigh, the magnetic field here is really strong. Our aircraft already has a coating on its surface to prevent magnetic field interference. For an aircraft powered by small controlled nuclear fusion, the quality of this coating must be good. But you see, we haven't even gone out yet, and the smart bracelet has only one link. Whether you can connect after you get out of the aircraft depends on your luck. Xia Chujian found that it was indeed the case. The connection of the smart bracelet is divided into 10 grids. 10 bars represent full signal, the highest level connection. One grid is the lowest level connection, which is typically connected but not completely connected. Whether they can contact each other really depends on their appearance. Xia Chujian stopped making trouble. She began to look at her surroundings through the virtual display in front of her. The vacant lot they chose was of suitable size, about 1 acre in size. It was surrounded by tall trees on 3 sides and faced the lake on one side, making it quiet and secluded. The aircraft was parked right next to the lake. Looking at the lake from close up, the water is turquoise with only a few small pieces of ice floating on the surface. Considering that the temperature here is minus 80 degrees Celsius, there must be something under the lake, otherwise it would not be frozen. In the middle of the open space, a small wooden house with a rough style stands firmly. It was a real log cabin in the literal sense. The exterior walls are made of pieces of wood cut into different sizes and nailed together in a haphazard manner. The irregular shapes can really drive people with obsessive-compulsive disorder crazy. The wood block must be old. On the high-definition virtual display screen, it has a brownish-brown color that shows the age and a natural luster, as if it had been painted or like the patina of jade after being played with. Xia Chujian said to himself, this wooden house really has a history. Could it be a cultural relic? Ah, no way. According to imperial law, all mineral deposits and unowned cultural relics within the Bachan Empire star field belong to the Empire, and the royal family owns 30%. Song Mingqian muttered, but could not wait to be the first to open the translucent top cabin of the aircraft and jumped out. Ping Xiong stood up and said to Xia Chujian, who was sitting in the front seat with a smile, Chujian, giving away money is an occupational disease. Do you know what major he studied in college? Xia Chujian calmly pulled down the special glasses on his helmet, turned around and said with a smile, what major? It can't be a major that makes crazy money, right? Sister Kai, do you know? If there is such a major, I will study it no matter how hard I try. Ping Xiong puffed out her chest proudly. I tell you, Qianxing studied archaeological appraisal in college. It's so high-end. Xia Chujian was a little surprised. Like Ping Xiong and Xia Chujian, Song Mingqian, and all three of them have the same hobby, which is that they love money. But Song Mingqian actually studied this unpopular major of archaeological identification in college. According to the laws of the Bachan Empire, ownerless cultural relics belong to the empire, and the royal family takes 30% of the profits. For some special cultural relics, the royal family also has priority. Therefore, in the Bachan Empire, working in the field of archaeology is basically working for the royal family and earning some hard-earned money. No wonder Song Mingqian wanted to be a hunter. Xia Chujian never told her teammates about her own affairs before, and in return, her teammates never told her about their own affairs. It wasn't until now, the first time she opened up, that she received honesty from her teammates. It seems that people really exchange sincerity with each other. She cherishes this friendship very much. Li Fu stood up from the back seat and said to Xia Chujian, "Let's go down and check the surrounding situation first. You stay on guard in the aircraft and provide remote support." Xia Chujian thought for a moment and said, "Okay. Then I'll assemble my Judge number 7 sniper rifle first." Yi Shiji's face darkened when he thought of Xia Chujian's speed with bullets. He said in a muffled voice, "There is basically no one in this place. The ones that are there are some exotic animals. You are a sniper. One shot can solve the problem. Don't fire a second shot." In the end, he just disliked Xia Chujian for wasting bullets. Before Xia Chujian could say anything, Li Fu chuckled, secretly gave him a thumbs up behind his back, and then jumped out of the aircraft. A man who was nearly 2 meters tall and as big as a brown bear was so agile. Xia Chujian smiled slightly, pulled out his gun box from under the seat and opened it, pretended to be casual, and said to Yi Shiji, "Captain Yi, don't worry about the bullets. Really, I asked for a lot of ammunition reserves this time, and there are 200,000 machine gun bullets alone." 200,000 rounds? Yi Shiji could barely catch his breath. He covered his chest and pounded it twice, then pointed at Xia Chujian with his other hand. His expression was twisted with excitement, but he didn't say anything. He just turned around and jumped out. Xia Chujian made a face behind Yi Shiji, but his hands were not slow. He assembled his new Judge number 7 sniper rifle in just 20 seconds, and then connected the solid-state optical radar system on the aircraft to the helmet. In this way, the converted visual image would appear directly in the eyepiece of the helmet. Then she can do 2 things at once, using her right eye to aim through the sniper rifle's field of view, and her left eye to monitor the surrounding situation through the eyepiece of the helmet. The solid-state optical radar system on the aircraft can scan an area of 100 kilometers, and the signals are converted into visual images that can be recorded. The super optical computer system on the aircraft can then be used to assist in analyzing the surveillance images converted by the radar system. In this way, all plants, animals, people, and birds in this southern edge area close to the far north could not escape her surveillance. Xia Chujian glanced at the eyepiece of the helmet and immediately couldn't look away. Wow, this place looks quiet and peaceful, but it's actually quite lively. In the visual image converted from the radar signal, she saw everything happening within a 100-kilometer radius centered on her aircraft. Of course, you don't need to see it in every place, but you can see it wherever there are animals. Animal here refers to moving objects, including animals and plants. Xia Chujian clearly saw a purple-blue plant that looked like a poppy, as if it had legs, tiptoeing across the screen on its small grass roots. She opened her eyes wide, no longer looking at the sniper rifle scope, and even gave up the narrow screen of the helmet eyepiece, and a virtual display screen rose directly in front of her. The information scanned by the solid-state optical radar can be converted into visual images and projected onto a virtual display screen. The images on the virtual display are clearer. Then she saw in the vast snow a fiery red little animal that looked like a fox, running on the snow like a torch. But not long after, a huge bird that was as red as crimson suddenly swooped down from the sky, stretched out its claws, grabbed the fiery red little beast, and flew into the air. This is also a bird, but it is many times bigger than the griffin saker falcon I saw before. When its wings are spread, it is simply boundless. Where exactly is the edge of the wings of this big bird? Her solid-state optical radar seems unable to detect it. The red and purple feathers are all over its body. When the feathers flutter, the purple and red roll, as if the whole body is burning with raging flames from heck, like a burning firebird. Soon, the big scarlet bird suddenly trembled all over, as if it had noticed something, and its head turned sharply to look in the direction of Xia Chujian. From the virtual screen, the bird's big, sparkling eyes seemed to be looking at Xia Chujian. But Xia Chujian knew that this was impossible, because the radar showed that the bird was at least 50 kilometers away from her aircraft, but Xia Chujian was still stunned. Then, just as she was stunned, the huge crimson bird's body shrank rapidly. It no longer had that suffocating feeling that covered the sky and the earth and shrank to a size similar to the griffin saker falcon just now. Then, with a flap of its wings, the huge scarlet bird instantly disappeared from her virtual display screen. Xia Chujian's heart tightened, and he adjusted the detection range of the solid-state optical radar, but found nothing. You should know that the detection range of this solid-state optical radar is 100 kilometers. So the big bird spread its wings and flew 100 kilometers? This speed is too outrageous, totally unscientific. Xia Chujian complained in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. So he had to give up and continue to observe other places. At this moment, another animal broke into the field of view of the solid-state optical radar. This is a white tiger. No, that's not right. It shouldn't be a tiger, because tigers can't grow wings. Xia Chujian was lost. It really deserves to be called the forest of exotic beasts. The head and body of this animal look like a tiger, with pure white fur that almost blends in with the snow. However, there's a wing on each side of its back. If you look closely, it doesn't look like a bird's wing, because there are no feathers on the wing, but a very strong fleshy membrane-like structure. Normally, it should be folded up, but by chance, it was detected by Xia Chujian's radar with its wings spread out. With its wings spread out, a white tiger took off into the air, accompanied by falling snowflakes. Needless to say, the scene was really beautiful. Xia Chujian couldn't help but look at it a few more times. After just a few glances, the white tiger with wings seemed to have sensed something and slowly turned around in the air, facing directly in the direction of Xia Chujian. When Xia Chujian saw the image converted from the radar detection, he suddenly looked into the red eyes of the white tiger and was so frightened that his breathing stopped for a moment. Soon, the white tiger spread its wings and disappeared from her radar detection. So, is this white tiger also as fast as the scarlet bird? Xia Chujian was numb and began to pray that he would not have to meet on a narrow road with these strange and bizarre beasts. She patted her chest and told herself that she was not afraid because she had the loyal Judge No. 7 sniper as her companion and the blessing of the Starland Bodhisattva. After some ideological preparation, Xia Chujian was no longer surprised by the strange scenes on the virtual display screen. With the help of the super optical computer on the aircraft, she analyzed that there were no danger signals within a radius of 100 kilometers. Then I looked at the data modeling on the super optical computer. Long-range detection of aircraft relies on solid-state optical radar. At close range, it relies on the aircraft's near-ground data scanning system, which can only scan a distance of about 100 meters nearby and then copy a three-dimensional map of the surrounding 100 meters on the optical computer. Based on this three-dimensional map, Xia Chujian became more and more certain that there were only plants and some small animals near them, and no large exotic beasts like the huge vermilion bird and the long-winged white tiger in the distance. She breathed a sigh of relief, reached out to the small refrigerator under the aircraft, took out a bottle of water, and took a sip. It was cold outside, but it was warm as spring in her aircraft. With small-scale, controlled nuclear fusion-powered aircraft, there is no need to worry about energy issues. She leaned back in the driver's seat, feeling so comfortable that she didn't want to get out at all. But Yi Shiji and his team had already gone to search the cabin. Not long after, her smart bracelet received a call request from Yi Shiji. After the call was connected, a three-dimensional portrait of Yi Shiji appeared in front of her. This is a 3D holographic video call. First meeting, how's the signal? Captain Yi, everything is fine at the moment. It's just that your portrait is not very clear. Yi Shiji thought about it, turned off the 3D holographic video option, selected only the sound function, and continued to ask, "What now?" "Yeah, much better." Xia Chujian knew that Yi Shiji couldn't see her now, so she secretly made a face. Yi Shiji then gave orders to other members of the team. Use voice communication, not 3D holographic video, to maximize the signal strength. After everyone said they had received it, Yi Shiji asked Xia Chujian again, "Did the radar detect any danger signals?" "Captain Yi, no. How about you guys?" "We don't have any either. This cabin is nice and comfortable. Do you want to come over?" Li Fu and Song Ming went to the woods to catch wild animals. Ping Xiong said that she saw black truffles and red line morels and wanted to pick some. She will use them to barbecue meat later. Yi Shiji said casually. Xia Chujin's saliva was about to flow out. She immediately said seriously, Captain Yi, Sister Kai's cooking skills will ruin the red line morels and black truffles. Let me do it. Among the people in the team, Xia Chujin has the best cooking skills. Yi Shiji achieved his goal and smiled slightly. Okay, I'll make a fire. Xia Chujin was attracted by the delicious food and wanted to go out instantly. But seeing the large snowflakes still falling on the lake nearby, I hesitated and decided to wear more clothes. The innermost layer is a full-body armor vest, which has been put on long ago. Then he put on an exotic animal skin coat, and over the exotic animal skin coat, he put on the self-heating cold-proof jacket he got from the association. She took off her helmet and put on her head a furry ivory woolen cap that her aunt had knitted for her and that she loved very much. I don't know what kind of wool is used, but it's very warm when worn. Then put the helmet over the woolen hat. Then put on the self-heating mask. Then pull down the entire sealed bulletproof mask of the helmet and turn on the eyepiece and microbial shielding system. When I looked in the rearview mirror of the aircraft, I saw only a bloated, round, and human-like unidentified spherical object. Xia Chujin thought that this look was warm at first glance. She happily opened the translucent top hatch of the aircraft, carrying her Judge No. 7 sniper rifle on her back, a magazine that she always carried with her, and a brand-new Destroyer 800 fully automatic submachine gun in front of her chest. Just jump out in one leap. As a result, he almost lost his balance when he landed, and he staggered and leaped forward several steps. Yi Shiji put one hand on the butt of his Frost 100 assault rifle and leaned against the door of the cabin. When he saw her dressed like this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he said, It's already very warm in the room. Aren't you afraid of sweating if you wear so many clothes? It's okay. I have a cold body, and I'm afraid of the cold. Xia Chujin finally stood firm, and the first thing he did was to adjust the fully automatic submachine gun on his chest. Just then, there was a rustling sound coming from the woods to her right, and a low roar that sounded like that of a wild beast. Xia Chujin turned to the right without hesitation, towards the direction where the rustling sound came from, raised his hand, and pulled the trigger of the fully automatic submachine gun to fire a burst of bullets. Da-da-da-da! Red flames burst out from the muzzle of the gun, like an angry god or demon in the dark night. Yi Shiji also immediately raised his Frost 100 assault rifle and aimed it in that direction. But before it was his turn to shoot, he heard Li Fu's angry voice coming from the woods. Who the heck shot? Are you crazy? Didn't you use shotgun checks? This is the wild rhino I drove here. Don't you want to eat? When the bullets fired from a shotgun hit wild animals, they break into pieces and become embedded in the flesh, making it impossible to clean them, and the meat cannot be eaten. So if you are hunting for meat, no one will use a shotgun, but a small caliber automatic pistol or a military crossbow. Xia Chujin pursed her lips. Oh, you were too quick again. Li Fu and Song Mingxian, both covered in dust and dirt, walked out of the woods, one dragging an ear of a wild rhinoceros. The wild rhinoceros was half a man's height, with a bloody round hole on its head, which was caused by Xia Chujin's blow just now. When the two of them came out, they saw Xia Chujin standing in the clearing in the forest dressed like a ball, with hot smoke coming out of the muzzle of the submachine gun in his hand. This shows how cold the weather is. It's my first meeting. I know you are an accurate shooter, but you shouldn't show off your skills to this extent. Song Mingxian shook his head, looking like he had lost all hope in life. Li Fu blinked, then suddenly laughed and gave Xia Chujin a thumbs up. Chujin, you really saved us a lot of trouble. Look at the way the gun was fired. It all hit the forehead. The 4 big teeth were not damaged at all. Xia Chujin had only seen wild rhinoceros ribs and some blurry pictures on the Star Network before. This is the first time I have seen the true appearance of a real wild rhinoceros. This wild rhino has 4 protruding snow-white tusks and looks nothing like an ordinary farm pig. Huh, why are its 4 big teeth sticking out? Xia Chujin walked over curiously, half squatted down, and carefully examined his fruits of battle. Li Fu waved his hand. That's why it's called a rhinoceros. It has the same characteristics as a rhinoceros, but it has 2 more tusks than a rhinoceros. Let me tell you, the 4 big tusks on a wild rhinoceros are extremely valuable. One tusk can be sold for 1,000 Bachin coins. Xia Chujian's eyes lit up. Ah, 1 tooth sells for 1,000 Bachin coins? Then 4 teeth would be 4,000 Bachin coins? She immediately thought of her neighbor Aunt Shun. According to her observation, Aunt Shun went into the exotic beast forest almost once a month. She would pick up at least 1 wild rhinoceros every time, so she would earn at least 4,000 Bachin coins each time, not including the money from the wild rhinoceros meat. Aunt Chin's husband's monthly salary is only 500 Bachin coins. Aunt Chin earns much more than her husband, but she had heard Aunt Chin's husband beat and scold Aunt Chin more than once, saying that since she ate and drank his food, she should let him beat and scold her. Could it be that Aunt Chun was cheated by an unscrupulous merchant when she was selling black rhinoceros? Xia Chujian asked doubtfully, Master Fu, are you sure that 1 tusk can be sold for 1,000 Bachin coins? Can it be sold for so much? Li Fu gave himself the nickname Fu Yi, but his teammates didn't buy it and refused to call him Fu Yi. They all called him Little Fu Zi and Little Fu Zi. Now hearing Xia Chujian actually call him Master Fu is like eating the finest Bachin Star milk jelly ice cream in the dog days of summer, or eating the tenderest barbecued black rhino ribs in the cold winter. Li Fu smiled broadly. His voice was like honey. Xiao Chujian, you have never done this kind of business, right? Let me tell you, this 1,000 Bachin coins is the public price. If you go to any jewelry store and take out an intact wild rhinoceros tusk, the lowest price is 1,000 Bachin coins. If the quality is good and the tusk is large, you can sell it for a high price of 15 to 2,000. Is it really that much money? Xia Chujian rolled his eyes and did the math quickly. 1 black rhinoceros can earn at least 4,000 Bachin coins, and 10 black rhinoceros can earn 40,000 Bachin coins. The house she sold was only worth more than 30,000 yuan. My aunt's hospitalization expenses are only over 10,000 yuan a year. So if you kill 10 black rhinos, you will get a house or 4 years of hospital fees. Xia Chujian made a decision in an instant. She planned that after this mission, she would also do the same as Aunt Shun and secretly come to the exotic beast forest to catch black truffle wild rhinos. But Li Fu seemed to see what Xia Chujian was thinking and shook his head and said, don't make the wrong calculation. This kind of black truffle wild rhinoceros only lives on the edge of the exotic beast forest near the extreme north, which is really a long way from Mulan City. We can use this kind of combat aircraft with advanced power energy to fly here for our mission this time. When the mission is over and you return the aircraft, how do you get here? The combat aircraft of our team is powered by conventional power and cannot support such a long flight. If you do the math, the travel expenses alone are not worth it. Xia Chujian. Although Li Fu saw through Xia Chujian's thoughts, she was not angry. She now had only one thought in her mind. If the black truffle wild rhinoceros only lives in such a far place, then how does Aunt Chun get a black truffle wild rhinoceros every month? Aunt Chun is an ordinary housewife who doesn't have a job. How could she borrow a flying machine powered by small controlled nuclear fusion? If she had this ability, she would not live in such a bad house and be beaten by her husband so often. It doesn't make sense at all. Xia Chujian thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. Aunt Chun must have her own secrets anyway, so why would she want to pry into other people's secrets? That's it. Xia Chujian collected his thoughts, looked at the black truffle wild rhinoceros, and said meaningfully, since we are here, should we go out and clear the area? This kind of wild rhinoceros has 4 long fangs, and it looks fierce at first glance. For our own personal safety, we should strike first. What the heck is strike first to gain the upper hand? Song Mingqian was quite straightforward and didn't understand what Xia Chujian meant. He subconsciously said, this kind of wild rhinoceros is a vegetarian. It mainly feeds on black truffles and won't hurt people. Xia Chujian's face darkened, and he stared at Song Mingqian and said seriously, you're giving me money. Are you sure, positive, and absolutely sure that a wild rhinoceros won't hurt anyone? even if it's a vegetarian, and it uses its 4 big fangs to push you. Won't you get hurt? Song Mingxian. I hate the nickname life, giving money. But what Xia Chujian said was not without reason. Besides, why would he endorse a wild rhinoceros? Even if he saved the wild rhinoceros, would these pigs automatically give him a pair of big teeth? Song Mingqian finally understood what Xia Chujian meant and said seriously, Chujian is right. I really can't guarantee it. How about this? You and Xiaofuzi clean up the area, and Captain Yi and I will clean up the pig together, and then you can come and barbecue it. Brother Song is awesome. He has made clear arrangements for the wild rhinos within a radius of 500 miles. Xia Chujian gave Song Mingxian a thumbs up and no longer called him by the nickname life-giving money. Yi Shiji leaned against the door of the cabin and watched the show for a long time. Then he said lazily, don't talk about 500 miles. Don't be too greedy when you first meet. 5 miles is enough. How can a wild rhinoceros be so easy to catch? Do you really think this exotic forest is a pig farm? Xia Chujian raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and placed it on his left chest, saluted him in an awkward hunter's salute, and said with a smile, Yes, I will listen to Captain Yi. After saying that, he waved to Li Fu and said, Master Fu, shall we go and clear the place? Li Fu chuckled. Understood. Xia Chujian put the gun case, sniper rifle, and fully automatic submachine gun into the cabin, and only took a Xiaji 085 assault rifle and a military crossbow. He carried a bag of crossbow arrows and a bullet bag slung across his waist, and walked into the woods where the wild rhinoceros had appeared with Li Fu. This place is close to the far north and is extremely cold already. It is snowing heavily right now. Xia Chujian looked at the huge, evergreen trees that towered into the sky and asked Li Fu curiously, Master Fu, it's so cold here, but there are so many evergreen trees. How do you think they survive? Based on the little geographical knowledge that Xia Chujian had learned, she knew that evergreen trees should be more common in tropical and subtropical regions. Li Fu held his hunting rifle and looked around vigilantly. He glanced up and said, I don't care how they survived. Anyway, they're alive. The dense leaves can also protect us from the wind and snow. Isn't that good? The leaves were indeed so dense that they blocked out the sun, blocking out most of the snow, leaving only a light layer on the ground. There were also withered grass, various shrubs, and various small animals in the woods under the trees, which would pop out from all directions and run past them from time to time. Xia Chujian thought about it and realized that it was true. He stopped dwelling on the issue and said, It seems that this place is indeed sparsely populated. Master Fu, look at the animals here, and they don't even avoid people. Li Fa touched his chin with his big bear paw-like hand, narrowed his eyes, and said, When I came here with that guy who sent me money just now, I didn't see so many animals. Then how did you catch that wild rhinoceros? Xia Chujian asked curiously. She is now only interested in wild rhinos that are raised on black truffles. Li Fu pulled off a leaf from a bush and chewed it, then said with a smile, We are lucky. Actually, we just wanted to catch a few cardinal pheasants to satisfy our hunger. You don't know how tender the cardinal pheasant's meat is, especially the wild cardinal pheasants. The fragrance is unbelievable. Li Fu swallowed his saliva with a slurp, then suddenly stopped, listened for a while, and said, There seems to be another wild rhinoceros about 10 meters ahead at the 3 o'clock direction. Li Fu is a genetically evolved person. His hearing, vision, and physical strength are far beyond the reach of ordinary people like Xia Chujian. In such densely wooded areas, they are the only ones who can quickly find their hunting targets. Of course, Xia Chujian heard nothing. She only regretted that she couldn't install a radar system on herself. Looking at him enviously, Xia Chujian turned around silently and turned on the telescope function of the eyepiece on her helmet. Sure enough, she saw a wild rhinoceros grunting and looking around. It's bigger than the one Li Fu and Song Mingxian just caught. She stopped immediately, aimed at the 3 o'clock direction in front of her, and fired her military crossbow silently and fatally, cutting through the heavy and cold air and hitting the wild rhinoceros. With a loud bang, the wild rhinoceros fell heavily to the ground. The two of them strode over. The wild rhinoceros was indeed bigger. It looked almost like a baby elephant when it fell to the ground. Its 4 large tusks were half the length of an elephant's tusks, and were even whiter and more crystal clear, with a faint texture of jade. Xia Chujian's military crossbow hit the wild rhinoceros right in the forehead. She pulled out the crossbow arrow with one hand. The crossbow arrow tempered with the exotic metal was not damaged at all. Not even a drop of the wild rhinoceros blood or brain was stained on it. However, Xia Chujian still wiped the crossbow arrow with a leaf as big as a cattail leaf from a nearby bush before putting it back into his quiver. Xia Chujian pulled out the Qishao tactical dagger from his leg, pointed it at the wild rhinoceros head, quickly cut off 4 large white fangs, and carefully put them back into his prey bag. Li Fu looked at Xia Chujian's belt, which had a quiver on the left, a game bag on the right, and a bullet belt in the middle. It was worn roundly, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had no intention of snatching the tusks from Xia Chujian. Instead, he whispered, Chujian, in fact, in addition to the tusks, the kidneys of wild rhinoceros are also very valuable, even more expensive than the tusks. Ah, really? Xia Chujian's eyes lit up. Master Fu, tell me quickly, where is its kidney? Li Fu pointed at the wild rhinoceros's lower back near the pig's butt, and he pulled out his tactical dagger and cut it with one cut, gouging out a bloody piece of wild rhinoceros's waist. He wiped the blood off the pork loin with the snow on the ground, took out a transparent storage bag from his waist bag, put the wild rhino pork loin in it, and handed it to Xia Chujian, whispering, keep it, don't let those people see it. Put it quietly in the small refrigerator in the aircraft and freeze it. When we get back to the city, find a restaurant and sell it for at least 10,000 yuan each. Xia Chujian gasped. So expensive? No way. Why is it so expensive? Because it's different from teeth. Fangs can be pulled out and won't go bad. But if the kidneys are not frozen immediately, they will go bad in half an hour. How many people would come here in the dead of winter in a flying vehicle powered by controlled nuclear fusion to catch wild rhinos? Besides, wild rhinos are very difficult to catch. We were able to encounter 2 at once today, so we probably found a rhinoceros den. What's the meaning? This one must be from the same family as the one we caught earlier, Li Fu said, lifting up the rhino's hind legs and taking a look. He nodded with satisfaction and said, this is only a male. Xia Chujian. She didn't say much, just took it without hesitation. Thank you, Master Fu. I'll repay you later. Were we friends? As for repaying each other, you have saved me twice. I, Master Fu, would like to lend you a pig kidney as an offering to the Buddha. I hope you will accept it. Li Fu laughed as he went around to the other side of the wild rhinoceros and cut off the other kidney. After cleaning it a little, he handed it to Xia Chujian. Xia Chujian said, Master Fu, wait here for a moment. I'll put them back into the aircraft first. Why are you in such a hurry? It's freezing here anyway. Are you afraid that it won't freeze? Li Fu said jokingly. Xia Chujian hushed his nose and said, I'm worried about putting it in my waist bag, so I'd better put it back in the aircraft first. As she spoke, she ran back and put the 2 freshly baked, steaming wild rhinoceros loins safely away. 2 wild rhinoceros kidneys are worth 20,000 yuan. How could she, who is so short of money, miss such a good opportunity? The 2 pork loins were frozen in the small refrigerator inside the aircraft. Xia Chujian wiped his hands with satisfaction using the high-efficiency hand sanitizer in the aircraft. When he raised his head and stood up, his eyes unconsciously swept across the virtual display screen in the aircraft. There were 2 pairs of eyes flashing on the screen. In the slightly dark night, they looked like 2 pairs of bright lights. Xia Chujian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked carefully. The previous scene disappeared again. It was not known whether she was dazzled or the owners of the 2 pairs of eyes had exceeded the detection range of the solid-state optical radar. In any case, there were no eyes on the display screen, just a dark area. After a while, there was movement on another display screen. Xia Chujian turned her head and saw a little dog swaying in the snow, pushing the snow forward. She was used to all kinds of strange animals in the forest of strange beasts, and suddenly saw a completely normal dog, and she subconsciously raised her vigilance. In the forest of strange beasts, When you get used to the abnormal being the norm, then the normal becomes abnormal. Xia Chujian carefully observed the puppy in the aircraft and turned on the screen recording function. She could only see the puppy's back. Its tail was very short, and its fur should be longer and looked fluffy. The fur on its back is a warm golden brown, and the fur on its belly that is occasionally exposed should be ivory white, which is different from Snow White's white, but it looks gentler, and it is hard to tell what breed of dog it is. Soon, the puppy seemed to have found some warm place, and he dived into it with a little dive, and she could not see anything. There was only the white snow stretching across the empty land. Large flakes of snow were occasionally blown up by the strong wind, blurring the vision. It can be seen that the trees in the place where the puppy went in were very sparse, which was not at all like the place they chose. Xia Chujian waited for another 5 minutes until she heard the captain calling her through the headset. Then she left thoughtfully. Xia Chujian jumped out of the aircraft and saw that Ping Xiong had returned. "Sister Kai, did you find anything good?" Xia Chujian walked over with a smile. When Ping Xiong saw her, his eyes suddenly lit up. He dragged a large storage bag and trotted over to open it for Xia Chujian to see. "Come and see, Chujian. I really found red lion morels and a lot of black truffles. Come and make us something delicious." She looked at Xia Chujian with sparkling eyes, tears of expectation almost flowing from the corners of her mouth. Xia Chujian saw that in Ping Xiong's open storage bag, in addition to the spherical black truffles, there was also a strange fungus. The cap looks like a sheep's belly with layers upon layers, but it is covered with strands of red mycelium, and it really looks like small red lion heads. It is the legendary ingredient red lion morel. Xia Chujian laughed. "Okay, I'll cook. But is Master Fu back? He and I killed another wild rhino." Ping Xiong nodded. "I'm back. I saw him cleaning up over there with Song Mingxian just now." Xia Chujian went straight into the cabin with Ping Xiong. The warm air hit Xia Chujian in the face, and he instantly broke out in sweat. She was wearing too many clothes, but the temperature difference between indoor and outdoor of the cabin was indeed a bit large. The temperature outside should be between -80 and 100 degrees, but inside the cabin, it was at least 20 degrees above zero. Xia Chujian quickly took off his 2 coats and left only a close-fitting full-body bulletproof vest, with loose work trousers and a coat on the outside. Yi Shiji and Song Mingxian had already dealt with the first black rhino. Including the black and brown bristles on its body, everything was washed clean. On the long chopping board against the wall, the disassembled black rhinoceros were placed very neatly. First, it was the black rhinoceros head. The part on the forehead where Xia Chujian had pierced the brain had been removed, leaving only the cut pig face meat, pig ears, and pig nose. Then came the cut pig body, which had been placed together according to the front, back, left, and right parts. Then there were 4 large pig legs, including a cleanly washed pig's trotter. The hard sheck on the outside of the pig's trotter was also knocked off, revealing the tender tendons inside. Xia Chujian couldn't help but laugh again. "Captain Yi, you're giving away money. And this skill, what did you do before? Hey, it's just killing a pig. How hard can it be?" Song Mingxian stroked his fringe back with his hand, posed in a cool manner in front of the long chopping board, and urged, "Hurry up, I'm starving." At the end of the long chopping board is a large stove with a fire already lit, and on the other side of the stove is a square chopping board. Ping Xiong was pouring the black truffles and red lion morels she had found onto a square chopping board. Xia Chujian looked at the pork on the long chopping board and said thoughtfully, "What cooking utensils are there? We have the ingredients and seasonings. Now what we need is cooking utensils." Xia Chujian glanced around the room and saw a fire pit in the middle of the room with a wire screen on top, perfect for barbecuing. Li Fu said beside him, "I brought a pressure cooker. In the aircraft, I can use the power in the aircraft as a power source." Xia Chujian. She had an illusion that she was the only one who was really here to complete the mission, and these 4 people were actually here to have a picnic and complete the mission at the same time. She looked up at Li Fu and said, "Okay, let's make barbecued wild rhinoceros, stir-fried wild rhinoceros, and stewed wild rhinoceros." "Ah, I'm in for a treat today. Let me help you chop the meat. Grilling, stir-frying, and stewing required different sizes of meat. Several people immediately busied themselves helping Xia Chujian. An hour later, the strange aroma of burning animal fat filled the cabin. It was the wild rhino pork that had just been roasted. On the big stove, as soon as the lid of the pot was lifted, an even stronger aroma gushed out from the big pot. That's the stir-fried wild rhino pork ready to be served. At this moment, the wooden door of the cabin was slammed open, and Li Fu rushed in holding a pressure cooker. The expression on his face was as if he had drunk a glass of 60-proof Bachin liquor and was so drunk that he could hardly speak. He stumbled and put the pressure cooker down, then took off the lid. An irrepressible fragrance wafted out, and then waves of fragrance came one after another, like the tides in the sea, each stronger than the last. 3 seconds later, no matter the previous barbecue aroma or the strong aroma of stir-fry, they were all overwhelmed by this light but more intoxicating aroma. Ping Qiong floated in front of Li Fu as if in a dream, took a deep breath of the smell in the pressure cooker, and murmured, "I never thought red lion morel mushroom and wild rhinoceros pork stewed can be this delicious." Song Mingqian didn't waste any time. He took out a pair of chopsticks from his bag, walked over quickly, and started eating directly from the pressure cooker. "Eat this money slowly. Leave some for me," Ping Qiong screamed, but quickly took out her chopsticks and started eating. Even the well-informed Captain Yi Shiji, who came from the best family, showed surprise on his face. Without saying a word, he came over and started eating with Li Fu. Xia Chujian squeezed behind them and only managed to get 2 pieces of braised wild rhinoceros pork and a piece of tender red lion morel. "It's so delicious." Ever since her aunt fell ill, Xia Chujian has never eaten such delicious food again. But to her, it was just some delicious food, and she didn't understand why the other 4 people were wolfing it down. Xia Chujian observed secretly and felt that they did not seem to be pretending, especially after they had the braised wild rhino pork with red lion morel, the grilled wild rhino pork sprinkled with black truffle, and finally the stir-fried wild rhino pork with a little bit of chili. They found that the grilled and stir-fried black rhino pork tasted better. If they had eaten these dishes alone, or had left the braised wild rhino pork for last, they would not have been as delicious. It can be seen that after eating the red lion morel and wild rhino pork stewed in the soup, some ingredients in the stew produced a certain chemical reaction with the next 2 dishes, which made the taste even better. The delicious taste produced by seasonings is actually a certain chemical reaction between seasonings and ingredients. This kind of chemical reaction must be able to bring out the flavor of the ingredients rather than suppress the flavor of the ingredients. This is what a top-notch seasoning is. After finishing the big meal, the 4 of them lay down in the cabin and didn't want to move. Xia Chujian sat cross-legged on a wooden bed built against the wall of the cabin, holding his chin with both hands, looking at them curiously, and asked, "Hey everyone, is it really that delicious? Isn't this delicious? I'm telling you, I've eaten at every major restaurant in Milan City, and none of them can make such a delicious dish that's so natural." Song Mingqian burped, nodded, and said, "I second the motion. I've even been to Fenghai City in the Southern Hemisphere, and there are many delicious restaurants there, but none of them can compare to your cooking skills, Xiao Chujian." Li Fumi squinted his eyes and looked at Xia Chujian. "Xiao Chujian, are you really not considering opening a restaurant? With your cooking skills, I think you can go to a better planet to open up the market." Xia Chujian continued to hold up her chin and said nonchalantly, "No feeling, no comparison. I haven't eaten in a restaurant." "Never?" Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Ping Qiong asked in unison, all very surprised. Xia Chujian shrugged, looking nonchalant. "Really not. I'm poor and don't have money to go out to eat." Everyone stuck. Xia Chujian told them vividly, "When I was a child, about 3 or 4 years old, just beginning to remember things, my family was really poor. I'm so poor that after eating today, I don't know where tomorrow's dinner is going to come from. One day, I was so hungry that I ran to the dumpster across the street to look for food. When my aunt saw me, she pulled me back, washed my hands gently, told me to wait at home, and then went to buy me something to eat. In fact, how could her aunt have the money to buy things? At that time, the little girl secretly followed her aunt, silently watching her aunt holding a shabby lunchbox in her hands, bending over and begging for some food from kind-hearted people at the luxurious gate of Lee's hospital. Her aunt didn't know, and she was hiding behind and watching. It was not until dark that her aunt returned home with a lunchbox of leftovers from begging. When she opened the door, she found that she was gone. She turned around and ran out in panic. Then she saw little Xia Chujian at the door, biting her fingers and looking up at her. That night, her aunt hugged her and cried for a long time. That day was also the most difficult day in her childhood, because the next day, my aunt found a job, and from then on they lived a life that was not rich but could ensure food and clothing. When Xia Chujian recalled these past events now, she did not feel sad or cynical. All she knew was that she had grown up without parents and was raised by her aunt. For her, my aunt would give up her dignity and beg. Then she would do anything for her aunt as long as she could cure her aunt's illness. Xia Chujian stopped talking, and the cabin fell silent. Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Ping Qiong looked at her with a hint of sympathy in their eyes, but they did not dare to show it too obviously. Yi Shiji spoke in a deep voice at this time, calmly changing the subject. I have been a Beichin star, and I have eaten at all the restaurants there, but I have eaten at 3 of the top 10 restaurants, and none of them can compare to the 3 dishes just now. Ah, Captain, you've been to the imperial capital, Ping Qiong screamed, instantly diverting everyone's attention. Beichin Star is the location of the capital of the Beichin Empire. The royal family of Beichin Empire is right there. Ping Qiong's eyes sparkled, and she murmured as if she was talking in her sleep. Everything on Beichin Star is the best for our entire Beichin Star region. It has the most advanced technology, the largest population, the most abundant resources, and the most prosperous culture. The royal family there is the most noble, the nobles are the most elegant, and residence permits are only issued to citizens and those above the rank of citizen. Song Mingqian nodded. The most the common people can do is go to Beichin Star for sightseeing with a pass issued by the government of another planet. It is impossible for them to settle down there, let alone get a permanent resident card of Beichin Star. Therefore, Beichin Star is probably the holy place that all humans and humanoids in the Beichin Empire yearn for. However, Xia Chujian is an exception. She asked doubtfully, do people in Beichin Star make a lot of money? Ping Qiong, Song Mingqian, Li Fu. Yi Shiji curled his lips. That's not necessarily true. There are rich people and poor people everywhere. Although citizens are higher in rank than commoners, pariahs, and captives, they are not necessarily richer than some commoners and pariahs. But these are 2 different things. Xia Chujian, oh, she didn't care at once. You can't buy these benefits anywhere else even with money. Xia Chujian said calmly. No, it's not that you can't buy it with money, but you don't have enough money. If you have enough money, you can invite any doctor to come to Mulan City to treat you, and you can invite any famous teacher to give your child private lessons. Ping Qiong was stunned by what Xia Chujian said. After a while, he suddenly realized and said, the horizon has been opened up. Chujian, awesome. It seems that your goal is not just to be rich, but to be extremely rich. Xia Chujian smiled slightly and said without any inferiority, hearing what you said, I have no regrets at all. Because my aunt's cooking skills are much better than mine, and I only learned 10% of her skills, and you are like this. If my aunt had cooked these 3 dishes today, I guarantee that you would not taste meat for 3 months after eating them. So amazing? Song Mingqian raised his upper body from the ground and asked in disbelief, what does your aunt do? Is she a chef in a restaurant? Xia Chujian was unhappy and glared at him, saying, your aunt is the real chef. My aunt is really good. She just has poor health. If she had good health, she would have been a doctor long ago. In the Beichin Empire, doctor is a very respected profession. Those who can be called physicians are not ordinary doctors, but physicians who can treat genetically evolved people. The other 4 stood in awe. That's really amazing. Then when your aunt recovers from her illness, you must treat me to the food she cooked. I can bring my own ingredients. The cold wind was howling outside, but everyone was having fun inside the house. Everyone chatted and laughed, and put the remaining ingredients in sealed storage bags and threw them outside the door. The temperature outside the door is -80 degrees Celsius, which is a natural refrigerator. Put it here, and you can take it and eat it whenever you want. Everyone spent the first night in the far north of the strange beast forest, joking with each other and reminiscing about the delicious food. When I woke up the next morning, the snow and wind outside had stopped. After washing up, several people started to look for the rare plant, blood chilin, outside their base according to the method they had agreed upon in advance. According to the arrangement, Yi Shiji was in the first group with Songming and Li Fu. Ping Qiong and Xia Chujian were in the second group. Yi Shiji and Song Mingxian are both genetic evolvers, and their mental power level is D. Li Fu and Ping Qiong are genetic evolvers with E-level mental power, and Xia Chujian is an ordinary person. But when searching outside, the three of them focused on Xia Chujian. This is for safety reasons. Xia Chujian is the sniper, Ping Qiong is her observer, and Li Fu is the sentinel. When the three of them work together, their abilities are no worse than those of Yi Shiji and Song Ming, the first 2D-level psychics. Xia Chujian walked in the middle, carrying her Judge No. 7 sniper rifle. The sniper rifle weighed 25 kilograms. Together with the gun magazine, bullet bag, crossbow arrows, and military crossbow she brought, these equipment alone weighed about 30 kilograms. When she first joined the Night Hunters 3 years ago, she was overwhelmed by the burden, but she endured it all. After 3 years of training, her strength has greatly improved, and she can walk normally even with these weights on her back. Soon, the three of them arrived at the previously divided area. Xia Chujian found a thick rock half a meter high and climbed up, put down his sniper rifle, put on a white cloak, and lay motionless in the snow. Li Fu and Ping Qiong dispersed and searched further away step by step. Rare plants like the blood chilin are likely hidden under the snow nearby. The 5 members of the team divided the entire area into grid-like areas 1 meter long and wide, and then conducted a carpet search of each area. Even after such a thorough search, they found nothing after 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, they finished breakfast and came out of the cabin. A few people looked at the map divisions and found that the area marked by the association was almost searched. Xia Chujian was a little anxious and wondered, where is the blood chilin? Should we use radar to search for it? Yi Shiji put on his helmet and said calmly, "You can't stand it after only 3 days? Think about how long the mission period given by the association is." Xia Chujian's face turned pale. The association's deadline for the task is from November this year to March next year. A full 5 months. This length is relatively rare in the missions issued by the Night Hunter Association. If there is, it is a Class A, or at least a Class B task. It is truly unprecedented that this G-level mission takes so long. Xia Chujian pursed her lips and said unwillingly, "I'll try to search with radar. Can I, Captain?" Yi Shiji thought for a moment and said that's fine. But I have to remind you that it's unlikely to be found using radar, because radar is generally not very effective in searching for still objects. How about this? Chujian will stay at the base. Today, I will be in a group with Li Fu, and Song Mingxian and Ping Qiong will be in a group. Let's exchange areas and search again. If we still can't find anything, we will change locations. Where are you going? The monster forest is so big. Of course, we have to search the southern edge of the far north. Yi Shiji said calmly, walking into the wind and snow with his Frost 100 assault rifle. After Yi Shiji and the other 3 left, Xia Chujian came into the aircraft alone. She first turned on the solid-state optical radar system and set the scanning range to the maximum. Then turn on the super optical computer on the aircraft, input the picture of the blood chilin into it, and connect it to the imaging system of the solid-state optical radar. In this way, the radar search area will appear on the virtual screen after visual conversion, and the super optical brain can assist in image identification. The detection range of solid-state optical radar is 100 kilometers. When the coordinates given by the association are invalid, we can only rely on radar. Of course, this kind of radar search is still not as good as manual operation. After all, compared to the previous search for only animals, now we are searching for all existences within a radius of 100 kilometers. The amount of data that needs to be processed is growing almost exponentially, and it requires the use of the maximum computing power of the super optical computer for a long time. Ordinary aircraft cannot support such extreme computing power because it requires too much energy. Once the energy is used up, this small combat aircraft will become a drag in the wild. However, Xia Chujian had no such worries. Because the Dark Knight Hunters Association was equipped for this mission with a small aircraft that used controllable nuclear fusion power. With small-scale controlled nuclear fusion as power, the extreme computing power of the super optical computer can be fully utilized. Xia Chujian quickly adjusted the connection between the super optical computer and the radar data processing system and began an intelligent scanning search. On the virtual screen in front of her, Xia Chujian quickly saw Yi Shiji and the others. The two people were in a group, and the images were clearly captured by the radar system. Xia Chujian thought about it and decided to exclude the area for manual search. This would avoid repeated operations and reduce some pressure on the radar system. After adjusting the search range again, Xia Chujian held the sniper rifle and began to daydream in the aircraft. Her eyes seemed empty, but in fact she was staring at the 4 virtual screens in front of her. After a morning, nothing was found, not even any plants that looked similar. If blood Qilin is so difficult, Kong Sang must be even more difficult. The ambition that Xia had before he first met him gradually subsided. Sure enough, that kind of probability that is almost zero is not so easy to break through. But no matter what, she will stay here until March next year. At noon, Xia Chujian didn't want to eat lunch and was still staring at those virtual videos alone in the aircraft. Just when her eyes were almost popping out of her head, a series of beeping warning sounds suddenly came from the solid-state optical radar. This was not the sound she had set for finding the blood Qilin, but the sound of a potential enemy. Xia Chujian's heart tightened. Enemies? Could it be that the strange beasts in the strange beast forest are attacking the teammates outside? Xia Chujian hurriedly projected the warning screen onto the display screen of the aircraft. At this time, she clearly saw that it was not in the distant radar scanning and searching for the blood unicorn, but in the nearby area where the 4 teammates were carpet searching outside. A moving object appeared. The image was not very clear. In response to this moving object, Xia Chujian immediately increased the resolution of the image by an order of magnitude. A tall man with long hair soon appeared on the virtual screen. No, only his upper body was human, his lower body was a horse. This is not a human being, but a humanoid. Xia Chujian narrowed his eyes. She is not afraid of humanoids. In fact, no one in this team knows humanoids better than her. When she was a child, she and her aunt lived in the South District of Mulan City before her aunt found a job. That is the only area in Mulan City that allows human-like untouchables to enter the city and settle down. In the place where humanoid untouchables live, she has watched these humans switch between human and beast forms since she was a child, and she has long been accustomed to it. So Xia Chujian was not frightened by this humanoid appearance, but observed it carefully. The horse-like man held a bow and arrow in his hand, aiming it at the Captain Yi Shiji, who was 10 meters away and was completely unaware of him, and slowly pulled the bow. Xia Chujian's heart tightened, and he immediately opened the direct dialogue system of the team's communication channel and said, "Captain Yi, get down." Their team has been working together for 3 years and has a very good understanding. As soon as she notified him, Yi Shiji immediately jumped to the ground. Xia Chujian made a voice notification while aiming his sniper rifle at the horse-like humanoid who was holding a bow and arrow and preparing to shoot. Their team has been working together for 3 years and has a very good understanding. At this time, the horse-like man finally pulled the bow and arrow. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow breaking through the air rang out above Yi Shiji's head. Before that, Xia Chujian had already pulled the trigger in his hand. The arrow has not arrived yet, but the bullet has already arrived. Ah! The humanoid screamed and fell down. When Xia Chujian saw this scene in the visual video converted by the radar, he couldn't help but secretly sigh that the bow and arrow in the hands of humans still cannot be compared with hot weapons such as sniper rifles. But just as she was sighing, a scene flashed through her mind of a long golden arrow streaking through the night sky and shooting into the rectangular moon gate. If it's a long arrow like that, probably even hot weapons can't do anything about it. But what if it is your own sniper rifle? Xia Chujian felt that he still had the strength to fight. While her mind was wandering, she searched carefully in the radar image. She didn't see any other dangers for the time being, but she was still very worried. She notified the entire team. There is danger outside, come back quickly. Yi Shiji was worried, so he signaled the entire team to lie down. After waiting for a few minutes, he slowly raised his head and looked around. Xia Chujian looked anxious. If she was at the scene, she would definitely raise her hands and fire a burst of bullets in all directions to clear the area before running away. In this way, even if the enemy has an ambush, they will not be able to escape their subsequent firepower crushing. But Yi Shiji was used to being thrifty and was reluctant to waste bullets by shooting into the air. He opened the long-sighted glasses on his helmet and looked around, then waved his hand. Go and see what's going on. The four people crawled on the ground and came to the horse-like humanoid who was hit by Xia Chujian. That is it a humanoid? Ping Xiong raised his eyebrows, stood up from half kneeling on the ground, and wanted to stand up. At this moment, a ticking countdown sound suddenly began to be heard from that type of person. Song Mingqian's face turned cold, and he shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Seeing that it was too late, he leaped up and pulled Ping Xiong behind a big rock at the edge of the woods. Yi Shiji and Li Fu also realized that something was wrong and rolled to the ground, covering their heads. Boom! A burst of black smoke mixed with flames, and the horse-like humanoid that was killed made a loud noise. It was a remote control bomb. Someone actually installed a remote control bomb on this horse-like humanoid. Xia Chujian's face turned green when he saw what he saw in the aircraft. He immediately picked up his judge sniper rifle and kicked the button under the seat. The translucent roof of the aircraft slowly rose. The cold air suddenly came in from outside the cabin. Xia Chujian was so angry at this time that he didn't feel cold at all. She mounted the sniper rifle on the top of the aircraft and said to her teammates calmly, "You retreat, I'll cover you." When she said this, her teammates knew that she had already set up the sniper rifle. According to their previous mission experience, Xia Chujian always carried out long-range fire support. Whether it was a cold shot or covering a retreat, he could kill with one shot. Retreat! Yi Shiji also felt that there were still enemies in the dark, and they were insidious, cunning, and full of tricks. He needed to go back and discuss it properly. The four men continued to remain bent over, slowly moving backwards towards the woods. Xia Chujian was holding a sniper rifle and staring at the situation over there under the monitoring of a solid-state optical radar. Just when Yi Shiji and the other three retreated into the woods, the radar system started beeping again. Xia Chujian adjusted the sniper rifle scope according to the coordinate address transmitted by the radar. Soon, Xia Chujian saw the second humanoid in the objective field of view of the site. This is a pig-headed humanoid with a head like a pig, but it is not as scary as a wild rhinoceros and does not have long fangs. Maybe because of the human expression, it looks a bit silly, but below the neck, it is a human body. What surprised Xia Chujian was that this pig-headed humanoid was dressed very shabbily and raggedly, much worse than the horse-bodied humanoid just now. The temperature outside was as low as -80 degrees Celsius, but he was only wearing a piece of clothing that looked like a torn sack with a straw rope tied around his waist. The hem of the dress only reached the knees, not even covering the calves. His calves were bare, and he had no shoes on his feet. Although his calves were covered with coarse hair and his feet were calloused, it was obvious that he was very cold. So cold that his toes were curled up and he couldn't walk steadily. She looked at the pig-headed humanoid and her hand gradually tightened on the trigger, but she never took any action. The horse-like humanoid who had attempted to attack Yi Shiji but was killed by Xia Chujian never turned back into a complete human form until his death. Xia Chujian had also seen some people like this. They're the kind of humanoids who can only maintain full animal form or partial animal form, and cannot switch back to full human form. There are two types of humans in the Bachan Empire. Captives on Gudyuan Star are not allowed to live in Mulan City. They were sent to a humanoid captive breeding center outside the city from the moment they were born. When he grew up, he was confined to a plantation outside the city and was strictly managed by the Bachan Empire. and he could not leave the plantation for the rest of his life. So how did these humanoid captives leave the heavily guarded plantation and come to the far north of the monster forest, 100,000 kilometers away from Mulan City? Why would they attack their team of night hunters without any grudges? Xia Chujian had heard from her aunt that the humanoids in Mulan City had similar habits to animals, especially the humanoid captives outside the city. They would not actively attack humans unless their lives were threatened. Then they would fight back. Moreover, there are very few humanoid captives who will fight back. Most of the humanoid captives have long been raised like animals. They have a natural fear of humans and are weak and vulnerable to being captured. Xia Chujian had never seen such a humanoid captive that actively attacked humans. She pursed her lips, her fingers tightening on the trigger, aiming at the pig-headed humanoid. At this moment, she saw from the objective field of view of the sniper rifle that the pig-headed humanoid suddenly tilted his head, as if listening to something. Only then did Xia Chujian realize that there should be something like earphones in the ears of the pig-headed human. They are driven. Xia Chujian immediately understood. This was not a simple attack of humanoid captives on humans, but humans were driving these humanoid captives to attack their team. The person behind this must have great power to be able to get humanoid captives from the plantation outside Mulan City and bring them out to the far north of the exotic forest 100,000 kilometers away. Xia Chujian analyzed the whole thing and gradually felt that something was not right. The finger on the trigger is getting tighter and tighter. This pig-headed humanoid had a bow on his back and a quiver with several arrows hanging on a straw rope around his waist. As soon as the pig-headed humanoid looked down, then his expression changed drastically. He fell to the ground with a thud, holding the puppy in his arms to protect it tightly with one hand. And with the other hand, he took something out of its ear, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it a few times. Then he clasped his hands together, raised them upwards, and bowed towards the place where Xia Chujian was. It's completely the posture of begging for mercy and raising the white flag of surrender. Did he realize that he was being targeted by a sniper rifle? His intuition was quite impressive, and he also knows how to protect the puppy. Xia Chujian did not let his guard down. She still maintained her aiming posture, staring motionlessly at the sniper rifle's objective field of view, waiting for Yi Shiji and the others to retreat. She would not give up aiming until she saw them. Sure enough, not long after, another tall horse-like human appeared. This is a woman. She had long flowing hair and wore a tight leather jacket on her upper body, with a sturdy horse-like body below her waist. The horses ran across the snowy wilderness, leaving clear hoof prints on the snow. As soon as she got behind the pig-headed humanoid, she suddenly raised her upper body and raised her two front hooves high. Then, with a loud bang, he fell down and stepped hard on the pig-headed humanoid. This horse-bodied humanoid was at least 2 meters tall, with a horse body at the waist, and was even stronger than a real horse. When her horse's hoof steps down, the pig-headed humanoid will surely be trampled to pieces. The pig-headed humanoid will be fine, but the little dog protected by the pig-headed humanoid will definitely not survive. Xia Chujian pursed her lips. She would not save the pig-headed human, but she felt an inexplicable pity for the little dog. At this moment, her mind told her not to meddle in other people's business. But her fingers were out of control, and she had already pulled the trigger. Snap! The Judge No. 7 sniper rifle unloaded a magazine and fired an armor-piercing sniper bullet silently, like the coming of death to reap lives. Before the tall horse-like female humanoid's hoof landed, Xia Chujian's sniper bullet had already penetrated her heart, directly turning her upper body into a bloody mist. Moreover, the kinetic energy of the sniper bullet was so great that it even knocked the horse-like humanoid away with a bang, and the 4 horse legs slid straight back for several meters before falling down with a thud. The pig-headed man lay on the ground with his head covered, curled up in fear, and trembled all over. After a while, when he felt that there was no movement, he held his head tremblingly and looked back. It was a peculiar scene. It was hard to tell whether the person lying on the ground was a horse or a person, because the upper body of the thing was gone. Only the horse's body and 4 legs were visible, as well as the gurgling blood that dyed the surrounding snow red. The pig-headed human stared blankly for a while, then suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of Xiaochujian. He seemed to understand something. He resolutely pulled out something from the torn sack like clothes on his body, then took out a long arrow from the quiver on his waist and tied the thing to the long arrow. Then he stood up, holding the shivering puppy in one hand and the arrow in the other, and staggered towards Xiaochujian. Only then did Xiaochujian see it clearly. What the pig-headed human tied to the long arrow seemed to be a piece of cloth. I guess it was white cloth many years ago, but as for the color now, I won't tell you. But judging from his posture, he is waving the white flag and surrendering. He had already prostrated himself on the ground and begged for mercy before, but now he was doing this again. Does she believe him or not? When Xiaochujian hesitated, Yi Shiji suddenly jumped out of the woods and pointed an assault rifle at the pig-headed humanoid. After comparing the two, Xiaochujian realized that the pig-headed human was actually not tall. Yi Shiji stood in front of him. The pig-headed man only reached Yi Shiji's chest, about 1.45 meters tall. Compared with the 2-meter-tall horse-bodied humanoid just now, this pig-headed humanoid looked like a child. A little pig child. Before, Xiaochujian could only see everything here through the sight and could not hear any sound. But now she could hear Yi Shiji when he spoke, because Yi Shiji had the communication equipment used by their team. Yi Shiji was saying, "Stop, if you take another step I will shoot." The pig-headed man quickly put the puppy down, bent his knees, and knelt down, still holding up the white flag as if surrendering. He said in a trembling voice, "Sanzong, Sanzong, Sanzong." Sanzong was forced. Sanzong doesn't want to kill anyone. "Please, sir, save Sanzong." Yi Shiji. Xiaochujian. Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Ping Xiong, who had just emerged from behind the woods, were also speechless. Li Fu asked curiously, "Sanzong? What's her name? What two characters are there? Write them out for us to see." The pig-headed human nodded, knelt on the ground, and used his fingers to draw 3 ones in the snow, arranging them from top to bottom. Then he drew 3 vertical lines next to the character San and said sheepishly, "I am Sanzong, the 3 in 1, 2, 3, and the bristle in pig bristle. That character is too difficult to write, I can't write it. So those 3 vertical lines represent 3 pig bristles? What the heck is going on?" Unlike Xiaochujian, Yi Shiji had also dealt with humanoids, but the humanoids they had seen were all very ferocious, the kind that could slap a normal human to death with one hand. They rarely see cowardly and timid pig-headed people like this. But Yi Shiji didn't believe him so easily. He still pointed his gun at the pig-headed man and said coldly, "What's going on? Speak properly. If you dare to lie to us, we will kill you in a minute." 3 manies shook his head frantically. No, I dare not. Sanzong works in the plantation south of Mulan City. Sanzong likes farming. Sanzong is willing to farm. Sanzong doesn't want to fight. It was that human who tricked Sanzong. He said he would bring Sanzong to the forest of exotic beasts to find seeds. But after they got here, he turned hostile. If Sanzong didn't help him kill humans, he wouldn't take Sanzong back with him. And he even wanted Sanzong's life. Li Fu leaned against a big tree and sneered. "Why don't you kill him? Otherwise you won't survive." Sanzong's pig face wrinkled into a ball. He waved the white flag and muttered, "But Sanzong can't do it." And he glanced in the direction of Xiaochujian and said, "That old man saved Sanzong's life. Sanzong wanted to surrender, so please don't kill him. Sanzong can do a lot of things. You don't have to feed him. Sanzong can help you find food. There are a lot of good things here. Sanzong can smell them." Yi Shiji was originally disdainful and wanted to kill this pig-headed man with a single shot, because he is a very cautious person. In a place like this, who knows whether these pig-headed humans are really nice or just pretending? He can't afford to gamble, doesn't want to gamble, and there's no need to gamble. Just when he was about to pull the trigger, Xiaochujian suddenly said in the team channel, "Ask him if he can smell anything good." Yi Shiji's eyes moved slightly, as if he understood what Xiaochujian meant. He looked at the pig-headed man and asked calmly, "What can you smell?" The pig-headed humanoid who called himself Three Bristles perked up, raised his head, and took a deep breath. His pig nose twitched, and he closed his eyes and said, "To the northwest of here, there is a purple Bodhi grass. It is about 5,000 years old and can move freely. In the southeast, there are wild, extreme cold rice species that grow specifically in very cold places." He sighed, "I came here just to find this kind of rice seed. Unfortunately, even if I find it, I can't go back. It's too far." The pig-headed humanoid Sanji turned his head in another direction and said with his eyes still closed, "About 10 feet diagonally in front of us, there is a Mantua Tiangua. It is at least 500 years old. There are still a lot of red pine ginsengs growing under the forest. The deeper you go into the forest, the older the red pine ginsengs are. Further away, there are Trillium, Zuzima, Dendrobium officinale, and Lacquercetin. All right? The lacquer is very poisonous. You humans will get dizzy even if you smell it. I wonder if there's a chance to get them all back to the plantation and grow some." Xia Chujian's eyes lit up as he listened, and he couldn't help but say to Yi Shiji in the team channel, "Captain Yi, do you think you can smell where the blood unicorn is?" Xia Chujian heard that what the pig-headed humans smelled were plants, and the blood unicorn was also a plant. So would there be a chance? Yi Shiji knew that Xia Chujian was planning this. He pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "He would have to have seen the blood unicorn and smelled its scent to know this, right? Do you think he is the kind of humanoid who has seen a blood unicorn? The blood Qilin is such a precious thing that only the royal family can enjoy it." Yi Shiji could not imagine how it is possible that this lowly humanoid captive would have any connection with the lofty royal treasure. "Captain, ask him, what if?" Xia Chujian's newly rising hope was extinguished by Yi Shiji again, but she still did not give up and made a final struggle. Yi Shiji asked casually, "Have you seen the blood unicorn?" He planned to listen to this pig-headed man's denial so that Xia Chujian would give up. As a result, Sanzong opened his eyes, looked at Yi Shiji in surprise, and said, "How do you know that Sanzong has seen the blood unicorn?" "What? Have you really seen the blood unicorn?" Even Song Mingqian was surprised. He came over with a gun and pointed it at Sanzong's pig head. Sanzong was stared at by 2 guns on his pig head. He fell to the ground with a thud and couldn't even kneel down. Only the little dog beside him was brave enough, jumping on the snow and barking towards Song Mingqian. But it was too small, and the puppy's voice had no deterrent effect at all. Instead, it made Ping Xiong, who was silent on the side, feel itchy and wanted to pet the dog. Sanzong quickly protected the little dog and kowtowed to Song Mingqian tremblingly, saying, "Master, please be magnanimous. Don't bother with the little dog. If you want to beat, scold, or kill me, just go after Sanzong. Don't touch Xiao Guzi. The puppy is still young and doesn't know much. It seems that in his mouth, all normal humans are big brothers." Song Mingqian laughed, slowly put away his rifle, and said lightly, "Even if I don't point a gun at you, we have people with guns. Don't think that this will make us let down our guard." Li Fu came over, bent down, picked up Sanzong, and said with a smile, "Don't listen to the nonsense about the money that will cost you your life. This guy looks familiar. Where have we met before?" Li Fu was 2 meters tall, and he looks like a giant in front of Sanzong, who is about 1.45 meters tall. Sanzong trembled even more violently when he saw Li Fu, who was as tall and strong as a brown bear. After a while, he said in a trembling voice, "Sanzong is a humanoid captive. He has never left the plantation since he was born. You are human, so you should have never seen Sanzong." "Really? Maybe I remembered it wrongly." Li Fu scratched his head, looking very relaxed, and asked slowly, "By the way, where have you seen the blood unicorn? I heard that this kind of thing is very rare." The little piglet San Zhuang had a very honest look on his face, but he puffed out his chest and said with a little pride, "San Zhuang is the best farmer in the plantation. The director of the plantation brought a blood unicorn with seeds and asked Sanzong to see if he could plant it. Sanzong separated the seeds and tried for half a year, but failed to grow them successfully. The blood unicorn was later dried and sent away." Yi Shiji looked at the pig-headed humanoid Three Bristle with cold eyes and continued to ask, "Why didn't it grow well?" Because the blood unicorn has very high requirements for the environment, it cannot survive even if there is even a little bit of pollution. Although the land of the plantation is the best black soil in the entire Star region, it still cannot meet the environmental requirements of the blood Shielan. Song Mingqian knew a little bit about planting terminology, so he asked curiously, "Can't we plant them in a sterile environment?" Sanzong shook his head seriously and said no. Even a blood unicorn cannot survive in a completely sterile environment. Sanzong has tried it. Another time, the blood unicorn was almost mature, but someone sprinkled some dirt on its leaves, and the blood unicorn immediately withered and decomposed, leaving no residue at all. Xia Chujian's heart started pounding when he heard this. She suppressed her excitement and said to Yi Shiji in the team channel, "Captain Yi, ask him to draw the appearance of the blood unicorn. If he has really seen it and tried to grow it, he should know what the blood unicorn looks like." Yi Shiji nodded and said to Sanzong, "How about this? You draw a blood unicorn for us on the snow to open our eyes." Sanzong quickly knelt on the ground, holding the arrow shaft, and began to draw. His paintings were crooked, and it was obvious that he had no formal painting training. But the painting is very vivid, and many details of this rare plant, the blood unicorn, are drawn accurately. Although it doesn't look very good, people who know the goods can tell it is a blood unicorn at a glance. Yi Shiji pondered for a while, then slowly said, "Then you should also be familiar with the taste of blood unicorn, right?" Sanzong nodded quickly. "I have smelled it. I will never forget the plants I have smelled." "Well, smell it. Is there any scent of blood unicorn around here?" Sanzong didn't even try and said honestly, "There is no blood unicorn here. I have smelled it a long time ago." Yi Shiji remained calm and continued, "So it's gone? Are you sure?" He asked this because he wanted Xia Chujian to give up. He really felt that he couldn't complete that mission, so it would be better for him to go back early. He was already very satisfied that he could get a bunch of high-quality weapons from the association through this mission. Anyway, there is no penalty for not completing this task. But they didn't know Xia Chujian's real purpose. The words of the pig-headed humanoid Sanzhuang did not make Xia Chujian give up, but instead made her change her mind. "Captain Yi, he said there is no blood Shielan here." "Then ask him where it is." The corner of Yi Shiji's right eye twitched uncontrollably, but he still asked, "You said there's none here. So are there any elsewhere?" "Yes." A pair of small black bean-like eyes on Sanzong's pig face lit up. It's where Sanzong came from. That human asked Sanzong to find the blood unicorn. "Huh? You're here to look for the blood Shielan?" Yi Shiji raised his thick eyebrows. "Where is it?" Sanzong thought for a long time, then said with a bitter face, "Sanzong can't tell you where it is, but Sanzong came from that side, so I can lead you there." After Sanzong helped him smell the blood unicorn, he drove Sanzong here to kill people. Xia Chujian was really anxious at this time and said in the team communication channel, "Let him lead the way. I'll follow behind." "Captain Yi, you don't have to go over. If it's a trap, you can also rescue." Yi Shiji actually thought so too, but he couldn't let Xia Chujian go alone. He said coldly, "Okay, you do the remote support, number 3, and I will go with him. Number 2 and number 4 will be the second echelon. Number 3 is Song Mingqian. Number 2 is Li Fu. Number 4 is Ping Xiong, and Xia Chujian is number 5. In front of outsiders, the team never says each other's names, but uses the team's code names instead. "No, Captain Yi, I must go." Xia Chujian did not agree this time, because her goal was not the blood Shielan, but the blood Shielan's companion plant Kong Sang. If the blood Shielan was nearby, she really didn't need to come here in person right away. But from what the pig-headed human said, that location was quite far from their aircraft, so she had to go and see it in person. Xia Chujian did what he said and immediately re-equipped himself. She was in the aircraft before, and because the temperature inside was relatively high, she only wore the one-piece bulletproof vest with a loose work jacket on the outside. "I'm going to go out now, into the forest of strange beasts where the temperature is minus 80 degrees Celsius. I definitely can't wear this." When she went to the cabin once, she wore 2 coats over this outfit, both of which were equipment she received from the Night Hunter Association. But this time, She thought about it and realized that the last time she went out wearing the exotic animal fur coat she got from the association, she still felt quite cold. She decided to wear the coat she had brought. This coat was also made for her by her aunt. It was made of the same material as the ivory woolen hat and was incredibly warm. It was definitely not as warm as the exotic animal fur coat she got from the association. She is afraid of cold and thinks this one is more suitable. Besides, ivory is also white, and with the snow outside, it can be considered a protective color in a critical moment. These were the only few belongings she had. Because she was going on a long journey, she took with her all the valuable things in her home. It's not much anyway. Then figure out what weapons to bring. She took a Destroyer 800 fully automatic submachine gun from the ammunition depot on the aircraft, and then found 5 belt-type magazines and tied them around her waist, totaling 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Although it is heavy, safety comes first. If she encounters a tough guy, like the horse-bodied human again, she must fire enough bullets at the first moment to ensure that she can kill the opponent in one shot. But when he was about to leave the aircraft, he caught a glimpse of the sniper rifle case under the seat. After thinking about it, he pulled out the gun box from under the seat, opened it, and put the Judge No. 7 sniper rifle next to the seat in it. There are various equipment matching this Judge No. 7 sniper rifle in the gun magazine, which can be modified randomly. She is used to it. Only when she went out with the gun case did she feel at ease. When Xia Chujin arrived at where Yi Shiji and the others were, Yi Shiji just shook his head helplessly and said, "Then go ahead. Number 4, you will be responsible for remote support." He was referring to Ping Xiong. Ping Xiong shrugged. "Okay, but I have to remind you that my shooting skills are not as accurate as number 5. Of course, she was referring to Xia Chujin. "It's enough. At least you won't use up all my bullets like number 5. Yi Shiji felt distressed at the thought and couldn't help but glare at Xia Chujin again. Xia Chujin pretended not to see it and said directly to the pig-headed humanoid San Zong, who was kneeling on the ground, "Get up and tell me where that place is." She needs the exact coordinates of the location. Sanzong didn't know how to say the exact location. He simply pulled out an arrow and started drawing on the snow. Following the diagram he drew, Song Mingqian estimated the coordinates of the location. "So far?" Xia Chujin frowned. "The sniper rifle on the aircraft can't shoot that far." Song Mingqian nodded. "If the coordinates are estimated correctly, that place is at least 10 kilometers away from our aircraft." Xia Chujin raised his eyes and looked into the distance thoughtfully. No matter how powerful a sniper rifle is, it can't hit a target more than 10 kilometers away, unless it is equipped with a micro-missile. "Don't even think about it." Yi Shiji immediately glared at Xia Chujin. "It's such a short distance. Why use missiles? There are so many of us, and we can't do anything to one person over there." Ping Xiong looked at it and said, "Do I need to go back? Sniper rifles can't reach that far, and micro-missiles can't be used. How can I provide long-range support if I go back?" Yi Shiji thought about it and said, "Your marksmanship is average anyway, so we can't count on you for long-range support. But you can go back and monitor the radar system and keep us informed of the situation and coordinates at any time." Ping Xiong then agreed and went back to the aircraft alone. The others looked at Sanzong, asking him to lead the way. Sanzong raised his head and quickly glanced at Xia Chujin. He felt that this was the person who had just saved him. Xia Chujin was dressed like a ball, with a helmet on her head, goggles, and a mask, so her appearance was completely unrecognizable. Of course, everyone else in the team was fully armed, just like Xia Chujin. However, the others were not wearing as much as Xia Chujin because they were genetically evolved people. Although it was cold here, they did not feel unbearable cold like Xia Chujin, an ordinary person. Xia Chujin couldn't help but raise the Destroyer 800 fully automatic submachine gun in his hand and pointed it at Sanzong. The murderous aura came out naturally. Three Main shuddered. How could he have thought that this person would be a kind person? Look at the way she pointed the gun at him. She was more cruel than the other humans. They're the most sensitive to whether there is murderous intent. Sanzong lay on the ground, unable to help but kowtow to Xia Chujin and said, "Master, spare me. Master, spare me. What the heck is this female uncle?" Xia Chujin's mouth twitched twice behind his helmet and mask. "Get up. Lead the way." Sanzong got up from the ground with a start and stumbled in another direction. The little dog also followed him with its tail between its legs, as if it was frightened by Xia Chujian. Yi Shiji sighed and whispered in the team channel that I always feel it's unreliable. Xia Chujian said nothing. She also felt it was unreliable. How could such a coincidence happen? Their mission is to find the blood Qilin. Suddenly, a humanoid who could smell the blood unicorn came. But the current situation was that she had to go. If there really was a trap ahead, then the other party had really grasped her pulse. This is an open conspiracy. The wind and snow picked up again. Hexagonal snowflakes covered the sky, and a layer of white snow fog rose in the air, with the visible distance less than 3 meters. The pig-headed humanoid Sammang was only wearing a torn sack that left his legs and arms exposed, and he was struggling forward in the wind and snow. The 4 people followed Sanzong and the puppy in silence, and finally walked out of the woods and came to a vast expanse of white snow. Sammang stopped at the edge of the snow, pointed ahead and said, "Go through this snow, and you'll find the woods on the opposite side." After saying that, he hesitated again, not daring to look at Xia Chujian, but staring at the place at her feet, and said, "The human who wants to kill you is there. He should be waiting for you." Xia Chujian looked ahead and estimated the distance. Then he slowly raised his gun, aimed forward, and said in a cold voice, "Sanzong, has the man you mentioned found the blood Qilin?" The pig-headed humanoid Sanzong shook his head, a look of fear on his face. Sanzong smelled a blood unicorn over there, but there is also a very, very powerful giant next to the blood unicorn. Sanzong doesn't dare to go, and the human doesn't dare to go either. Xia Chujian breathed a sigh of relief. So, the blood Qilin is still there. Sanrong sniffed forward a few times with his pig nose and said with certainty, "It's still there. It hasn't been picked yet." He was a humanoid who had actually dealt with the blood Qilin and could smell the difference. "Can you tell me the exact location?" Xia Chujian loaded the submachine gun in his hand with a click. Sanzong drew another picture of the situation in the woods opposite. Song Meiqian estimated the coordinates again. Xia Chujian sent the coordinates back to Ping Xiong and said in the team channel, "Number 4, use the radar system to check the specific situation of this coordinate location, and then transmit the precise location of the target to our smart bracelet." Ping Xiong had already returned to the aircraft by this time. He had just taken out a spare sniper rifle from the aircraft's weapons inventory and aimed it towards a distance. Although she couldn't hit that far, it was always the right choice to be prepared. Hearing Xia Chujian's words at this time, Ping Xiong turned around and adjusted the precise scanning range of the radar. Soon, the data scanned by the solid-state optical radar was converted into visual images and appeared on several virtual screens. Ping Xiong gasped. "There are a lot of things ahead." Then, she sent the exact location to her teammates one by one. "I won't post the specific pictures because the magnetic field interference here is too severe, and the speed of the local area network they set up is shockingly slow." With her precise location, Yi Shiji and his team quickly found a secluded place to hide, and then used the telescope eyepiece on the helmet to conduct field observations. Just across the snow in the woods, they saw that there was indeed a normal human and 2 humanoids. The normal human was wearing an ordinary hunting suit, a helmet, goggles, and a mask on his head, and his appearance could not be seen. But in this temperature of -80 degrees, wearing only a hunting suit was enough to prove his identity. That must be a genetic evolver, and of a relatively high level. Because if it were an ordinary person, wearing so little in such extremely cold weather, he would have been frozen solid long ago. Next to this genetically evolved being were 2 humanoids, both with leopard heads and human bodies, holding shiny black javelins in their hands, looking extremely tough. Not far from the genetically evolved man and the 2 leopard-headed humans, there crouched a griffin like Saker Falcon, looking at him eagerly. This creature was extremely tall, and even when it was crouching on the ground, it was 3 meters tall. Its feathers are golden, and it lies in the white snow and green bushes, like an open-pit gold mine that has just been mined. Add to that its powerful wings, its beak with a bite force as strong as a lion, and its claws harder than steel, and it is really not easy to deal with. The first thing Xia Chujian thought of was the Griffin's Saker Falcon that rushed into the sky and tried to attack their aircraft when they first came here. At this moment, Xia Chujian wished he could fly the aircraft over. Then you can just use the Celestial Automatic Intelligent Machine Gun on the aircraft and fire 100,000 bullets. No matter how big the Griffin or Saker Falcon is, it can only be turned into a roasted bird. Of course, she was just thinking about it, because even if she had a flying vehicle with her, she couldn't attack the Griffin like this. It must be led to a place far away from the blood Qilin before it can be killed. Otherwise, if blood splashed onto the blood unicorn, it would die immediately. Yi Shiji also saw the situation on the other side and immediately ordered, "No. 5. Take action. Kill the 2 humanoids first." He was referring to the 2 humanoids with leopard heads and human bodies. It was obvious at first glance that these 2 types of people were not kind-hearted people. Their pupils, which should have been black with gold edges, were now blood red. This kind of eye color means either the person has killed too many people or is mentally ill. When he takes action, he will be extremely cruel and domineering. Xia Chujian immediately took out a sniper rifle from the magazine and lay down, setting the coordinates and aiming at the leopard-headed humanoid on the right side of the genetic evolver, because he was the farthest away from the blood unicorn. Then, with a click, Xia Chujian pulled the trigger and ejected the magazine. Bang! After the first sound, the leopard-headed humanoid on the right side of the genetic evolver was instantly hit in the chest and was directly blown back by the huge kinetic energy of the sniper bullet, knocking down several large trees before screaming and breaking into pieces. The leopard-headed humanoid on the left of the genetically evolved being was much more agile. When he heard the gunshots, he immediately lay down and moved towards the blood unicorn, getting closer to the Griffin Saker Falcon that was beginning to become restless. It was also closer to the blood unicorn. If he was hit by a sniper bullet, the splashing blood mist might contaminate the blood Qilin. The pig-headed humanoid Sanjuang said that the reason why the blood unicorn is difficult to breed artificially is because it has very strict requirements on the environment. If there is even a little bit of external pollution, it will die immediately. The other party knew this exactly, so they were waiting for them here and scrupulously. He knew they came for the blood Qilin. He also knew that they brought a lot of sophisticated weapons of mass destruction. But as long as you stay next to the blood Qilin, as long as the opponent wants to pick the blood Qilin, the opponent will be cautious and will not dare to, and will not use weapons of mass destruction. Because doing so, even if it can kill the opponent, it will definitely contaminate the blood Qilin and cause the blood Qilin that is about to mature to die instantly. So this is a natural restraint for the team. At this moment, everyone in the team knew that the other party was well prepared and had calculated all the means they could take. They were sitting still and advancing step by step, waiting for them to fall into their trap. There was no movement in the woods. Could it be that the other party was still waiting for them to get closer? Yi Shiji is in a bit of a tricky situation. Xia Chujian licked her dry lower lip, and a flash of gloom flashed across her bright eyes. Dear team members, put on your helmets and turn on the shielding function. Yi Shiji calmed down and began to make preparations for the battle. That genetic evolver must also be a person with strong mental power. Don't let him control you with his mental power. We can't bombard them with large-scale thermal weapons this time. We may need to fight them in close combat. Ready your tactical dagger. Use a 3-3 tactic. Number 3 attacks. Number 2 provides cover. Number 5 provides support. Target: the leopard-headed humanoid on the left. Number 3 is Song Mingxian. Number 2 is Li Fu. And number 5 is Xia Chujian. Yi Shiji asked the 3 of them to form a team to deal with the remaining leopard-headed humans around the human. The other party seemed to sense that danger was approaching. The leopard-headed humanoid hunched over and bared his teeth in the direction they were coming from, letting out a low growl. Then he bent down, took a step back, and jumped. The whole person spun in the air, and when he landed, he had turned into a real leopard, looking at them fiercely. Just don't move forward. As if he knew that as long as he stayed in this place, the other party would not dare to take action, at least not shoot him, because he was very close to the blood Qilin. If someone opens fire, there is no way to avoid blood splattering. The Golden Griffin Saker Falcon also made calls that became more and more urgent, as if it was calling its companions, or as if it was threatening and scaring them to stay away from it. "Captain, what about you?" Xia Chujian felt a little uneasy. The genetic evolver on the opposite side is obviously the mastermind and the most powerful one among the opponents. But the captain asked the three of them to deal with the leopard-headed humanoid, which meant that he wanted to leave the most difficult genetic evolver to himself. Yi Shiji said, "I will cooperate with number 4 to move the genetic evolver away. You also need to contain the leopard-headed humanoid and don't let him get close to the blood unicorn again." Number 4 is Ping Xiong, who is providing long-range support in the aircraft. She is 10 kilometers away and cannot reach here with a sniper rifle, but she can provide detailed coordinates. If Yi Shiji can really get that genetic evolver away, and then Xia Chujian and the others kill the remaining leopard-headed humanoid, their chances of winning are still very high. Xia Chujian let out a sigh of relief and was about to nod when he suddenly discovered that on the team communication channel, all the team members cried out in pain at the same time, as if they were out of control. Fortunately, Yi Shiji had just reminded everyone that they had already turned on the mental shielding function of the helmets. The helmets they received from the Night Hunters Association this time can block mental control below level A. After the shielding function was fully activated, the pain that almost made them bleed from all 7 orifices disappeared instantly. Yi Shiji said calmly, "It is confirmed that the other party is indeed a genetic evolver, and the highest level of mental power should be the peak of level B. Because if the opponent is a strong man with a level mental power, then their helmets cannot block it. Now the helmet is blocking it, proving that the opponent's highest level is only the peak of level B." Xia Chujian was also very nervous. She didn't actually feel any mental attack, but she was worried that the other party would attack her too. She touched her supernatural defense helmet and immediately activated all the shielding functions, even the sound insulation function. She used the communication function in her helmet to tell her teammates, "I've also turned on the soundproofing function. If you have anything to say, speak through the helmet. I can't hear you shouting." Now Xia Chujian's head was tightly wrapped in the helmet, as if in a vacuum state. Not only can no air from the outside world come in, but even the sound is completely blocked out. The transmission of sound requires a medium, so except for the bone conduction headphones that come with the helmet, she can't hear any sound from the outside world. Yi Shiji thought about it and said, in addition to turning on the shielding function, everyone should also turn on the sound insulation function, turn on the headphones, and all communications should be conducted through the helmet. This way, no one outside can hear anything, and their communication can be minimized from being overheard by the other party. Li Fu and Song Mingqian nodded in agreement and turned on the sound insulation function of their helmets. As for headphones, they must wear them when they are on missions. It's just not usually needed. Seeing that everyone was ready, Yi Shiji waved his hand. Song Mingqian, Li Fu, and Xia Chujian formed a triangle formation and moved out of the woods step by step. At this time, the snow outside the woods was falling more and more heavily, and with a wind speed of about 50 kilometers per hour, it was a catastrophic snowstorm. Visibility with the naked eye dropped to less than 1 meter. But the eyepieces they wore had a far-infrared thermal imaging system, which worked wonders in this kind of weather. The snow on the ground was very deep, but because of the low temperatures all year round, the bottom layer had already frozen solid. The snow that had just accumulated on top was only up to the knees. The three of them stood back to back, moving step by step in the snowstorm towards the woods opposite. The genetic evolver, who was waiting in the woods opposite at this time, was Feng Qianzhan. He didn't wear much, except for a layered fleece coat made of exotic animal fur and a modified hunting bulletproof vest, which allowed him to carry various weapons and supplies. There is also a helmet, goggles, and a self-heating mask, which are his standard equipment. Although he is a genetically evolved being, he is not yet impenetrable to bullets, so his brain and vital parts of his body are strictly protected. It doesn't matter where else. The cellular functions of a genetically evolved person are very different from those of ordinary humans. Although the temperature here is extremely low, Feng Qianzhan doesn't feel it is that cold. He looked at the snowstorm outside the woods with a gloomy face and cursed in his heart. When he came, he got news from his employer that the other party had received a lot of high-level conventional thermal weapons and equipment from the Night Hunter Association. So the plan he made was to prevent the other party from having the opportunity to use those weapons and equipment. After all, although he is a high-level genetic evolver, he will not be able to withstand the opponent's bombardment with conventional thermal weapons. So he needed an opportunity to make them dare not and unable to use weapons of mass destruction, and then crush them with his mental power. But he didn't expect that when he reached the range of mental attack, his mental attack was completely ineffective as he was a genetic evolver with the mental power of the peak B level. Obviously, the highest mental power level of the opponent team is only mid-level D level. How is this possible? Unless the opponent uses high-level defense equipment that can block mental attacks below level A. But is there such advanced defense equipment on Gudyuan Star, the most remote star in the Empire? There is no such information in his intelligence. You have to know that the combat power ceiling of the entire Gudyuan Star is the peak of Class B. Even if you take Bachin Star, where the Imperial capital is located, it is not something that ordinary people can get the defense facilities that can block the mental power below Class A. This lousy team ranks so low in the Night Hunters Association. Where did they get all those good equipment? There was a fierce look in Feng Qianzhan's eyes. He snorted and ordered the leopard-headed humanoid on the left, Gangwa, kill him. In order to maximize the effectiveness of his mental power, he needed to lure the team closer. The leopard-headed human named Jiagua looked at Feng Qianzhan with fear. Although he was very afraid of death, he did not dare to disobey Feng Qianzhan's orders and could not continue to hide beside the blood Qilin. He let out a low roar, jumped up from the snow, and pounced on the flying snow outside the woods. He is now in complete beast form, running at an incredible speed, and in the snow he sometimes runs in an S shape and sometimes in a B shape. Ping Xiong was far away in the aircraft, watching this scene from the radar monitoring, and found that the opponent's coordinates could change several times within 1 second. Xia Chujian, Li Fu, and Song Mingxian were back-to-back, holding guns and moving forward vigilantly. The wind was howling and swirling. The snowflakes piled up into small snowdrifts along the undulating terrain, but were blown up by the strong wind, rolling the snowdrifts on the ground into the air, and then spread out in another place. It blocked the view and absorbed the noise between heaven and earth, making people feel that the surroundings were extremely quiet, with only the sound of falling snow. Xia Chujian said in the team channel through the communication system in the helmet, "I feel something is wrong. If the other party has set a trap to lure us here, why haven't they taken any action yet?" Song Mingxian is a genetic evolver with early D-level mental power. In such harsh weather conditions, his vision and perception are far superior to those of ordinary people like Xia Chujian. He can cooperate with the intelligence system of the assault rifle scope to see farther. He stared ahead intently and suddenly said, "Here we come." 57 degrees north latitude, 124 degrees west longitude. Song Mingxian only said a coordinate location, and Xia Chujian raised his destroyer 800 fully automatic submachine gun without hesitation. Da-da-da-da. After firing a volley of bullets, a roar of a wild beast was heard from the front. Then, in the white snow, suddenly a bloodstain rose into the sky. Song Mingxian saw it clearly and murmured, "Da Xiao Chujian, you killed a leopard-headed humanoid." Xia Chujian. She didn't see anything at all and relied entirely on the feel of the gun in her hand and the approximate coordinates that Song Mingxian had mentioned. You have to know that after the leopard-headed humanoid turns into a beast, his movements become extremely agile. In fact, after Song Mingxian told him his coordinates, he had already rushed forward 7 or 8 meters and changed direction. But when Xia Chujian raised the gun, he fired a scattering flower in advance, blocking the humanoid's entire path. "Brother Song, your coordinates are so accurate." Xia Chujian praised calmly and continued to ask, "Anything else?" Ping Xiong also saw this scene in the visual image converted by the solid-state optical radar. She was amazed. "I just met you for the first time. Your shooting skills are so darn accurate. I can't even match one of your fingers." Xia Chujian was indifferent to this compliment and asked calmly, Sister Kai, are there any obstacles ahead? Ping Xiong carefully looked at the radar data and informed them the distance between you and the blood unicorn is only that genetically evolved human and the griffin. Yi Shiji also said in the team channel at this time, the other side brought 5 humanoids. We have killed 4 of them. 1 humanoid surrendered. We can leave it aside for now. Now the only one left is the genetic evolver. He should be a B-level psychic, very powerful. Everyone must be careful. And don't lose the helmet. Xia Chujian, Li Fu, and Song Mingxian took this opportunity to run forward. Feng Qinzhan also saw that his last humanoid captive had been beaten to death, and he became furious. The mental attack was unsuccessful, and the 5 humanoid captives he brought were completely useless. But he also had hot weapons. With a gloomy face, he held up a Frostfall 100 assault rifle in his hand and pointed it in the direction ahead with a sinister look in his eyes. He is a genetic evolver with peak B-level mental power, and his naked eyes can see very far without a telescope. The heavy snow and wind could block the vision of ordinary people, but it could not block the vision of an advanced genetic evolver like him. He saw with his own eyes the 3 people on the snow, running towards him in AV formation. He raised his gun and put it in front of the scope and first dealt with the tallest guy. Finger curled on the trigger. The next second, da-da-da-da, a dozen bullets were fired rapidly, piercing through the wind and snow, and shot towards Li Fu's chest. Although Li Fu's mental strength level was only E-level, he was also a genetic evolver, and his body's sensitivity was no longer comparable to that of ordinary people. In addition, the wind speed here is too high, and there is interference from the strong magnetic field, which greatly affects the speed and accuracy of the bullet. Therefore, Li Fu had time to turn sideways to avoid the direction of the bullets, and then raised the assault rifle in his hand and fired several shots at Feng Qinzhan. For Feng Qinzhan, although these bullets were fast, it was easier for him to avoid them. He suddenly jumped into the air, his whole body seemed to be equipped with a spring, and he leaped 4 or 5 meters on the spot and flew to a big tree behind him. Li Fu narrowed his eyes. He said regretfully in the team's communication channel, that person is at least a peak B-level genetic evolver. Unless you use a celestial automatic machine gun, a highly lethal sniper rifle, or an assault rifle that can switch to plasma mode, it will be difficult to hit him with ordinary assault rifles and submachine guns. At the same time, Xia Chujian also raised her Destroyer 800 fully automatic submachine gun and quickly fired back at the position where the opponent was firing. She only fired a burst of bullets, and found from the eyepiece with far infrared thermal imaging system that the opponent suddenly jumped up like a bird and flew to the big tree behind him. Seeing this scene, Xia Chujian didn't know what to feel. Is this the power of a genetically evolved person with top-level spiritual power? Is this the future direction of human development that has surpassed the human potential? Then, she is obviously someone who will be eliminated by the times. But so what? Xia Chujian raised her Destroyer 800 fully automatic submachine gun, calmly loaded the magazine, and then aimed at the tree where the genetic evolutionist was. Da-da-da-da. He fired one round after another of extremely powerful bullets through the high-precision eyepiece of the helmet, aiming at a hole in the tree pecked by a woodpecker, and fired fiercely. In just 10 seconds, the towering tree, which had been growing for who knows how many years, creaked and slowly fell backwards. Feng Qinzhan jumped down from the tree in a panic. In order to protect himself, he raised his hand and started shooting towards Xia Chujian's position. But Xia Chu saw that their 3-member team had already laid down and began to crawl forward in the snow. While he was fighting the man in front, Yi Shiji had already quietly circled around to the rear of Feng Qinzhan. In the snow, he slowly retreated like a ghost, slowly raised his hand, switched the Frostfall 100 assault rifle in his hand to charging mode, and quietly opened fire. The assault rifle switched to charge mode no longer fired physical bullets with explosive power, but magnetic charge energy beams. This energy beam was completely silent and unhindered by strong winds, making it much more accurate than ordinary bullets. But Feng Qinzhan is indeed a genetic evolver with peak level B mental power. Even at such a close distance, and with such an undefendable weapon, he still noticed it immediately. In midair, as he was jumping down from the tree, he suddenly felt a great force in his body, and he moved half his body to the right, avoiding Yi Shiji's fatal shot. But at the same time, Feng Qianzhan was further away from the blood unicorn. This is exactly one of the goals the team wants to achieve. But Yi Shiji still shook his head with some regret. His Frostfall 100 assault rifle is an advanced rifle with switchable firing modes, which can shoot charged energy beams in addition to regular bullets. Unfortunately, the shooting mode of the charged energy beam requires energy storage. The energy module he brought was only enough to fire once every half an hour. It takes 30 minutes to charge the gun again. Yi Shiji switched the Frost 100 assault rifle in his hand to normal mode and fired several shots at Feng Qianzhan. Bronze shecks splashed in the woods, creating sparks. In this way, Feng Qianzhan was forced out of the woods step by step. Although Feng Qianzhan's hiding became more and more embarrassing, he still managed to escape. Conventional submachine gun bullets missed him. The assault rifle that could shoot energy beams didn't hit him either. Xia Chujian, Li Fu, and Song Mingqian were almost at the edge of the woods at this time. She saw Feng Qianzhan dodging the bullets, and her eyes became darker and darker. Is this the ability of an advanced genetic evolver? She murmured in the team channel. She had been in the Night Hunters for 3 years and had never come face to face with someone with such strong mental power. Song Mingqian sighed enviously. Yes, that person is at least at the peekaboo level. I feel like he can break through to a level in a minute. Ah? Bah? You're such a jinx. Bad things don't work, but good things do. Ping Xiong kept spitting at Song Mingqian in the team channel, wishing she could ban him from speaking. Everyone knows that if the genetic evolver with peak B level mental power really breaks through to a level, they will all be finished. Now, with the 5 of them working together and using the protection of the supernatural defense helmets, they were able to barely fight him to a draw. It can be said that if that person had been defeated one by one, the 5 of them would have been finished long ago. Fortunately, the other party hasn't reacted yet. At this time, Feng Qianzhan was also thinking quickly in his mind. In the snowstorm, he hid behind a snowdrift, staring at the team in the woods with a gloomy face. He could see that the other team should have 5 people, but now there were only 4, which meant that there was another one providing remote support. But he was very clear about the distance between here and the other side's aircraft. The sniper rifle over there can't shoot that far, unless the opponent uses micro-missiles. But if the micro-missiles were to hit, the entire forest would be destroyed, not to mention the delicate blood unicorn. So the other side will definitely not launch missiles. But as a genetic evolver with peak B-level mental power, his mental attacks were ineffective against these people, which meant that they had defensive measures. At this moment, Feng Qianzhan did not think that his information was wrong. Because looking at the figures of those people moving in the wind and snow, you can tell that their genetic evolution level is really low. It is easier for ordinary people who have not undergone genetic evolution to judge. You can tell just by looking at the way they move in the snow. He's a guy who's wearing the thickest clothes and looks like a ball. It was also that guy who shot down the big tree where he was hiding just now. The fact that they were not affected by his mental attacks must be that they were carrying some defensive equipment. Feng Qianzhan looked at them for a while, his eyes resting on the helmets they were wearing. It's confirmed, it must be that helmet. Feng Qianzhan narrowed his eyes and decided to kill the most powerful person in the team first, the captain with the highest level of genetic evolution. He was also the one who had just shot an energy beam at him from behind. With his mind racing, Feng Qianzhan also installed the energy beam module on the submachine gun in his hand, quietly placed it on the snow, turned on the automatic mode, and fired fiercely into the woods. The same charged energy beam shot out from the muzzle of the submachine gun. In the snowstorm, the flying snowflakes seemed to be cut in half by golden lightning. The lightning surged like a tidal wave, pouring into the woods, instantly breaking many large trees. It was obvious that Feng Qianzhan's submachine gun could also switch shooting modes, and it was even more powerful than Yi Shiji's assault rifle that could switch shooting modes. Yi Shiji, who was hiding behind a big tree, jumped out in a hurry. Then, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. That is a life warning that real danger is approaching. Ordinary people also have this intuition, and this intuition is magnified countless times for genetically evolved people. Yi Shiji didn't have time to think and quickly fell forward, avoiding the fatal blow from behind. As expected, Feng Qianzhan pretended to build a plank road and secretly crossed Qinsong. He placed the fully automatic submachine gun behind the snow pile and fired automatically, but he had already quietly come around from behind. Just as Yi Shiji had gotten behind him before, he also got behind him in the same way. But Yi Shiji's vigilance still saved his life. The dagger in Feng Qianzhan's hand didn't have time to cut Yi Shiji's throat before Yi Shiji fell to the ground. Feng Qianzhan's dagger drew an arc in the air and cut down fiercely, but it ended up missing. He had a ferocious look on his face and was about to move the dagger in his hand downwards. Xia Chujian saw this not far away, and in a hurry, he grabbed the sniper rifle from behind and pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled gunshot sounded in Feng Qianzhan's ears. From the direction the sound came from, he could tell that the bullet was aimed at the wrist where he was holding the knife. If he continued to chop down, his wrist would be in danger. Even if he can get mechanical prosthetic limbs in the future and his daily life will not be affected, as a top killer, his real physical advantage will be gone. In a flash, he had to pull back suddenly. His speed of retreat was obviously not fast enough, and the bullet still hit the dagger with a bang. A sharp pain made Feng Qianzhan's eyes go dark, and he almost fainted. He staggered back a few steps, then looked up suddenly, his face as dark as if he had been burned by the sun at the equator. Feng Qianzhan had never suffered such a big loss since he broke through to the peak of mental power level B. He flicked his wrist and quickly took out another tactical dagger from a pocket of his hunting suit. With a stern face, he threw it backhanded with all his strength, following the curve of the bullet, and returned it intact. It all happened so fast. Xia Chujian wanted to dodge like Li Fu, but there was a gap between imagination and reality. Unfortunately, she is an ordinary person whose genes cannot evolve. The reaction speed of her body cannot keep up with the reaction speed of her brain, which is a huge gap. Li Fu could dodge the bullet, but she couldn't dodge the dagger. The man threw the dagger, and it hit her right in the heart. Xia Chujian groaned. Fortunately, she had a lot of clothes on, and in addition to the thick warm coat on the outside, she also had the ivory coat her aunt made for her. The dagger came with great force, piercing Xia Chujian's outermost coat at lightning speed, but when it continued to move in, it was blocked by her ivory coat. However, the power of the gene evolutionary strongman at the peak of level B mental power was as powerful as that of a thermal weapon. The dagger was blocked and ultimately did not pierce the coat, and of course did not hurt Xia Chujian. But Xia Chujian was knocked backwards by the kinetic energy of the dagger, like a light kite, caught in the wind and snow, and crashed into a big tree near the blood unicorn before stopping with a bang. She was hit so hard that her head was dizzy, and her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. Xia Chujian slid down the tree trunk slowly and sat on the ground. He leaned against the tree, tilted his head, and fainted. Feng Qianzhan took a look from a distance. This ordinary person without mental power must have been killed by his dagger. Feng Qianzhan couldn't help but snorted with pride, and his morale was greatly boosted. He never thought that he would not be able to kill an ordinary person with one blow. The kinetic energy of his knife strike was no less than that of a sniper bullet. But he was also a little confused. The dagger he swung out was like a sniper bullet, piercing the opponent's body, but it did not tear the opponent into pieces. This is a bit unscientific. But even he, an advanced genetic evolver with peak B-level mental power, could not escape the fate of being killed when hit by a sniper bullet, let alone an ordinary person who has no mental power at all. So the other party should be dead. After dealing with Xia Chujian, Feng Qianzhan moved as fast as a ghost and pounced on Yi Shiji in front of him. Yi Shiji just stood up and was about to hide behind a big tree. But Feng Qianzhan's hand reached out from some angle, snatched away his Frostfall 100 fully automatic assault rifle, and then punched him on the helmet. Yi Shiji was hit so hard by the punch that he felt dizzy and almost lost his balance. But he still controlled himself, stretched out his hands forward, and tightly grasped the assault rifle that Feng Qianzhan had snatched away. Feng Qianzhan sneered, clenched his fist as big as a bowl, and smashed it towards Yi Shiji's head again. Yi Shiji was attacked on the head twice by Feng Qianzhan. Although he was also a genetic evolver, he only had D-level mental power and could not bear it at all. After 2 punches, Yi Shiji's breathing stagnated and he fainted. Li Fu and Song Mingqian originally wanted to go and see how Xia Chujian was doing. But now they found that Yi Shiji had his weapon robbed and was knocked unconscious, so they immediately took their submachine guns and shot at Feng Qianzhan. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Although Feng Qianzhan's genetic evolution level is very high compared to the people in this team, it is not high enough to completely ignore thermal weapons. Faced with this reckless hot weapon, he still retreated quickly, instantly retreating back to the snow pile outside the woods where he had just hidden. Song Mingqian went up alone to check on Yi Shiji's condition. Fortunately, Yi Shiji was only knocked unconscious, and Feng Qianzhan didn't have time to kill him. When Feng Qianzhan retreated to the snowdrift, Li Fu held his submachine gun and fired in the direction of his retreat. Unfortunately, Feng Qianzhan was lying on the ground in the snowstorm and rolled over and over, so Li Fu's submachine gun couldn't hit him at all. Feng Qianzhan took advantage of the wind and snow and moved as fast as a roller, rolling back to the edge of the woods within a few seconds. He then took out his assassin 1095 pistol and tried to shoot at the people in the woods. But as soon as he stopped shooting, Li Fu's submachine gun followed him like a shadow. Bullets were fired at him one after another, and even if they didn't hit him, they greatly affected his aim. Feng Qianzhan was so angry that he threw his pistol away. Using these conventional hot weapons will only slow down his killing speed. As a B-level peak psychic, he was actually no longer used to using conventional thermal weapons, and his marksmanship was just average. He always felt that a killer who could crush his opponents with mental power had no need to practice shooting. It's better to rely on yourself. He just didn't believe that as a B-level peak spiritual power expert among the genetic evolutionists, he couldn't handle these chickens and dogs. At this time, Song Mingqian had just confirmed that Yi Shiji was not in danger of life. When Ping Xiong repeatedly reminded them in the team channel, "That person is coming, right behind you," she said it was too late. Feng Qianzhan's speed was so fast that he almost left a trail of afterimages in the sight of the 3 of them. By the time Li Fu and Song Mingqian came to their senses, Feng Qianzhan had already taken away their weapons and kicked them both unconscious at the same time. Ping Xiong saw this scene on the aircraft's display screen and was so anxious that tears came to her eyes. At this moment, she hated herself so much. Why did she return to the aircraft? If she were there too, it would provide an extra layer of strength. But now is not the time to regret. Ping Xiong bit her lip and called out to them repeatedly in the team channel. "Captain Yi, Li Fu, money for your life. Xiao Chujian, wake up, wake up." She turned on various stimulation modes of the helmet, just wanted to wake up the fainted people as soon as possible. But Feng Qianzhan had already returned to the grove. Seeing that the team was knocked unconscious by him, he smiled smugly. "If you want to fight with your master, Feng, wait for your next life." He took out a dagger and wanted to cut off the heads of these people and take them back as evidence to collect the balance. The dagger was stabbed down, but was blocked by the helmet protecting the neck. Feng Qianzhan was very surprised. What material was this helmet made of? He took off Yi Shiji's helmet and tried it on his own head. As soon as he put it on, he was delighted. What a great thing. This supernatural defense helmet is not only bulletproof, but also can protect against mental power. It can protect against peak B-level enemies. One can be sold for at least 10 million Bachin coins on the black market. I'm rich. I'm rich. You have to know that he only gets 6 million Bachin coins for this mission, and it has to be paid in 3 years. Feng Qianzhan's attention immediately shifted to collecting the team members' special power defense helmets. In his heart, he was actually lamenting the weirdness of this far northern area of the strange beast forest. He is a master of psychic power at the peak of Class B, but the strong magnetic field interference in the extreme north of the monster forest can even affect the development of his psychic power. If not for this, his actions could be higher, faster, and stronger. In Mulan City, with one punch from him, even a genetic evolver with early B-level mental power would bleed from all 7 orifices and die. But here, he could only knock out these low-level genetic evolvers with one punch. If you really want to kill them, you have to hit them a few more times. To be on the safe side, he decided to just cut off the head. Because of this delay, Xia Chujian, who was knocked unconscious by his dagger, woke up unexpectedly due to the stimulation of Ping Qiong's helmet. At this time, Ping Qiong was in tears in the aircraft, but she covered her mouth and dared not make any sound, because she saw from the virtual display that the enemy was wearing the captain's helmet. Their helmets are connected to the team's communication channel. Ping Qiong also stopped the stimulation mode to avoid letting the other party notice. When she saw Xia Chujian wake up, she didn't dare to say anything. As soon as she opened her mouth, the other party would immediately know what was going on, which would put Xia Chujian in danger. But Xia Chujian didn't need her to remind him. She leaned against the tree. Her vision went from blurry to clear, and the first thing she saw was the killer, who was facing away from her, bending over and taking out a dagger, looking for an angle to cut off his head. The next moment, she found that the killer was wearing the captain's special power defense helmet. The special defense helmets of their team have just turned on full defense, including sound insulation equipment. That means the killer shouldn't be able to hear the noise outside now. Xia Chujian made up his mind, took off his helmet, and took out the bone sensor earphones in his ears and turned them off. This prevents any sound from reaching the helmet's communication system and alerting the killer. The extremely low temperature of -80 degrees Celsius came like a cold wave. Fortunately, she still had the ivory woolen hat knitted for her by her aunt. I don't know what kind of wool this hat is made of. In such extremely low temperatures, the warmth retention effect is surprisingly good. There are also goggles and a self-heating mask on the face, so the cold temperature didn't have much impact on her. At the same time, her other hand reached behind her back and pulled out the gun magazine she had been carrying on her back. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water, without any hindrance. In just half a second, he quickly opened the rifle case, raised his sniper rifle, and aimed at the assassin who was bending over and about to cut off Yishiji's head. Xia Chujian pulled the trigger without hesitation. An anti-material sniper bullet weighing 80 grams, 150 millimeters long, which can penetrate walls and armor, cut through the condensed air and shot towards the back of Feng Qianzhan. Feng Qianzhan was too excited, and he didn't realize that the helmet he was wearing not only had a full shielding function, but also a soundproofing function. More importantly, he had no idea that such a powerful danger was approaching. As a genetically evolved warrior with peak B-level mental power, he possesses an extremely strong foresight of danger, which allows him to avoid many fatal injuries in advance. Therefore, when he fights with others, he basically does not need to keep his eyes and ears open because he has a strong intuition of predicting danger over long distances. But this time, when the bullet was about to reach his back, he sensed the danger and issued a frantic warning. In a 10,000th of a second, he only had time to move his body to the left. But it's too late. He only moved half a step away, and the bullet didn't hit his back directly, but hit his right arm. Crack! A dull sound of flesh being torn echoed over the forest of strange beasts. Ah! Feng Qianzhan let out an uncontrollable scream. His right arm was directly smashed into a bloody mist by the sniper bullet. From the fingertips to the glenoid cavity connecting the right shoulder and arm, everything was shattered into slag. The tactical dagger in his right hand, which could cut through iron like mud, fell to the ground with a plop and stabbed into the woods covered with a thin layer of snow, leaving only the handle on the ground. If he had had one more second, the dagger would not have stabbed into the ground, but would have cut the captain's neck. All this happened in a flash, and Ping Qiong, who was far away in the aircraft, was stunned. Xia Chujian didn't have the heart to savor this shot, but cursed fiercely in her heart. Darn Jean Evolver. This was the first time since she became a sniper that she didn't kill the enemy with one shot. Xia Chujian leaned forward and lay on the ground without hesitation, set up her Judge No. 7 sniper, continued to aim at the killer's back, and fired the second shot with great speed. But at this moment, the pain was so severe that Feng Qianzhan, who was a beat slower, turned around suddenly. as if to see who could snipe him from behind. What frightened him more at this moment was that the opponent's sniping was so swift and fierce, but he had no foreknowledge of the danger at all. When he finally felt it, the bullet was almost at his back. At that point, there was no need for a genetically evolved person to foresee the danger, as ordinary people would have that feeling. Therefore, the only conclusion is that his ability to predict danger over long distances as a genetically evolved being has failed. This has never happened before. As a powerful mentalist who is about to break through to a level in a few minutes, his physical functions and mental strength have evolved to a level that is unimaginable for ordinary people. Even if he was being targeted from hundreds or thousands of meters away, he could predict the danger at the first moment. But now, at such a close distance, he didn't even have the slightest sense of danger. This was not normal. Feng Qianzhan turned around. Although he had lost an arm, his momentum was not diminished. He looked at Xia Chujian, who was lying 10 meters away, with murderous intent, as if he was looking at a lifelong enemy. However, Xia Chujian did not intend to glare at him. She quickly pulled the trigger, and the second bullet was already in the wind. Too fast, too fast, too fast. Feng Qianzhan's eyes suddenly widened. In his field of vision, the bullet seemed to be magnified dozens of times, but its speed seemed to be slowed down dozens of times. It came towards him with a great sense of oppression, as if no matter how he moved, he could not escape the range of the bullet. Between life and death, Feng Qianzhan had to use up all his mental strength again to resist the interference of the strong magnetic field here, while at the same time trying to slide his body a step to the right. Just like before, Feng Qianzhan finally dodged a bullet aimed directly at his heart, but he managed to put his left arm within the range of the bullet. Snap! Another muffled sound of flesh tearing echoed over the forest of strange beasts. Ah! Feng Qianzhan let out another uncontrollable scream. His left arm was directly smashed into a bloody mist by the sniper bullet. From the fingertips to the glenoid cavity connecting the left shoulder and left arm, it was all shattered into slag. In less than 2 seconds, Feng Qianzhan lost both of his arms. His body suddenly lost its balance, and he almost couldn't stand. After finally steadying himself, he stood in mid-air, glaring ahead. The guy lying on the ground with a sniper rifle had a furry woolen hat on his head that was so white that it was blinding, so white that it made him feel ironic and humiliated. Feng Qianzhan understood instantly. Isn't this the ordinary person in this team who has no mental power at all? He was the first person to be killed, but he was still alive? What made Feng Qianzhan even more angry was that this ordinary person, in front of a genetically evolved expert like him who was at the peak of level B in spiritual power, didn't even wear a supernatural protective helmet worth tens of millions. Who was he looking down on? This incompetent pig like trash dared to attack him. Feng Qianzhan was so angry that he almost exploded. He yelled, and his mental power, stimulated by the severe pain, surged out even more vigorously. He wants to completely control the guy opposite him, who is lying on the ground with a sniper rifle. He wanted to make her unable to live. He wanted to make her unable to die. He wanted to let these ordinary people like pigs and dogs know who is their master. Yi Shiji, who was near Feng Qianzhan, lost his special power defense helmet and was stimulated by Feng Qianzhan's indiscriminate mental attack. He bled from all 7 orifices, and even his mental strength dropped by a level. Fortunately, this far north area has extremely strong magnetic field interference, and Feng Qianzhan's mental attack did not kill Yi Shiji directly, but only made him more seriously injured. But after Feng Qianzhan launched the mental attack, he did not feel any joy of victory. He was surprised to find that when his mental power reached the sniper on the opposite side who had no mental power, it did not achieve the effect he expected. In the past, when he faced ordinary people who had no mental power, he could kill them silently with just a glance. This time, he seemed to have hit a rock. No, he had hit an iron plate. The person opposite him was indeed an ordinary person without any mental power. But he had killed so many ordinary people. How could there be someone like her who was completely indifferent to mental attacks? He had no idea why this was happening. He sensed again and again and found that the other party indeed had no mental power at all. nor any signs of genetic evolution. He is not a strong person with super high mental power, so he can't block his mental attack. Because when facing a stronger person whose mental power is higher than his level, the situation is not like this. During his years as a killer, he once encountered a powerful man with immense mental power. The kind of person who, with just one look, would be crushed by the other party's unparalleled mental strength to the point where he would have no intention of resisting at all. They can only surrender and be slaughtered. Fortunately, the strong man was not a bloodthirsty person, so he still escaped. But the scene at that time was still deeply engraved in his memory and almost engraved in his genes. Comparing it now, he knew that was not the case. That's not a hidden boss. However, Feng Qianzhan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Therefore, the opponent must have defensive equipment more powerful than that supernatural helmet. A hint of greed flashed involuntarily in his eyes. The man opposite holding the sniper rifle has the same aura as ordinary people who have no mental power at all. According to the intelligence clues he obtained, he was just an ordinary person whose genes were completely unable to evolve. He could even feel that if he had a gun in his hand, he would definitely be able to kill her. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. He had thrown away the 2 submachine guns he had just grabbed. Otherwise, you can kill the opponent instantly. Xia Chujian didn't react at all. She had no idea that she had just been attacked by the enemy with the most powerful mental power. With a hint of indignation and shame, she aimed at Feng Qianzhan again and planned to continue shooting. The more Feng Qianzhan sensed, the more certain he became that the guy in front of him, who had no mental power at all, was indeed indifferent to his peak B-level mental power. Not only that, he clearly saw himself being aimed at by the opponent's sniper rifle, but his foresight of danger still did not show any reaction. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to do it himself and cut off this guy's head. "I want your life," Feng Qianzhan shouted. He stomped his left foot on the ground and jumped up like a cannonball, rushing towards Xia Chujian. While Feng Qianzhan pounced, he continued to launch more fierce mental attacks on Xia Chujian. It's a pity that due to the strong magnetic field interference here, Feng Qianzhan's demeanor as a B-level peak mental power master could not be fully displayed. His speed was not as fast as when he was in Mulan City, but it was also much faster than the average person. It could pounce upon him from a distance of more than 100 meters. Xia Chujian was stunned. Was the other party planning to suicide her? She didn't have time to aim. Her finger quickly pulled the trigger, completely following her instinct, pulling out the magazine, and almost turning the Judge No. 7 sniper rifle into a submachine gun. Feng Qianzhan had been thinking to himself that he was now a B-class peak mentalist, and he was facing that man. As long as he used his powerful mental power to change the kinetic energy of the opponent's bullet, he could change the direction of the bullet, because this was something he had done many times against ordinary people with conventional weapons. This is also the reason why most people with strong mental powers look down on conventional thermal weapons. If you think that the bullets you shoot out may be controlled by the enemy and turn to attack you, what is the use of conventional thermal weapons? Of course, except for the large army combat mode, conventional thermal weapons are still very deterrent in the hands of the military. Because a person with strong mental power can control 1 gun, 10 guns, or even 100 guns, but can you control 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million, or 1,000,000,000 guns? Of course not. Therefore, no matter how powerful a person with strong mental power is, he will not think of confronting the military. But for ordinary people with guns, they can easily crush them. However, Feng Qianzhan was wrong again. Not only was the strong magnetic field here interfering, the mental power he exerted was not as strong as he had expected. More importantly, the bullets fired by the opponent, like her, had no effect on her mental power at all. Crack! Crack! After the 2 gunshots, Feng Qianzhan used all his B-level peak mental power, but failed to change the kinetic energy of the 2 sniper bullets fired from the opponent. Instead, his 2 legs exploded into a bloody mist in midair. Xia Chujian was also upset. She only saw the other party getting closer and closer, and his speed was indeed very fast, but the strong magnetic field here even affected the aiming of her sniper rifle. For example, her sniper rifle was clearly aimed at the opponent's vital parts, but it could accidentally hit the leg. When Feng Qinzhan pounced to the halfway point between the two men, he had already lost both of his calves. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew at this moment that he could not go any further. The opponent fired bullets recklessly and treated the sniper rifle as a submachine gun, which was a bit too much for him to handle. The lethality of that anti-material sniper rifle was too strong. Although Feng Qinzhan was now at a high genetic evolution level and could use his mental power to change the direction of the bullet's kinetic energy, he could not use his body to withstand the sniper bullet. He made a prompt decision and resolutely changed direction. He no longer launched a suicidal attack on Xia Chujian, but flew backwards. He did not move in a straight line or an arc in the air. Just like the leopard-headed humanoid before, he also moved in the S-line and B-line. Only in this way can you avoid being targeted by the opponent's sniper rifle to the greatest extent. But Xia Chujian was well prepared. Want to run? It's too late. She calmly pulled off the slender front half of the barrel of the Judge No. 7 sniper rifle, slammed open the magazine, took out a small grenade from it, and quickly put it into the large bullet slot in the middle section of the barrel of the Judge No. 7. He then turned on the thermonuclear locking and automatic tracking mode on the sniper rifle, shortened the barrel of the Judge No. 7 sniper rifle by half, and carried it on his shoulder, aiming at Feng Qinzhan, who was desperately trying to escape in midair. Feng Qinzhan lost 2 arms and 2 calves, and was bleeding profusely. He was like a bloody man in midair, and was only able to stay from falling because of his strong mental strength. If other people with strong mental power saw this scene, they would definitely find it incredible. A genetic evolver with peak B-level mental power. The ceiling of genetic evolver's combat power on the entire Guiyuan star is like a stray dog running around in panic all day long. Xia Chujian had no mental power, so he didn't feel anything about all this. She knelt on one leg, carrying a modified Judge No. 7 sniper rifle on her shoulder. She looked at the direction where the opponent fled with dark eyes and pulled the trigger indifferently. Whoosh! A 60mm x 100mm small grenade shot out from the middle barrel of the Judge No. 7 sniper rifle, carrying a burst of white exhaust gas, as if it had eyes full of murderous intent, and rushed after Feng Qinzhan, who was retreating backwards. With Feng Qinzhan's current level of genetic evolution, no matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than the grenades fired from Xia Chujian's modified shoulder-fired sniper rifle. Boom! The grenade that was fired later but arrived first caught up with Feng Qinzhan, and a burst of red to black fire directly erupted, illuminating the entire sky above their heads. Explode! In mid-air, Feng Qinzhan, who had just thought he had escaped, was instantly blown to pieces by a grenade. Streams of black smoke overflowed from the bright red flames. When Feng Qinzhan fell to the ground, he had been burned into flying ashes by the high temperature generated by the grenade explosion. At this time, Li Fu and Song Mingxian had already woken up. Feng Qinzhan had not had time to take off their helmets, so they were only knocked unconscious by his punch and were completely immune to subsequent mental attacks. It's just a pity for the Captain Yi Shiji, who was the most seriously injured because his helmet was taken off. At this time, Li Fu and Song Mingxian looked at Xia Chujian silently, their eyes moving from her modified shoulder-mounted Judge No. 7 sniper rifle to the killer whose ashes were dropping in midair, and they swallowed their saliva at the same time. Li Fu took off his helmet, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and spoke with difficulty. "The Xiao Chujian, is this still a sniper?" Xia Chujian glanced at them and put the shoulder-mounted Judge No. 7 sniper rifle, with only half the barrel left, back on the ground. Then he sat cross-legged and installed the other half of the barrel that he had removed earlier, and said seriously, "Of course. Look, this gun has a large caliber, a scope, can be aimed, and can hit the target with one shot. It is definitely a sniper. God darn, it's definitely a sniper." Song Mingxian also took off his helmet, rubbed his head and sat up from the ground, pulling the corner of his mouth and said, "Xiao Chujian, don't bully us for being ignorant. That's a sniper? That's clearly a shoulder-fired howitzer. Okay." Li Fu gestured excitedly. "That's right. How can a sniper rifle that can fire a howitzer be considered a sniper? Sniper rifle and sniper cannon. There's only one word difference. Why are you so serious about it? Xia Chujin didn't take it seriously, glanced at Yi Shiji, and changed the subject calmly. Look at the captain, I don't think he's doing well. Li Fu and Song Mingqian's hearts suddenly rose to their throats. They turned around in a hurry and went to the back to check on Yi Shiji's condition. It's really not good. Blood was oozing from all 7 orifices of Yi Shiji's face, and he collapsed to the ground with his limbs twisted in a strange way. This is brain damage caused by a powerful mental attack. And because it was extremely cold, he fainted and had no special helmet to protect his head. The blood on his face had coagulated into black, and he was almost frozen to death. Song Mingqian hurriedly took out a tube of high-grade nutrient solution and poured it into Yi Shiji first. This thing is very good at restoring the mental strength of genetically evolved people. As long as their mental strength is restored, the genetically evolved people can recover from injuries much faster than ordinary people. Seeing Yi Shiji's face turn from pale to bloody, Li Fu and Song Mingqian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "He's alive. Captain Yi is alive." In the communication channel of the helmet, Ping Qiong cried and laughed and said excitedly, "Li Fu, money for your life. You all have to thank Xiao Chujian. If it weren't for her, you would have to send it today. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you kill me." Xiao Chu saw a person without mental power, but he was able to kill a strong man with mental power of at least be level with a sniper. Although Li Fu and Song Mingqian were not wearing helmets, their bone sensor earphones were still in their ears, so they heard Ping Qiong's voice. The two looked at each other, smiled bitterly, shook their heads, and said, "It seems that every strong spiritual person who looked down on Xiao Chujian has been sent." Xia Chujian ignored them. She put on the bone sensor headset again, threw the helmet she had taken off earlier, shrugged, and said, "Put it on, Captain Yi. Captain Ye's helmet was stolen by that bad guy, and then I accidentally blew it up. No, sniped it. Li Fu." Song Mingqian and Ping Qiong with tears on her face in the aircraft. Ping Qiong then asked thoughtfully in the team's communication channel, "Chujian, I saw you take off your helmet just now. Didn't that bad guy take the opportunity to attack you mentally?" Li Fu and Song Mingqian had just fainted, so they did not see with their own eyes how Xia Chujian killed the genetic evolver whose mental power level was much higher than theirs. Now, Ping Qiong said that Xia Chujian was surprised that he didn't even wear a supernatural defense helmet. The consequence of not wearing a special power defense helmet should be the same as Captain Yi Shiji, who was seriously injured and even had brain damage. But Xia Chujian looked so lively. How could he have suffered brain damage? Xia Chujian said, "Pooh, that bad guy is so crazy. I'm just an ordinary person, and he actually tried to assassinate me with a dagger." As she spoke, she pulled out a tactical dagger that had been deeply sunken from her round chest. He squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while, then said, "Amazing. It's actually a Chunjun tactical dagger, 1 level higher than our Qishao tactical dagger. You were assassinated by that bad guy with the Chunjun tactical dagger, and it hasn't succeeded yet?" Li Fu widened his eyes, also with a look of disbelief. "Apure Jun tactical dagger." Song Mingqian struggled to stand up, came to Xia Chujian, half knelt beside her on one leg, supported his chin with one hand, and looked at the dagger in her hand, that it's really a pure Jun level. Ping Qiong took a breath and said, "A Chunjun level tactical dagger is forged with special metals. Xiao Chujian, are you wearing a bulletproof vest made of a different metal? Or are you injured?" Li Fu and Song Mingqian looked at Xia Chujian together, and were indeed worried that she had been seriously stabbed with a dagger. Maybe internal injuries? Xia Chujian shook the dagger with 2 fingers and denied it. "No. Maybe it was a spent force, and I was wearing loose silk." "What do you mean? What is Lu Yao?" "A spent force crossbow cannot penetrate the silk cloth of Lu," Xia Chujian said with a smile. Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Ping Qiong had absolutely no idea what Xia Chujian was saying. Xia Chujian raised her eyebrows in surprise. This was a story her aunt told her when she was a child, but it was obvious that these people had never heard of it. It seems that she also needs to search StarNet to see if there is this story. Xia Chujian suppressed his surprise and said lightly, That bad guy probably used up his last bit of strength to swing the dagger. It didn't have much kinetic energy, so it didn't even break through my 2 coats. You are wearing 2 coats? Don't tell me you are also wearing a bulletproof vest. Ping Xiong screamed in the aircraft. What Xia Chujian likes most about Ping Xiong is that she is particularly good at changing the subject. Sure enough, Ping Xiong's call diverted the attention of Li Fu and Song Mingqian. They looked at Xia Chujian with strange expressions, as if they were evaluating this method of stacking defenses to guard against people with strong mental powers. Xia Chujian nodded. I did wear a bulletproof vest underneath. After saying that, she pulled the ivory woolen hat on her head, turned around, and aimed her sniper rifle at the Griffin Saker Falcon that was stunned behind her. It obviously saw the bloody scene just now, but it still showed no intention of leaving. As soon as it saw Xia Chujian turn around and point the gun at it, it immediately flapped its wings, stared at Xia Chujian, and made an oh-oh sound from its mouth. Xia Chujian said coldly, "If you scream again, I will shoot immediately." The Griffin Gerfalcon was stunned for a moment. On the lion-like head, a pair of golden bird eyes looked at Xia Chujian, then looked at the blood unicorn that he was guarding. There was a hint of sarcasm in the eyes, as if saying, "If you have the guts, shoot." Xia Chujian's eyes narrowed slightly. Could this broken bird understand what they were saying? And it obviously knew that the blood Qilin was most afraid of pollution. If the Griffin Saker Falcon is killed at such a close distance, blood will definitely splatter on the blood Qilin. The blood unicorn will die immediately. The withered blood unicorn is not the same as the blood unicorn that is picked and dried after it matures. The dried blood unicorn will become highly poisonous after certain processing. The dying blood unicorn will self-decompose and cease to exist. This is what the pig-headed humanoid Sanju said before. Xia Chujian believed it for the time being, but she will not let this statement limit her hands and feet. Otherwise, she would not have made such a prompt decision and used a grenade to deal with the extremely terrifying psychic killer. There is a certain risk in launching grenades into the sky and turning the enemy into ashes. Because if the wind direction is wrong, the ashes will fall on the blood unicorn here in a minute. Once the ashes fall on the blood unicorn will definitely wither and decompose. However, Xia Chujian was lucky. The wind was on her side and had blown the killer's ashes farther away. At this moment, she had to face only this huge Griffin Saker Falcon. Xia Chujian stopped talking and put his finger on the trigger. The Griffin's wings flapped more eagerly, and it was about to take off from the ground and attack her like it did a few days ago. At this moment, a small, furry figure rushed in from the edge of the woods, pounced on the blood unicorn, and used its furry little body to tightly protect the blood unicorn. It was the golden brown puppy that was with the pig-headed humanoid Sandman. Seeing it pounce on the blood unicorn, Xia Chujian said nothing and pulled the trigger at the Griffin Saker Falcon. She didn't hit the griffin directly, but aimed at the ground an inch beside its left front leg. Snap! After the gunshot, a large hole appeared in the forest next to the left front leg of the griffin. A cloud of dust rose from the big pit and splashed on the griffin, the Saker Falcon, and the little dog. Goo! The huge Griffin Saker Falcon was blown away by the airflow caused by the bullet, and its eyes were blank for a moment. The wings that were flapping rapidly suddenly wilted and drooped. It no longer held its head high, but made a few more cooing sounds, and the whole Griffin Saker Falcon fell limply to the ground. It hid its 4 legs under its golden feathers, as if kneeling before the beginning of summer, and made a gentle coo sound. Only this griffin knew that it had clearly launched a very obvious mental attack on Xia Chujian. But this human was completely unmoved. Of course, it could also launch a physical attack like the mental power expert just now. But it always felt that no matter how fast its movements were, they would never be faster than the opponent's gun. So in an instant, it chose to surrender. Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Yi Shiji, who had just woken up, saw the arrogant and domineering Griffin Saker Falcon lower its lion head in front of Xia Chujian. Xia Chujian stared at the Griffin Saker Falcon, his fingers slowly leaving the trigger of the sniper rifle, but his other hand reached out for his Destroyer 800 fully automatic submachine gun. Compared to using a sniper rifle, she still felt that a submachine gun would be more effective against such fast-moving large beasts. Xia Chujian stood up from the ground and took a few tentative steps. The griffin still lowered its head and knelt obediently in front of her. Xia Chujian felt relieved and took a few quick steps to the front of the griffin's sacred falcon. He held the submachine gun against its head and said coldly, "From today on, you Griffin Sacred Falcon are recruited by our Night Hunters Association, Guyuan Branch, 3rd Area, Group 9, Team 321. Do you accept this?" The Griffin Sacred Falcon still lowered its head and nodded vigorously twice. Darn it, this broken bird really understands human language. Xia Chujian felt angry when he recalled the experience when he first came here and was frightened by the big bird and had to rapidly pull up the aircraft. If I don't use it, I won't be able to let go of my anger. Fortunately, this bird knows the situation. Xia Chujian sighed lightly, waved behind him, and asked, "Number 2, Number 3, have you brought your chains?" Li Fu and Song Mingqian shook their heads together. "No." Xia Chujian. "Number 3, please go back to Number 4 and get a chain." Song Mingqian agreed and ran back to the aircraft in the wind and snow. Not long after, he came back with a long chain made of special metal. There is a lock at one end of the chain, and the lock contains an electronic device that can be remotely managed. It is originally used to lock up human traffickers or other human-like people. When some humanoids become violent, they are no different from real wild beasts. For example, the 2 horse-bodied humans and leopard-headed humans just now. Li Fu and Song Mingqian worked together to put the chain around the neck of the Griffin Sacred Falcon layer by layer. Xia Chujian was watching from the side with a submachine gun. If the griffin showed the slightest sign of impatience, she would poke it on the head with her gun. Under such a powerful threat, the Griffin Sacred Falcon dared not have any more thoughts. Li Fu and Song Mingqian put a chain on it and locked it obediently, and the other end of the chain was in Li Fu's hand. Xia Chujian then said, "This thing is big enough and can fly. You can carry Captain Yi up. Captain Yi is seriously injured and needs to be treated quickly." Li Fu and Song Mingqian nodded repeatedly. Together, they lifted the immobile Yi Shiji onto the back of the Griffin's Sacred Falcon. Yi Shiji had woken up, but his head was still dizzy and he didn't want to talk. He grabbed the golden feathers on the back of the griffin with both hands. His eyes were half closed, and his face was completely bloodless. Li Fu and Song Mingqian also climbed onto the back of the griffin Gverskull, protecting Yi Shiji in the middle. Seen this way, the Griffin Sacred Falcon appears even bigger. Xia Chujian put on his gun case, took a step back and said, "You go first, I'll be right there." Li Fu and Song Mingqian looked at each other, then quickly glanced at Yi Shiji, who was lying on the back of the Griffin Gverskull. Yi Shiji didn't open his eyes, but nodded woodenly. Since he agreed, Li Fu and Song Mingqian didn't say much. But as they were leaving, the 2 turned back and said to Xia Chujian, "Chujian, you should come back soon. Although you killed the killer, we don't know for now whether he is the only one. We need to go back and discuss this matter." Xia Chujian was indeed worried about this, but she has more important things to do, so she pretended to be nonchalant, patted the Destroyer 800 fully automatic submachine gun on her chest, snorted and said, "I'm not a pushover. If there are still people, I'll make sure they never come back." Li Fu and Song Mingqian were almost amused by her. Yi Shiji felt that he had to remain silent. He coughed and said weakly, "Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. If you don't come back in 5 minutes, we'll come find you." 10 minutes. Xia Chujian bargained with Yi Shiji subconsciously. "I'll be back in 10 minutes. A faint smile appeared on Yi Shiji's lips, which was considered as tacit consent. The griffin stood up with full energy at this time and began to flap its huge golden wings, as if it was about to take off. Xia Chujian felt that it looked familiar and said to herself, "It looks a lot like the divine eagle in the story of 3 golden needles that you told my aunt. I'll call you Adiao. Adiao, work hard. Captain Yi won't treat you unfairly." The Griffin Sacred Falcon suddenly got a name and became more energetic. It flapped its wings, let out a cry that shook the sky, then spread its wings and flew away. The huge Griffin Sacred Falcon was flying in the sky, and its wings flapped out a strong wind that almost blew Xia Chujian down. She took a few steps back before she could stand. After the griffin falcon flew out of sight, Xia Chujian lowered his head and looked at the puppy that was still covered in dust. It still maintained its original posture, protecting the blood unicorn. Xia Chujian slowly approached, half knelt beside it, stretched out his hand, and gently brushed the dust off its back. At the beginning, when Xiaoguzi was touched by Xia Chujian, he trembled all over. But after a while, Xia Chujian's gesture seemed too comfortable, and a puppy's cry came from its throat. Wolfu, wolfu. It's so cute and makes a lot of noise. After Xia Chujian cleaned off the loose dirt on its back, it did a split, stretched its 4 chubby little legs, and then slowly stood up and moved away. It turned out that it had been standing there with its body hunched, trying to protect the blood unicorn. Xia Chujian couldn't help but take a look at the fur on the puppy's belly. In fact, it is so small, and after running around on the snow, the hair on its belly has long been dirty. Sure enough, the blood unicorn was stained with snow beads from the puppy's fur and a little black dust, and it didn't look very clean. Xia Chujian's heart sank. With just this little bit of dirt, wouldn't the blood Qilin die? She wanted to reach out and pick them, but she was afraid that there was dirt on her hands and it would contaminate the blood unicorn. Just when she was in a dilemma, the pig-headed humanoid Sanzong finally crawled over from the woods and said cautiously, "Madam, Sanzong can help you take a look at this blood unicorn." Xia Chujian. The more I hear the words female uncle, the more awkward it feels. But she didn't know how to correct this pig-headed humanoid, so she just kept silent and stepped aside. Sanzong breathed a sigh of relief, crawled over using his hands and legs, took a closer look at the blood unicorn, sniffed with his pig nose, closed his eyes, and took a few deep sniffs. After a while, he opened his eyes and said to Xia Chujian happily, "Congratulations, young lady. This blood unicorn is ripe and can be picked. Is it okay? But isn't it dirty? Will it wither and decompose in the next moment?" Xia Chujian asked uncertainly. Sanzong hurriedly shook his head and said, No, it's not dirty. This floating soil is the humus soil that the blood unicorn grows in. To the blood unicorn, it is not dirty. Then what is considered dirty? Xia Chujian was curious. She had originally estimated the degree of blood Qilin's cleanliness obsession from a human perspective, but now she realized that might not be the case. Sanzong smiled naively, digging at the humus on the ground with his hands, and said, "Apart from the humus it grew in, the clean air and rainwater, anything else would probably be considered pollution, such as blood, urine, ashes." Xia Chujian understood it all at once. She twitched her lips. Sanzong skillfully dug a hole under the blood Qilin, dug out the blood Qilin's roots, held them in his hands, and brought them to Xia Chujian, saying, "My lady, look, this is the freshest blood Qilin Sanzong has ever seen. The appearance of this blood unicorn really looks like a small green animal, and even the 2 horns on its head are lifelike. Unfortunately, it is not an animal but a plant." Xia Chujian's gaze was not on the blood unicorn. Her eyes were wandering, and she kept patrolling around the blood unicorn, trying to find the blood unicorn's companion plant Kongsang. According to the records of the academician Tan Tai-Sinian, Kongsang is a herbaceous plant that looks so fragile that it seems to be blown away by a gust of wind. The plant is slender and its leaves are like orchids, but half as short as those of orchids. The petals are moon white with a hint of light pink, and the leaves are a hazy, misty green. This plant is said to grow around the green blood unicorn. But when she looked at first, there was nothing next to the small pit where the bloody unicorn was dug out. Not to mention the misty green orchid-like plants, there wasn't even a single withered yellow grass. Apart from black humus, there is still black humus. Sanzong held the blood unicorn for a long time, but Xia Chujian didn't reach out to take it. He looked at her in confusion and asked in a low voice, "Does the lady not like this blood unicorn?" Xia Chujian's mind was racing, but her face remained expressionless. She said calmly, "It's just a mission. I can't say whether I like it or not. But 1 blood unicorn is not enough." Sanzong said, "Oh," and said quickly, Sanzong heard from the director of the plantation that the exotic beast forest can produce 10 blood unicorns a year. This is one. There should be 9 more. He looked at Xia Chujian eagerly, waiting for her to speak, and he would help her find it. Xia Chujian thought that according to the article by academician Tan Tai Sinian, the Kong mulberry tree 1,000,000 years ago was found in a nest of blood unicorns. Is the quantifier Ichao also the key point? At this moment, she only saw one blood unicorn here, which obviously did not conform to the concept of one nest. Xia Chujian rolled his eyes, but still asked calmly, Sanzong, do all blood unicorns grow one by one like this? Are there any that grow together in a nest? Sanzong's eyes widened immediately, and after thinking for a while, he said, Sanzong has never heard of it, but it should be possible. However, that requires the humus soil to be very fertile, more fertile than ordinary humus soil. What do you mean? Now look here, lady. There is a blood unicorn here, and there are no other plants around. Because the blood unicorn is very fertile, there is about an acre of humus soil here, which is only enough to support the growth of one blood unicorn. If several blood unicorns are to grow together and form a nest, then the humus soil for them to grow in not only needs to be very large, but also very fertile. Not just ordinary fertile, but it must be a place where nothing else has grown for many, many years in order to accumulate enough fertility. Xia Chujian frowned. Many, many years. How many years? Sanzong scratched his pig face in embarrassment. Well, Sanzong heard from the director that it would take at least hundreds of thousands of years. So it must be at least hundreds of thousands of years since anything else has grown on this humus soil. The area of this humus soil must be very large. Sanzong, who was good at farming, had no idea how big it was, and Xia Chujian had even less idea. Xia Chujian frowned almost imperceptibly. How can I find this? Even if we spend several months here from now until March next year, it is impossible to explore every inch of land here. If Kongsang cannot be found before March next year, my aunt will have to wait another year. But according to Dr. Shinjunyi, it is unlikely that my aunt can wait until next year. When Xia Chujian thought about her aunt who had raised her and depended on her for life leaving her like this, she felt as if the sky had fallen. No, we must not wait until next year. Xia Chujian was furious, looked at Sanzong with a bad look, and asked in a low voice, Is there any way to find the location of the other blood unicorn as soon as possible? Sanzong scratched his head and said, Sanzong can smell it, but this place is too big. It may take a long time. How long will it take before you can smell everywhere? Everywhere? Three Main's piggy face almost fell. Three Main can never finish smelling at all. This place is too big. Xia Chujian was in a state of confusion. She paced back and forth in the grove, muttering, Is there really no way out? Is there really no way out? Her voice was not loud, but her tone was filled with despair and sadness. Not only did the pig-headed humanoid Sanzhuang feel sympathy involuntarily, but even the little dog felt it as well. It looked up at Xia Chujian, and its small black bean-like eyes seemed to be filled with tears that were about to fall. It didn't take long. 10 minutes were up. Yi Shiji's voice came from Xia Chujian's bone sensor headset. Xia Chujian, do you want to come back by yourself, or should I ask Li Fu and Song Ming to come and capture you? Xia Chujian had no other choice for the moment. She checked her smart bracelet and saw that it was only a little after 1 in the afternoon, but it was almost dark. Because this place is close to the far north, the daylight hours in winter are only 6 hours at most. The further north you go, the shorter the daylight hours. When we arrived at the core life-restricted area in the far north, it was dark all year round and there was no sunlight. The snow has stopped, and the night is like a layer of veil that descends from the sky, covering everything in the world. The temperature dropped even more. Although Xia Chujian was wearing the ivory woolen hat knitted for her by her aunt and a coat made of the same material that was particularly warm, she still felt the coldness spreading like a tide, layer by layer. Let's go back first. I'll figure it out tomorrow. Xia Chujian said sullenly, just come back. Yi Shiji didn't say anything more and immediately ended the call. Xia Chujian took out a storage bag that could preserve food, put the blood unicorn covered with soil into the bag, then turned around and walked back the same way. At this moment, in the gradually darkening night sky, a clear bird's song came from the sky. Xia Chujin looked up and saw that it was the griffin's sacred falcon flying back. The long dark chain around its neck stands out particularly against its golden feathers. But this griffin's sacred falcon is not ashamed of it, but proud of it. When it raised its head and shouted in the air, it seemed as if it wished that all the birds in the forest of strange beasts could see the necklace around its neck. Xia Chujin's mouth twitched, and he stopped. Not long after, the griffin's sacred falcon landed beside her, lowered its furry lion head, and rubbed against Xia Chujin's hand as if to please her. Xia Chujin. She also didn't expect that the griffin, which looked so arrogant before, would become so obedient after being tamed. She stroked the long golden hair on its head and jumped onto its back. Then he extended his hand to the pig-headed humanoid Sanmeng and Xiaoguzi. Both of you come up. Sanzong looked up at her in surprise. His pair of black bean-like eyes were as pure as the puppy's, without a trace of impurities. Madam, that's not necessary. Sanzong can follow you. He waved. It called Ulfu, and tried hard to jump onto the back of the griffin gherkin. But the griffin is too tall. Even when it squats on the ground, it is still 2 meters tall. With the puppy's chubby little body, it would be good if it could jump 1 meter high. Although Xia Chujin was feeling upset, she couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips when she saw the little dogs fighting again and again after repeated failures. She said to the pig-headed humanoid 3 manies, carry the puppy up. You can run, but the puppy can't. It's too small, and it's too cold here. We have to go back quickly. Sanzong was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He rubbed his calloused hands nervously, looked at Xia Chujin, then looked at Xiao Dog, who was still eager to try, but kept jumping and failing, and finally nodded. Okay, Sanzong is for Xiao Dog. He picked up the puppy, and then with a light leap, he jumped onto the broad back of the griffin's sacred falcon. Xia Chujin raised an eyebrow. She didn't expect that this pig-headed humanoid who looked a little clumsy and was said to only know how to farm was actually quite skilled. Sanzong didn't know what Xia Chujin was thinking. He just huddled near the tail of the griffin's sacred falcon, holding the puppy in one hand and quietly grabbing a feather of the griffin's sacred falcon with the other hand, and sat up steadily. Xia Chu saw Lala pulling the chain around the griffin's neck and said calmly, Adiao, let's go. The griffin gave a joyful cry, spread its wide wings, flapped them violently, and raised its head to fly up into the dark night sky. When we reached the sky, the wind was even stronger, whistling past our ears. Xia Chujin was wearing a self-heating mask, goggles, and a woolen hat, but they were not as windproof as a tightly fitted helmet. The penetrating cold wind was like a needle, penetrating into the gap between her mask and woolen hat. As soon as it touched her skin, the extremely low temperature, which could freeze a person to death instantly, immediately caused great harm to Xia Chujin. She took a breath, quickly lay down, and buried her entire face in the fur on the griffin's neck. Fortunately, the coldness immediately subsided, and her whole body. When the griffin's sacred falcon slowly descended in front of the cabin, Xia Chujin looked up and saw the cabin with lights on, and suddenly understood the meaning of home. Home is probably a place where the lights are on and someone is waiting for you. I'm back. Xia Chujin pushed the door open and smelled the unique aroma of black truffle and wild rhinoceros. In fact, it was the same dishes she had made before. Because there were too many, we had been eating them for a week. Aren't these people tired of eating it yet? I guess I'm not tired of eating it. Because Li Fu and Song Mingxian were fighting over the last piece of roasted wild rhino ribs. Ping Xiong held a large bowl and immersed herself in eating red lion morels and wild rhino pork stewed with it. Only Yi Shiji was lying on the only wooden bed in the cabin, staring at the door. Seeing her come in, he retracted his gaze and said calmly, You're back, so there's no need to make a fuss. Xia Chujin smiled at him and said, Captain Yi, are you feeling better? Are your injuries serious? Do you want to go back with them and ask the association's doctors to take a look? At this time, Li Fu, Song Mingxian, and Ping Xiong raised their heads from their bowls, looked at Xia Chujin at the door, and then looked at Yi Shiji on the wooden bed, not knowing what to say. Yi Shiji frowned and said to Xia Chujian, "Come in first. It's so cold outside. Why do you keep the door open?" Xia Chujian turned around and glanced at the door. The pig-headed humanoid three-maned had found a corner under the eaves at the door of the wooden house, and was nestling there with the griffin Saker Falcon on his left and right. The griffin and the Saker Falcon are fine, as they are animals that were born and raised in the exotic beast forest. Sleeping in the open air is their instinct and habit. But Sanrong is not. Xia Chujian hesitated again and again, but still turned his head to look at Yi Shiji in the room and said, "Captain Yi, it's too cold outside. Let San Zong and Xiao Guzi come in." She hesitated because she knew that in the minds of normal people in the Bachan Empire, humans were not considered human beings. They were untouchables and captives. Yi Shiji closed his eyes and said calmly, "The bodies of humanoids are different from those of humans, so you don't have to worry about them." "Why are they different?" Xia Chujian bit her lip. "They're human beings just like us. Humanoid pariahs and captives are not normal humans." Yi Shiji stated everyone's consensus, as if he didn't want to argue. "In fact, genetically evolved people, I regretted it as soon as I said it. This is what my aunt sometimes mutters at home." Xia Chujian had heard it so many times since childhood that he couldn't help but blurt it out. Her aunt had actually warned her not to talk nonsense outside. For example, if it is said that this kind of genetically evolved person is not a normal human being, it would be considered a treasonous statement in the Bachan Empire. In the eyes of the people of the Bachan Empire, this is equivalent to saying that the genetically evolved people, who are superior to humans, are on the same level as the lowly humans. Yi Shiji opened his eyes quickly, with the coldness in his eyes undisguised. "Xia Chujian, watch your mouth. Don't let me hear such words in the future. Otherwise, you will leave our Dark Knight Hunter Association immediately. Are you going to drive her away?" Although Xia Chujian regretted saying the wrong thing, Yi Shiji's scolding her was too hurtful to her self-esteem. She got angry and sneered, "Okay, you don't have to chase me away. I'll leave now." With that, she slammed the door of the cabin shut and didn't even enter the house. Turning around and standing at the door of the cabin, the extremely cold temperature hit her in the face, and Xia Chujian couldn't help shivering. The pig-headed humanoid Sandmang at the door of the cabin opened his mouth wide and stared at her blankly. The pig's face, which should have been ugly and awkward, did not look so bad in the night. He hugged Xiaoguzi tightly, stood up tremblingly, and whispered, "Madam, there is no need to speak for Sanzong. Sanzong can walk, it's not cold. Sanzong is a humanoid captive. He is not afraid of the cold. Sanzong followed that bad guy a few days ago and slept in the snow all the time. It's okay." Sanzong held the puppy tightly to his chest, stood up, and walked out. The puppy was held upright in his arms, with its little head resting on Sanzong's shoulder. It saw itself getting farther and farther away from Xia Chujian, and couldn't help but call out Wolfu. There was a big hint of doubt in its small black bean-like eyes, as if it didn't understand why it wanted to leave. Xia Chujian felt a strong sense of pity and hurriedly called out to him, "Sanzong, you and Xiao Guzi, don't leave. Let's stay at the aircraft for one night." Yi Shiji in the room heard it, and the veins on his forehead jumped again and again. He shouted angrily, "That's the Association's aircraft. Humanoids can't go up." It took a lot of effort for him to keep from saying the word captive. In the cab, Li Fu took out a tissue, wiped his greasy mouth, and whispered to Yi Shiji, "Captain Yi, it's only one night. Where else can Xiao Chujian stay, if not in the aircraft? It's so cold outside, and she's not a genetic evolver. She can't stand it." Song Mingqian and Ping Qiong nodded together and said cautiously, "Captain Yi, Xiao Chujian is actually young, not yet an adult, and still in high school. It's normal for him to have some weird thoughts. The weird ideas they are talking about are, of course, the idea that genetically evolved people are not normal humans. As for the matter of asking a human to enter the house, it was nothing compared to what she said. But this time, Yi Shiji was unwilling to compromise. He said in a cold voice, "I told you long ago that you can't spoil her. Right here in front of our team, she talks nonsense. We can just assume she's young and ignorant and didn't hear it. But what if she gets used to it and continues to say such nonsense in front of others when she returns? Do you know the consequences?" Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Ping Qiong looked at each other and lowered their heads at the same time. Yi Shiji's face was gloomy, and he continued, more than a decade ago, a scholar mentioned it at a conference, saying that humanoids might be a direction of genetic evolution, and it ended up stirring up a hornet's nest. Do you know where the scholar is now? Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Ping Qiong all shook their heads. But he is already dead. He was sentenced to death and executed that year. Yi Shiji closed his eyes and breathed a long sigh of relief. That year, he was only 10 years old. He didn't go on because that man, the scholar who was executed, was his father, his biological father. He did not tell his teammates that his family was originally citizens of the Bachan Empire and once lived in a middle-class area of the Bachan star capital. Because of his father's casual remark, their family lost everything. His father was executed, his property was confiscated, and his mother and he were demoted to civilians and exiled to Guiyuan Star, the most remote and backward star in the Bachan Empire. A few years later, my mother passed away due to grief. He struggled alone in Mulan City on Guiyuan Star. Fortunately, after a few years, his genes mutated and he became a genetic evolver, returning to the citizen class. But because of his father, he would never be able to work in any government agency of the Bachan Empire in his life. You don't even know when you will say it out loud. As long as you say it out loud, it will be a huge disaster. No one can save her. Tell me, you are still pampering her. Do you want to see her die? Tell me. Yi Shiji pounded the bed and shouted at the top of his lungs. Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Ping Qiong shrank their necks and dared not breathe. They felt that Yi Shiji was overreacting, but he was the captain after all, and with his remaining power over the years, he was still able to calm them down. Seeing that these people were obedient, Yi Shiji took a deep breath and said to Li Fu, "You go, live in the aircraft, and don't let her go in tonight, unless she admits her mistake." Li Fu didn't dare to speak for Xia Chujian anymore. He stood up silently, put on his brown and black long-haired coat that looked like a brown bear, and went out. Xia Chujian was still standing not far from the door, and it was obvious that she had heard what Yi Shiji said in the cabin. She did not continue to walk towards the aircraft, but turned around and looked at Li Fu and said, "Master Fu, I will go to the aircraft to get my things. Is that okay?" In fact, according to Yi Shiji's opinion, it is definitely not allowed. But Li Fu couldn't bear to see Xia Chujian. Deep down, he felt that Yi Shiji was right and that he should be stricter with Xia Chujian. But emotionally, he always felt that Xia Chujian was still a little girl. The little girl who dared to pretend to be 17 years old to join the Night Hunter Association at the age of 14 and worked hard to earn money to support her family. He was full of sympathy and gratitude towards her. "Go ahead, take whatever you want," Li Fu said quietly. "You can take one of the small controlled nuclear fusion generators." Xia Chujian originally just wanted to get those weapons and ammunition, but after Li Fu said that, she suddenly had an idea. Xia Chujian jumped into the combat aircraft, took out the 4 pig kidneys that he had placed in the small refrigerator, and hung them directly on the belt outside the big tooth to ensure that they were still in a quick frozen state. Then he took out the 8 hidden big teeth and stuffed them into the gun case. Then he took down a small controlled nuclear fusion generator, a box of submachine gun bullets, and 10 magazines of sniper rifle bullets from the aircraft, and tied them all on the back of the Griffin Saker Falcon. She also brought the exotic animal fur coat she got from the association. "I plan to use it as a quilt if it's cold at night." Li Fu also wanted her to bring a box of high-grade nutrient solution, but she refused. That belonged to Yi Shiji, and Xia Chujian didn't want to take it. "Xia Chujian, don't be angry. There's no need to be angry with Captain Yi. Captain Yi is doing this for your own good," Li Fu advised earnestly, wishing he could hold Xia Chujian and not let her go. "Just go and apologize and everything will be fine. Really, Captain Yi is doing this for your own good." "I know. I'm not angry, nor am I upset." Xia Chujian smiled calmly, looked away, and said, "I'm just not used to the way he speaks." Xia Chujian looked at the bewildered pig-headed humanoid Sanzong and said calmly, "Sanzong, come and help me get my things. By the way, do you still say you're not angry?" Xia Chujian shrugged. "If you say I am angry, then be angry. Why can't I be angry?" Should I applaud when someone points at my nose and scolds me? Li Fu pointed his finger at her in the air. You. But I don't know what to say. However, he did not allow Xia Chujian to live in the killer's aircraft alone. He said, Xiao Chujian, I'll let Sister Kai go with you. You two are both girls, so it'll be good for someone to take care of you. Having said that, without allowing Xia Chujian to object, he contacted Ping Xiong using the team communication channel. Ping Xiong came out without saying anything, waved at Xia Chujian, and said, Xiao Chujian, you must take me with you. I want to eat the food you cook. Xia Chujian. Li Fu. Suddenly he felt a little regretful, but he couldn't abandon the captain, so he could only watch them leave. Xia Chujian and Heping Xiong climbed onto the back of the Griffin Saker Falcon and waved his hand down. Then he took a big bird, a pig-headed human, and a puppy and flew farther and farther away in the night. Li Fu didn't go back to his own aircraft until he could no longer see their backs. However, he still turned on the team communication channel, intending to maintain a single-line contact with Xia Chujian and Ping Xiong. But it didn't take long for him to discover that the magnetic field interference in this place was too strong, and he had lost the coordinates of Xia Chujian and Ping Xiong on the communication channel. Under the guidance of Sandmane, the Griffin flew in the night sky for half an hour and finally arrived at a dark place. This is an open space without any cover. It was at least 100 miles away from the grove where the blood unicorn was found, so it was quite cautious. Several days of heavy snow had buried the air. Xia Chujian looked around habitually. Although this place is an open space, there is a tall and lush forest not far away. She felt that this place looked familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Sanzong ran past her like a gust of wind and came to the side of the aircraft. Xia Chujian, Ping Xiong, and the Griffin Saker Falcon stood together, watching Sanzong busily cleaning the snow off the aircraft. He didn't use any tools, just his hands, and quickly dug out the snow. Ping Xiong was amazed and said, This Sanzong is really good at snow removal. Look at his hands. I bet even those mechanical snow sweepers are not as good as him. Xia Chujian also had the same feeling. It wasn't long before the aircraft was cleared out. Xia Chujian walked over slowly, looked at the aircraft that had just been cleared from the snow pile, and asked curiously, Sanzong, did you sweep snow in the plantation before without any tools? Tools? Do you need tools to sweep the snow? Sanzong looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A cheerful expression appeared on the little pig's face. Sanzong even plows the land with his hands. Why would he need tools? Ping Xiong couldn't help but scream. No way. Is the famous tan tie manufacturing just a decoration? Why would they let you plow the land with your hands? Tan tie manufacturing is known to all Bachin people. It is a large manufacturing group belonging to the royal family. Its business scope ranges from heavy industry to light industry. Sanzong was even more proud and smiled broadly with his piggy face raised. Sanzong knows that other plantations use mechanical tillage, but the Mulan City plantation is different. The crops in the Mulan City plantation are all grown manually by humanoid captives, and they are all pure natural and pollution-free. Exclusively for the royal family, a small amount of surplus products will be sold to the nobles. The highest bidder wins. Xia Chujian's eyes widened. Is it the kind of so-called pure natural, handmade, pollution-free, high-priced grain in the Star Network supermarket that is so expensive that it is only sold to nobles? When she was strolling in the StarNet supermarket in the past, she secretly drooled over the food that looked so delicious. It's just too expensive. Too darn expensive. Not to mention that her family can't afford it. Even the wealthy big bosses with citizenship can't afford it. And even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it, because only people with noble titles can click on the link to buy it. Sanzong became even more proud and nodded rapidly. Ping Xiong and Xia Chujian looked at each other, both feeling unhappy. It turns out that all these good things enjoyed by the royal family and nobles were grown by humanoid captives with their bare hands. This is not just treating them as captives, this is treating them as animals. The two men didn't know what to say, so they walked awkwardly to the side of the aircraft and figured out how to open the hatch of the aircraft. Xia Chujin patted the surface of the aircraft with his hand and said, "This is an ordinary civilian aircraft. The confidentiality measures should not be as strong as our combat aircraft." Ping Xiu nodded. "But there is a password or a remote switch or something." Xia Chujin continued to study, "But it is not controlled by fingerprints or pupils, so as long as you know the password or have a remote control switch, you can still open it." She asked Ping Xiong, "Can you decipher the code?" Ping Xiong frowned. "No. Can you find the remote switch?" Xia Chujin shook her head guiltily when she thought of the killer who was sent into the sky by her grenade and turned into ashes when he came down to the ground. If there was a remote control switch, it would have probably been reduced to ashes. What should they do? They can't get into the aircraft when it's in good condition? They will definitely freeze to death tonight. Ping Xiong rubbed her hands, and while Xia Chujin wasn't noticing her, she turned around and slipped to the other side of the aircraft and quietly sent a message to Song Mingxian. "Sister Kai, Xiao Qinzi, let me ask you something. How do you open the door of a civilian aircraft? If you don't know the password and don't have a remote control switch." When Song Mingxian saw the message sent from the smart bracelet, he stared at the three words Xiao Qinzi for a while before replying lazily. "Life-giving money. Is it the killer's flying vehicle? Kai Jia. Do you even need to ask this? Are you an idiot? Send life money. We don't like ginseng roosters. Let me think about it." Song Mingxian did not reply, and Ping Xiong came back from the other side of the aircraft with a sad face. At this time, the pig-headed humanoid Sanzong tiptoed carefully to Xia Chujin's side and asked in a low voice, "Madam, why don't you go in? It's so cold outside, ordinary humans can't stand it." Xia Chujin frowned and said, "It has to be possible to get in. I blew up that bad guy. I sniped him, and the remote control switch should have been destroyed." Sanzong looked up at her and said seriously, "That bad guy can open the hatch by inputting a string of numbers. It's useless." The remote control switch. Sanzong was startled and took 2 steps back, stammering, I should remember." You try it. You try it quickly." Xia Chujin was thinking of giving it a try as it was a dying horse, and there would be no— Xia Chu was overjoyed to see Heping Xiao. The two of them raised their hands at the same time, cheering and high-fiving each other in celebration. Then he reached out his hand to high-five 3 Main to celebrate. Sanzong looked up at their clean white palms and quickly put his own calloused hands behind his back, shaking his head and saying, "Ladies, please go in. It's very cold outside." Xia Chujin and Ping Xiong looked at each other and did not force Sanzong to high-five with them to celebrate. The 2 men moved all the equipment they brought into the civilian aircraft. After entering, Xia Chujin discovered that the battery in the aircraft was half full and there were still some flight energy blocks stored. She sighed, "It really can't compare to the Association's combat aircraft." "Of course we can't compare. Our combat aircraft uses small-scale controlled nuclear fusion as its flight energy source, and we also have a separate small-scale controlled nuclear fusion generator. These 2 alone can instantly kill all civilian aircraft." Ping Xiong comfortably folded down the seat in the aircraft, intending to make a small bed. They didn't bring much equipment. Xia Chujin also planned to use the energy in the aircraft first, and use his own equipment sparingly. She turned on the lights first, then turned on the temperature control system and set the temperature to a constant level of 20 degrees above zero. Then he followed Ping Xiong's example, dismantled the seats inside, and made a small bed for himself. Near the rear cabin of the aircraft, Xia Chujin and Ping Xiong found the sleeping bag left by the killer, as well as some blankets and other things. They also made 2 sleeping areas, one for the pig-headed humanoid 3 Bristle, and one for— Both of them moved quite quickly, and it only took them 10 minutes to clean up everything. Looking outside the aircraft, the pig-headed humanoid Sandmang was holding the puppy and huddled beside the golden griffin Saker Falcon, intending to spend the night outside. Xia Chujin opened the hatch of the aircraft, waved at him, and said, "Sanzong, bring Xiaoguzi up. I've prepared a place for you and Xiaoguzi to sleep." Sanzong suddenly opened his eyes wide and seemed to want to go in, but he quickly shook his head and shrunk his neck and said, "My lady, Sanzong can just stay outside. Sanzong has been sleeping outside since he was brought here by that bad guy. It was so cold, but the pig-headed humanoid Sanju was sleeping outdoors." Xia Chujin didn't know whether to praise the humanoid's tenacious vitality or to scold the killer who didn't care about anything. She took a deep breath and said with a straight face, "I told you to come up, so come up. Don't be so long-winded." After she lost her temper, Sanzong dared not disobey. He quickly stood up holding the puppy in his arms and walked to the cabin door with his neck shrunk. The civilian aircraft was not big and was not high off the ground. Sanzong grabbed the hatch and jumped in easily. Seeing this, the Griffin Saker stood up and tried to get into the aircraft, but it was too big. Its head alone could fill up half of the aircraft, so it couldn't get in. Xia Chujin took out his Judge No. 7 sniper rifle, pointed it at the Griffin Saker Falcon's head, and said calmly, "You stay outside to guard us. If there are any enemies, notify us immediately." The Griffin Saker Falcon was originally fearless, but in its mind, there was still a scene of this human carrying a very scary thing and beating another very powerful human into ashes. Moreover, its certain mental intervention ability allows it to become the overlord of the forest of strange beasts, but it is completely useless against this human. So it can't help. The Griffin Saker Falcon silently retracted its head and nestled down next to the aircraft. Ping Xiong hurriedly closed the cabin door. Before long, the temperature inside the aircraft cabin rose to 20 degrees Celsius. Xia Chujin and Heping Xiong had both taken off their outer coats and were only wearing loose work suits. Sanrong was obviously much more comfortable. He held Little Dog in his arms and saw 2 bedding places on the ground at the rear of the aircraft. He stammered, "That is that place for Sanzong and Little Dog?" "Well, go ahead." Xia Chujin didn't want to make Sanzong feel uncomfortable, so he pretended not to take it seriously. Ping Xiong didn't take it seriously. She even took out a small enamel pot from her backpack and said to Xia Chujin eagerly, "Xiao Chujin, I haven't had dinner yet. What can you cook for me?" Xia Chujin. She only took away her pig kidneys and pork tusks, without any frozen pork. How to cook? And out of spite, she didn't even take a bottle of advanced nutrient solution. "But aren't they in the enemy's aircraft now?" Xia Chujin rolled his eyes and said, "Let's look around and see if there's anything edible here." Sanzong held the puppy in his arms, sitting cross-legged on the ground next to the 2 blankets, listening attentively to Xia Chujin and Ping Xiong talking. When they heard them talking about having dinner, Sinmain stood up and said, "Sinmain knows where that bad guy's food is hidden. Sinmain, go get it," Xia Chujin said with emotion. "That bad guy is really skilled and daring. He came all the way to kill us, but he didn't even bring any weapons or equipment. I'm an advanced genetic evolver with peak B-level mental power. Why do I need weapons? I am the biggest weapon myself." Ping Xiong shook his fist at Xia Chujin. Xia Chujin disagreed. "That I killed him anyway. That if you can do it, go to heaven." Ping Xiong was so annoyed by Xia Chujin that she lost her temper. She curled her lips and followed Sanzong to see what was inside this small storage room. The storage room is oval in shape and the temperature is relatively low, about 4 degrees, which is a big difference from the temperature in the cabin outside. It can be seen that it is a professional storage room. Round special metal cans, shining silver, were lined up against the wall. These round metal cans are half a person's height and about 40 centimeters in diameter and can hold a lot of things. Sanzong opened them one by one and showed them to them. This is rice grown in the plantation in Mulan City. This kind of rice is of the best quality. It is called Tantai Imperial rice and is exclusively for the royal family. The first round can contain snow-white rice. Each grain is plump and crystal clear, exuding a natural fragrance. It was indeed many times better than any other rice they had ever seen. Before it was even cooked, Xia Chujin felt a little hungry. She felt that she could eat this rice even raw. Ping Xiong simply scooped up a few grains of rice and put them into his mouth, chewing them with relish. Xia Chujin, "That aren't you afraid it's poisonous?" Xia Chujin said softly, quietly twisting Ping Xiong's arm. Ping Xiong said vaguely, "Such good rice, but you poison it out of boredom." Xiao Chujin, "You really don't understand the value of these grains, right?" Xia Chujin thought about it and realized that she really didn't quite understand. When Mayan was not, it is so-called large-scale mechanical planting transported from other planets, but the price is still much more expensive than low-grade nutrient solutions. Then there are the third, fourth, and fifth round cans. These round cans have their own refrigeration system and are filled with meat. But if you don't look at the label, you have no idea what kind of meat it is. For example, the meat in the third round can is snow white and delicate, sliced into long strips. The label on the top of the round can is loyu. The meat in the fourth round jar was rouge-colored, and there was only half a jar left. It looked like Feng Xinjian had eaten a lot of it. The top label says unicorn. The label on the fifth round jar is the little goat from the ruins. Ping Qiong gasped. Is this kid meat from Luoxu Prefecture? I heard that the kid meat there is very tender and fresh, without any smell of mutton. It tastes especially good when boiled in plain water. Xia Chujian was not interested in the fish or mutton, but she looked at the half-can of unicorn beef a few more times. Looking at the center of the storage room, there is a round table that is half a person's height. There are some clay pots on the table. According to the labels, there are hand-ground crispy sesame oil, crystal sugar made using traditional methods, and some seasonings, such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, etc. Under the round table were 4 or 5 wicker baskets lined with coarse cloth. When you open the lid of the basket, you will see eggs inside. Some other baskets contain dried wild mushrooms, dried red peppers and onions, ginger, and garlic. Xia Chujian was stunned and murmured, "Don't tell me there is a small kitchen on this aircraft. Looking at all these spices and food, it's really possible." Sanzong said happily, "Yes, yes. There's a small kitchen in the back." As he spoke, he pressed a few times on the smooth wall. The metal wall that seemed to be tightly closed suddenly opened to both sides, revealing a doorway. Behind the door, there is a small kitchen that is small but fully equipped. Xia Chujian was jealous. That what a lousy killer. He must be here to travel and kill people. Look at the flying machine. It's much more user-friendly than their combat aircraft. Ping Qiong coughed and whispered that in fact civilian aircraft have these functions, which are of course different from combat aircraft. Xia Chujian was extremely envious. If she had a flying vehicle like this, would she not have to rent a house? I feel a little better. Ping Qiong felt even hungrier, so she turned around and looked at Xia Chujian and said, "Xiao Chujian, I'm hungry. Food." Xia Chujian was full of pride. "Okay, today I will show Sister Kai my skills. Let's make fried rice with scrambled egg and beef." This was her favorite food when she was a child, and she could only eat it once a month. Moreover, her family was poor and could not afford beef, so they ate farm chicken instead. However, every time my aunt cooks it, she always says that it tastes better with beef, and that the original name of this dish is beef with scrambled eggs. For Xia Chujian at that time, scrambled egg chicken was delicious enough. When I saw some frozen beef, I wanted to try making some authentic beef. Ping Qiong was overjoyed. "I'll go to the kitchen to help you. What else do you need to prepare?" "Defrost 6 pounds of beef, cut it into thin slices, and beat. 6 eggs. I'll go wash the rice and prepare to steam the rice." As Xia Chujian spoke, he had already taken the kitchen utensils from the small kitchen and was about to measure the rice. Sanzong watched for a long time, looking very curious, but he didn't dare to speak. Because when he was on the plantation, he worked as an assistant to the chef in the kitchen and could only do rough work. When people were actually cooking, these humanoid captives were driven out. Moreover, the meals they cook are eaten by the human managers of the plantation. Humanoid captives are not worthy of eating the food they grow themselves and can only eat the lowest quality nutrient solution. Of course, the nutrition in the nutrient solution is still very balanced. Otherwise, how can these humanoid captives farm for the royal family if they are not full? When Xia Chu saw that they had taken out all the food, Sanzong also followed them out of the storage room, carrying Xiaoguzi back to his and Xiaoguzi's bedding. Not long after, Xia Chujian's scrambled egg beef fried rice was ready. Golden eggs, snow-white rice, and bright red beef, accompanied by a few chopped green onions. An aroma mixed with the unique fragrance of rice wafted out from the small kitchen at the rear of the aircraft. Today, 2 updates are delivered. Don't forget to vote for recommendation in Xiaoxiang. Xia Chujian asked Ping Qiong curiously, "Sister Kai, why is the beef still red after it's cooked?" Ping Qiong leaned over to take a closer look and said uncertainly, Because it's a unicorn that's unique to the forest of exotic beasts? Did you fight here? No, not here. It's too cold here. Unicorns can't survive. It should be somewhere near Mulan City. I guess they killed them when they came here. Xia Chujin nodded in understanding. That this killer really knows how to enjoy himself. Sanzong couldn't help swallowing. The puppy in his arms suddenly sniffed, then struggled with its 4 short legs to get out of Sanzong's arms, and ran to the door of the small kitchen, barking wolf, wolf, and wagging its tail desperately. Xia Chujin turned her head and saw Xiaoguzi's appearance, and couldn't help but smile. The puppy is really too small, only slightly bigger than an adult man's palm. It is chubby and has a baby voice in various tones, which is enough to melt your ears. She smiled and said to Xiaoguzi, "You are so chubby. How about calling you Sishi?" It was like the 4 joy meatballs, which her aunt only made during the Chinese New Year. The puppy wagged its tail and looked at Xia Chujin eagerly. It didn't feel anything about the name 4 joy, but was anxious to eat. Xia Chujin couldn't bear it for a moment, so she took out a small half bowl of beef fried rice from her own bowl and put it on a small plate, then waved to Xiaoguzi, "Come in, Xiao Sishi." The puppy was so happy that he walked in with his little but swaying and looked up at Xia Chujin. Xia Chujin bent down and placed a plate of beef fried rice with scrambled eggs in front of Xiaoguzi. The little dog immediately buried his head in eating. Ping Xiong saw the amount of food Xia Chujin prepared and said, "That Xiao Chujin, do you want to ask Master Fu to come over? Give them some?" Xia Chujin didn't even look back and said calmly, "Whatever, if you can't finish it, you have to throw it away anyway." Ping Xiong made a face behind her. Such delicious and expensive food can be saved for the next meal, if not finished in one meal. So even the nobles would be reluctant to throw it away. Ping Xiong understood what he meant and secretly sent a message to Li Fu, intending to have him come over in a flying vehicle to get it. Unexpectedly, they were too far away from the team's combat aircraft and could not send the message. She had no choice but to pack 3 meals for herself and said to Xia Chujin, "I'll go get something and be back soon." Xia Chujin understood that she was going to deliver food to Li Fu and the others, but pretended not to know and said with a smile, "It's faster for you to ride on Adiao. And it's already very cold outside. My food is still here." Ping Xiong objected, picked up his coat with one hand and put it on, then put on his helmet and hurried away. The Griffin Saker Falcon flies very fast and looks quite powerful, so Xia Chujin is not worried about Ping Xiong's safety. After Ping Xiong left, Xia Chujin took out a large bowl, filled it with scrambled egg and beef fried rice, and called the pig-headed humanoid Sanzong over. "Here, it's for you, eat it." Xia Chu saw that there was only half of the fried rice with scrambled egg and beef in her bowl because she had given half to Xiaoguzi. 3 main? But 3 main can't eat human food. Why can't I eat it? Xia Chujin's heart skipped a beat, thinking the humans had some dietary taboos that she didn't know about. Her aunt once told her that some people have food allergies and eating them can be fatal. Sanzong looked at the large sea bowl that gave off an alluring aroma, swallowed his saliva, and murmured, "Sanzong is a captive, and captives are not worthy of eating the food that humans eat. So, what do you eat?" "Low-grade nutrient solution." Sanzong took out half a bottle of nutrient solution from his sack like clothes. There's still half a bottle left. He was indeed a little hungry because he hadn't taken any nutrient solution the whole day. The bad guy only gave him 2 tubes of nutrient solution. It has been 6 days now, and he has been relying on these 2 tubes to survive. He only ate 1.5 tubes, and he was reluctant to eat the remaining half. Because once you eat it, it's gone. Xia Chujin breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, "I used to eat this kind of nutrient solution, and it tasted just so-so. You can try the fried rice with scrambled egg and beef that I made. My aunt taught me, and it should be delicious." Sanzong was even more surprised when he heard that Xia Chujin had also eaten low-grade nutrient solution. A woman also eats this. Sanzong heard that only the poorest humans eat this kind of nutrient solution. After saying that, he covered his mouth, feeling that he had said something wrong. Xia Chujin shrugged. "Yeah, I was very poor before, so I liked to eat this kind of egg fried rice when I was a kid. But at that time, my family couldn't afford beef, so we used chicken, fried rice with scrambled eggs and chicken, which was also delicious." The dishes my aunt cooks are delicious no matter what. As she spoke, she handed over the bowl of egg fried rice. Sanzong looked up at her and took the bowl involuntarily. He held it in his hands with care, as if it were some precious treasure. The puppy had finished its share by then and licked the plate clean. At this moment, he looked up and saw that Sanzong still had a bowl in his hand. Then he looked at his own small plate and immediately felt dissatisfied. He started calling Wolf, Wolf again and jumped around on his short legs, but unfortunately, he couldn't even reach the bowl in Three Main's hand. Xia Chujian glanced at the puppy and stopped eating. He poured the food into its small plate and watched it eat. Seeing how happily the puppy was eating, Sanzong couldn't help but secretly pick up a grain of rice with his hand and put it in his mouth. As soon as he chewed it, his whole piggy face was shocked. It was the first time in his life that he ate real human food, not the low-grade nutrient solution that tasted like plastic. The taste buds in his mouth produced an explosive chemical reaction, making his head dizzy and almost flying. So he didn't know what was going on, but Xia Chujian stuffed a spoon into his hand, and he started eating. He ate so fast, like a whirlwind. In less than 5 minutes, he had finished a big bowl of beef fried rice with scrambled egg. Tasty. It's so delicious. Too full. This feeling of fullness cannot be compared with that of low-grade nutrient solution. Sanzong even felt very hot and wanted to run out immediately and turn over a few acres of land with his bare hands. The puppy had finished eating, but it still wanted to eat more. It pushed the small plate with its little front legs and kept moving closer to Xia Chujian, whispering Wolver, Wolver, and shaking its head, sounding like it was acting like a spoiled child. Xia Chujian smiled and squatted down, patted its furry little dog head, and said, "Little Sishi, you are so young, you can't eat too much. If you want to eat, I will make it for you tomorrow. It's late today, you guys should go to bed." While Xia Chujian was cleaning up in the small kitchen, Ping Xiong was already riding on a griffin and bringing 3 large lunchboxes to Li Fu and the others. Of course, these 3 large lunchboxes were found in the small kitchen of Feng Qianzhan's civilian aircraft. When Li Fu, Song Mingqian, and Yi Shiji heard what Ping Xiong said, the 3 of them fell silent. As he finished speaking, the 3 lunchboxes that were placed on the grill were also heated up. When you open the lunchbox, the delicious Song Mingqian originally wanted to say something, but was attracted by the taste of the food, so he started eating without saying a word. Only Yi Shiji had a gloomy expression. He was seriously injured, weak, and had no appetite. But the aroma of this beef with scrambled eggs is particularly homely, not as strong as that of black truffle and wild rhinoceros, but just particularly tasty. Coupled with the tempting taste of the Tantai Yutian rice produced in the Mulan city, but he still didn't want to eat Xia Chujian's food. So when Ping Xiong stuffed a hot lunchbox into his hand, he pushed it away and said, "I don't have much appetite. You guys eat it." Then lie back down to sleep. Ping Xiong sighed, winked at Song Mingqian secretly, and gave Song Mingqian the lunchbox that Yi Shiji didn't want. Song Mingqian made a guided gesture to her. "Then I'll be leaving first. There is still a lot of delicious food in that aircraft. I have to go back quickly." Ping Xiong said, opened the door of the cabin, and ran away. She was indeed very anxious, and rode on her griffin and Saker falcon to hurry back. When she returned to Feng Qianzhan's civilian aircraft, Xia Chujian had already cleaned up the small kitchen and went to the small bathroom to wash up. Ping Xiong's eyes widened, and she knocked on the bathroom door and asked loudly, "Xiao Chuji, I want to wash after I eat too." They stayed in the wild for a long time this time, and she really wanted to take a bath. Civilian aircraft are great. Not only do they have a small kitchen, they also have a small bathroom. Xia Chujian understood her feelings. After Ping Xiong finished eating and took a shower, she came to the cabin in front of the aircraft and said to Sanzong sincerely, "Sanzong, thank you. Without you, we might have frozen to death outside today." As a result, Sanzong actually blinked and said embarrassedly, "If it weren't for Sanzong, the old lady wouldn't have been kicked out." I didn't expect this pig-headed human to be quite knowledgeable about the ways of the world. Xia Chujian raised her eyebrows and felt that her aunt was right. Humanoids and humans should actually be the same. At the very least, he is an ancestor. She sat down on the small bed she had made and asked Sanzong, "Why don't you sleep there?" She was referring to the two small beddings that she and Ping Xiong had prepared for Sanzong and Xiaoguzi. The little piglet Sanjing's face turned red, and he murmured, "Sanjing will make the quilt dirty." Xia Chujian couldn't imagine this was the reason. She frowned and asked calmly, "The killer brought you here. Didn't he provide you with a place to stay? When I came, I was tied up inside the aircraft in the storage room at the back. After I came, I was not allowed to stay inside the aircraft. Sanzong always slept outside the aircraft." Sanzong answered honestly, "How did the killer get you out of the plantation in Mulan City?" "I heard that the plantation in Mulan City has very strict management of people like you." This was the question that had always been in her mind, and now she had the chance to ask it. She asked very subtly, subconsciously not wanting Sanmane to feel humiliated or inferior. Sanzong scratched his head nonchalantly and whispered, "That bad guy seemed to know the director of the plantation. He told the director that he wanted to take Sanzong out to find rice seeds, and the director agreed. Why did he insist on you? Did he know you could smell rare plants?" Or she still remembered the time when they were intercepted over Mulan City, and even their combat aircraft was hacked into, and the coordinates of the destination were tampered with. That time, Captain Yi also said that someone in the association might want to harm them. "Did you try it the second time because you didn't succeed the first time? Why? There has to be a reason, right?" Xia Chujian touched his chin involuntarily and pondered. She thought hard but couldn't figure out the reason. In her short 17 years of life, she spent 3 years as a bounty hunter in the Night Hunters Association. She had killed people with the team and more than one person. As far as she knew, the reasons for killing were nothing more than hatred, money, reputation, or status. For example, when their team takes on missions to kill people, she does it to make money, while Captain Yi and his team do it to obtain resources and continue their genetic evolution, that is, mental power. She was very sure that no one in their team knew this Feng Qianzhan. Since there was no festival, there was only one reason. This person killed them, probably just like their team did before. He accepted someone's commission and killed people for money. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief. The disaster is caused by the fish in the pond. She was very sure that someone in their team, or a genetic evolver, had offended someone outside or blocked someone's way, which led to someone paying a huge price to take their lives. After accepting the task, this person should have received a lot of information about their team from the client, including their mission status. Knowing that they were here to look for the blood Qilin and also knowing the equipment they had received, he formulated a plan that would prevent them from using weapons of mass destruction. This also involves the fact that this person also happens to know the director of the Mulan City plantation and knows that there is a humanoid captive like Sanzong in the plantation who is very effective in finding plants. It takes so many coincidences. Xia Chujian thought to himself that the killer was actually called Feng Qianzhan. When she gets back, she will go to Starnet to check this person out. From this person's status, it should not be difficult to infer who would find such a person and entrust him with a task. Xia Chujian was still in deep thought when Ping Xiong came out of the shower. Xia Chujian didn't say anything more. He yawned and lay down on the small bed he had converted from a seat. Ping Xiong was also tired. After eating and drinking and taking a bath, she just wanted to have another sleep, which would be the ultimate happiness in life. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Xia Chujian and Ping Xiong were already asleep. The pig-headed humanoid Sanju opened his eyes. Sanzong looked at the puppy huddled beside him and quietly pushed its head with his finger. The puppy was staggering and had to be pushed several times before he woke up. It opened its bright black eyes and looked at Sanzong in confusion. Then he gently opened the aircraft door a crack, leaned out sideways, and quickly closed the door. But in just the blink of an eye, the extremely cold air outside the aircraft spread into the aircraft. Ping Xiong muttered a few words in her sleep and pulled her coat tighter, which was used as a blanket. Xia Chujian had already woken up the moment Sanzong stood up. Because she always remembers that she is an ordinary person without mental power, she is more vigilant than others when she is performing tasks outside, worrying that she will be cheated by those genetic evolvers who have evolved mental power. This habit also keeps her alert even in her sleep. She got up quietly, put on Ping Xiong's helmet, picked up her Destroyer 800 fully automatic submachine gun hanging beside the cot, and then carried her Judge No. 7 sniper rifle and followed Sanzong out of the aircraft. The nights in the far north of the strange beast forest are much colder than the days. The temperature was still minus 80 degrees Celsius during the day, and at night it dropped below minus 100 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, she had self-heating gloves, otherwise she wouldn't be able to hold the gun steadily. As soon as she jumped out, the Griffin Saker Falcon sleeping next to the aircraft woke up. He looked at Xia Chujian with his yellow crystal eyes and tilted his head, as if he didn't understand why she came out. Xia Chujian raised a finger to his mouth, signaling the Griffin to stop barking. The Griffin blinked, then lowered its head, buried it in the warm feathers under its wings, and continued to sleep. Xia Chujian looked at it meaningfully, then followed Sanzong and Xiaoguzi's steps and walked forward. Sanzong was holding the puppy in his arms and wasn't walking very fast. The ground was covered with snow, and at night, many places were frozen solid. The strong wind was still howling, making bursts of roars between heaven and earth. Sanzong couldn't walk upright in some places, so he lay on the ground, carried the puppy on his back, and crawled forward. Xia Chujian followed behind him and felt uncomfortable too. However, she was not barefoot like Sanzong, but wore long boots made of exotic animal fur obtained from the association. The soles of those boots have special anti-slip measures. Even in such bad weather conditions, she could still move forward steadily, but not very fast. They walked in the dark for about 20 minutes, and then Sanzong, carrying the puppy on his back, turned east and west and arrived at the nearby woods. Xia Chujian narrowed his eyes. Looking through the eyepiece of her helmet, this should be the same forest she saw when she first came here. It's neither far nor close to the aircraft. What is Sanmane doing there? Xia Chujian didn't want to think too badly of Sanzong, but she had to be vigilant. After all, she had only known this pig-headed humanoid for less than a day. Sanzong had no idea that someone was following him. Carrying the puppy on his back, he finally climbed through the hard and slightly slippery snow and into the woods. There isn't as much snow here, and the ground isn't frozen solid. He stood up, breathed a sigh of relief, took the puppy off his back, held it in his arms, and continued walking forward. After walking for another 30 minutes, they came to a clearing illuminated by moonlight deep in the woods. Xia Chujian followed behind him and was also shocked by the scene. This open space is estimated to be about 1 acre in size. Towering trees surrounded the edge of the open space, like a tall wall, tightly enclosing the open space. The bright moonlight poured down from the night sky, covering the open space. The soil layer in this open space is also different from that in other places. The soil layer exposed among the scattered snow is pure black, very fine and uniform. Right in the center of that pure black soil layer, there are several blood unicorns growing. It can really only be described as a nest. Xia Chujian was stunned. She couldn't help but count them secretly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 blood unicorns in total. Under the moonlight, the green plants growing on the pure black soil are very conspicuous. A gust of wind blew, and the branches rustled, but it did not affect the blood unicorn at all. They stretched their branches in the moonlight and are trying hard to grow. Sanzong looked at the blood unicorns, sighed with satisfaction, and said to Xiao Guzi, Xiao Cixi, in a while, these blood unicorns will be mature. Let's dig them up and bring them back to the lady. The little dog whispered, Wolf! Wolf! It swung its tail in Sanzong's arms and rubbed its head. When it turned around, it saw Xia Chujian standing behind Sanzong. The puppy's eyes widened, and it shouted even louder, Wolf! Wolf! Sanzong patted its back and said, What's wrong? Is it too cold? Oh, isn't Xiao Cixi's nest nearby? Do you want Xiao Cixi to go back to the nest and sleep for a while? Wait until Sanzong digs out all the blood unicorns, then call Xiao Cixi. The puppy became anxious and struggled violently. Xia Chujian felt embarrassed and coughed twice softly. The 2 coughs were like a bomb, exploding in Sanzong's ears. Sanzong's body suddenly stiffened. After a while, Xia Chujian had walked up to him, looked at the blood unicorn in the middle of the open space, and said with shining eyes, "Are these all the blood unicorns this year?" Sanzong shivered, nodded, and stammered yes. 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 The blood unicorn only produces 10 plants a year. He had dug up one plant before, and now there are 9 left here. You knew it a long time ago? Xia Chumian looked expressionless and continued to ask. Sanrong nodded. Sanrong smelled it. You didn't tell that Feng Qianzhan. Sanzong didn't mention this place. Sanzong pointed to the blood unicorn that was guarded by a big guy. Sanzong lowered his head and pointed at his fingers a little embarrassedly. Why? Sanzong wants him to fight with that big guy. Sanzong still kept his head down, not daring to look at Xia Chujian. Xia Chujian knew that the big guy that Sanzong was talking about was the one guarded by the griffin and sacred falcon. It seems that this pig-headed human is not completely afraid to resist. At least in his heart, he will still resist those who persecute him in his own way. But can she trust him? Xia Chujian did not relax his vigilance, but kept his finger on the trigger and continued to ask. There are more blood unicorns here. Won't there be more powerful guys guarding it? Sanzong shook his head and said doubtfully. Sanzong felt the same way at first, but after sniffing again and again, he didn't feel that there was any powerful creature here. Xia Chujian found it unreasonable. She held the gun and used the eyepiece of her helmet to search around the blood Qilin again and again. There really isn't a ferocious beast like the griffin or the sacred falcon. She looked and looked again, searched and searched, but she didn't see any plant that looked like orchid. Not to mention orchids. She didn't even see a single wild grass that was easy to find and had strong vitality. It should be just like what Sanzong said, the blood unicorn needs particularly good fertilizer to grow. There are 9 blood unicorns growing here, and there is probably not enough fertility for other plants to grow near them. So, will there be another Kongsang living near this nest of blood unicorns? Not finding any in the open space, Xia Chujian couldn't help but look deeper into the woods. But the trees here are taller and denser than anywhere else. It's so endless, where can I find it? Xia Chujian's excitement immediately disappeared. She frowned and sighed softly. Sanzong looked up at her and said hurriedly, "Don't worry, lady. These blood unicorns will be cooked soon. Sanzong can dig them up by the roots. As long as a fully mature blood unicorn is dug up with its roots, there is no need to worry about it being contaminated and dying." Xia Chujian nodded casually and said, "Then you stay here and watch. I'll go for a walk around." Sanzong glanced into the dark woods and whispered, "Be careful, young lady. There are many wild animals in this kind of forest." Xia Chujian patted the submachine gun on his chest and said nonchalantly, "Don't be afraid. I have the submachine gun to protect me." 3 manies. His little piggy face wrinkled as he watched Xia Chujian walk step by step into the woods. At this time, the puppy-barked wolf, Wolfu, jumped out of Sanzong's arms and chased after Xia Chujian. Sanzong also wanted to go, but when he saw the 9 blood unicorns that were about to mature, he decided to wait here. In such a state of anxiety, Sanzong watched Xia Chujian's figure disappear into the dense forest. Deep in the woods, the trees were so dense that not even the moonlight could penetrate. It was completely dark, but Xia Chujian's helmet's eyepiece has night vision function, so she is not afraid of the darkness at all. After just walking for a while, she seemed lost. Or maybe all the trees here look the same, and she can't tell which is which. But she wasn't afraid. No matter how powerful the beasts here are, they are not as powerful as her sniper rifle and submachine gun. At this moment, the puppy barked twice. Wolfu, Werfu, rushed forward, came to Xia Chujian's feet, and bit her ankle-length coat. Xia Chujian stopped and looked down at the puppy, who looked very normal but also very abnormal. "Xiao Xixi, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" It bit her coat, as if trying to pull it in one direction. But it is so small that its strength can be ignored. Xia Chujian didn't know which way to go at this time, so he just followed the puppy. The little dog let go of the corner of Xia Chujian's coat and led the way, wagging his little butt. It seemed to be very familiar with this place, and it rolled and crawled forward in the dark forest. Soon, the darkness in the forest gradually faded away. It was no longer the pure black before, but was now dotted with moonlight. This open space is much smaller than the one where the blood unicorn grows and is only about 50 square meters. There were still piles of snow on the open ground, but there was one spot that seemed to be about 20 to 30 centimeters higher than the other spots. It was a small mound of earth covered with thatch, about the same height as the puppy's body. "Wolf!" The puppy barked happily, rushed into the open space, and ran happily towards the small mound covered with thatch. Then he dived in with a small dive and disappeared from her sight. Xia Chujin's pupils suddenly contracted. This place looks more familiar, she remembered. After making sure that there were no other animals here, he half knelt on one leg in front of the small mound and looked down. The small mound turned out to be a simple grass nest made of branches, the puppy's grass nest. I don't know who built it. It's like a little kid who finally brings a new friend home and shows off his favorite toy to her. Xia Chujin curled the corners of her lips slightly and was about to stand up. Unexpectedly, the puppy jumped out again and bit her hand. Feeling the slight, Xia Chujin used his helmet as a lighting tool and took a look at the dark little grass nest. With just one glance, she froze immediately. In the dark grass nest of the puppy, under the illumination of the silver-white headlamp, she clearly saw a plant like an orchid inside, so fragile. At this moment, now an unexpected huge gain hit her. It was no less than winning the China Star online lottery jackpot that she had dreamed of every day. Xia Chujin's breathing was obviously short, and even his heart skipped a few beats. Her behavior was so obvious that the puppy, who was happily spinning in circles in the grass nest, seemed to notice something. It stared at Xia Chujin blankly, blinked its black crystal-like eyes, suddenly stood. Xia Chujin slowly came back to her senses, still kneeling on one leg on the ground, her waist bent so high that she was almost touching the ground. Even without looking in the mirror, Xia Chujin took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to the puppy in the grass nest. "Xiao Xixi, come here, I want to dig this plant out." The puppy tilted his head and looked at her, as if he didn't understand what she was saying. But after looking at her for a while, it waddled out and licked the hand that Xia Chujin stretched out. It chirped and ran back, rushing back to the small grass nest that Xia Chujin had opened, lying on the ground, looking up at her with its wet black eyes. Xia Chujin took it away again, and it ran back again. After several times, Xia Chujin decided to take the puppy. The puppy's furry, chubby, and round body shook violently. It seemed like it had never expected that Xia Chujin would point such a thing at it. It bit the barrel of the gun and stared at Xia Chujin blankly. Xia Chujin saw that the headlamp on the helmet placed on the ground was so bright that it almost blinded its eyes. But it still looked at. Is such a cute and harmless puppy going to die at the hands of his own gun? This was not the first time Xia Chujin had killed someone, and he had no psychological barriers to killing animals. And she did it to save her aunt. If it weren't for this Kong mulberry tree, my aunt would definitely die from a serious. It lay on the ground, calling wolf, wolf in a low voice, but it still stood in front of the empty mulberry tree, fearless. Once, Xia Chujin sat in the open space with a wooden face, his eyes staring blankly ahead without any focus. Although she didn't say a word, her entire body posture expressed extreme sadness and resentment. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, but the crack on the top of the mountain was suddenly covered, and not a trace of flame could erupt. Even when he was extremely angry, he remained calm. Xiaoguzi looked at her at a loss, and his previous ferocity gradually faded away. It wagged its little tail, circled around Xia Chujin a few times, making little gurgling sounds in its throat, and finally lay down in front of her, putting its little head on the soles of her boots, as if asking for reconciliation. Xia Chujin didn't lower his head, but just casually touched the puppy's furry head. The little dog looked up at her carefully, then got up from the ground and staggered back to his little grass nest that was opened by Xia Chujin. So the puppy paddled easily. Before long, it dug out the entire plant. The leaves fluttered weakly in the cold wind, and the roots were still covered with a ball of soil, protecting all the roots well. The puppy used his nose to push the plant covered with soil and came to Xia Chujin with a grunt. Then he grabbed the hem of Xia Chujin's coat with his teeth. It can be seen that it cherishes this plant very much, and even if it decides to give it to Xia Chujin, It does not want it to be harmed in any way. Xia Chujin's heart almost stopped beating, even if she needed Kongsang to treat her aunt. It didn't mean that she had to use the whole plant, right? Couldn't she use its leaves? If she planted it, wouldn't she be able to use its leaves all the time? Xia Chujin's eyes flickered slightly, and she raised her hand to touch the puppy's furry head and whispered, "Thank you, Xiao Xixi." She wanted to grow this mulberry tree. As for how to feed it, that depends on Sanzong's ability. Xia Chujin suddenly felt less depressed. She looked at the puppy who was reluctant to leave the empty mulberry tree and whispered, "Xiao Xixi." The little dog looked at her in confusion, obviously not understanding what she said. Xia Chujin had no choice but to gesture in the direction of Sanzong and push the tip of his nose to make a pig nose expression. Not far in front of her stood two huge animals. On the left is a large fiery red bird. Its feathers seemed to glow in the dark, looking like a burning flame. On the right is a... Xia Chujin's first reaction was that these two strange beasts might be Kongsang's guardian beasts. Even the blood unicorn has its own guardian beast, the griffin saker falcon, let alone the Kongsang, which is 1,000,000 times more precious than the blood unicorn. At the same time, he held the Judge No. 7 sniper rifle behind him and aimed it at the big bird whose feathers seemed to be on fire. One of her feet was on the automatic button of the destroyer submachine gun. Her finger tightened on the trigger of the sniper rifle again. The man and the two strange beasts confronted each other for about 10 minutes. Then the puppy's barking of Wolver, Wolfer, and the nagging voice of the pig-headed humanoid Three Manies came from the other side of the woods. Xia Chujin became even more nervous. They are both timid. If they saw these two strange beasts, they would be frightened to their knees. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she shouted, "Get lost." The two strange beasts seemed surprised and looked at each other. Then the next moment, they took off into the air at the same time and disappeared into the night sky in almost the blink of an eye. When the little dog came over with Sanzong, the two strange beasts were no longer seen in the open space in the forest. Sanzong looked up and saw Xia Chujin standing there holding a sniper rifle with murderous intent. He was so scared that he slid to his knees, raised his hands behind his head, and said in a crying voice, "Girl, Sanzong doesn't dare anymore." Xia Chujin. She put away the gun and said calmly, "What are you afraid of?" "Three Manies." He answered tremblingly, "I don't know, but I don't dare to do it anymore." Xia Chujin glanced at him and thought that this subconscious admission of mistake was most likely a conditioned reflex formed because he had been beaten so many times. She didn't even have to ask Sanzong how he lived on the plantation. She knew without even having to think about it. She put the Judge No. 7 sniper rifle on her back, picked up the Destroyer 800 fully automatic submachine gun from the ground, and said calmly, "Sanzong, come and take a look." "What kind of plan is this?" Sanzong then breathed a sigh of relief and used his hands and feet to get up from the ground. The little dog had no idea what was going on and had already happily run towards Xia Chujin. He kept playing stick with the mulberry tree at her feet and was very affectionate. Sanzong also saw it and trotted over to Xia Chujin, knelt down and looked at the plant that Xiaoguzi was being affectionate with. He looked at it carefully, sniffed it for a long time, and said in surprise, "What kind of plant is this? Why can't I smell anything at all?" "What do you mean you can't smell anything at all?" Xia Chujin frowned. "Just tell me whether you have seen this kind of plant before." "Of course not." Samang shook his head like a rattle, and his two pig ears fluttered. "But even if I haven't seen it, it should have a smell." "What's the meaning?" "No matter what plant it is, it has its own taste." For Sanzong, rare plants have stronger tastes. Common plants have lighter tastes. Sanzong carefully explained his special ability to Xia Chujin. "But this plant is even worse than those weeds. It has no taste at all."